Oh my God! It's the peer reviewed. It's peer reviewed, guaranteed. That means it's totally good. Hey, you fuck off, man. That's what I'm saying, man. Fuck off. Fuck off with your peer reviewed shit, man. That shit is it's sent into Cuckville to get approved by the Cuck fucking villains. Okay, that's what I'm saying. Okay, you got that? Write that down. Okay. Nobody's ever said that before, but it's the cuck villains approving the cuckery of the fucking cucks. Fuck. For fuck's sake, man. Come on.
Okay, right.
I like you.
All right, well, it's getting late for me, so I gotta go. But nice to see you back, Crack Villain.
Yeah, that's cool, man. I know you didn't actually run away then earlier. You were in genuine fear that you may be banned.
You guys are about 8 hours apart, so.
Okay.
So.
All right. Well, good night.
3 a.m.
Good night. Good night.
Good night, Matthew.
Good night, Matthew. Good night. Hey, if it's peer reviewed, that means it's been processed through the machine that produces the outcome, which is definitely agreed upon by us cucks, and we've taken care of the peer reviewed papers that must pass through our curriculum. They pass through the curriculum of our gods, and only the gods that produce the scientific curriculum are produced to make sure that everybody follows exactly what we say. Okay? Everybody got that? All right, write that down. Okay, good. Good.
Oh,
yes, sir.
Actually, wait. That one actually made me feel like a little bit tired. Like, yeah, I'll pay you like every now and again to say that to me.
Don't have to pay me, brother. You don't have to pay me.
Actually, you write it down and get someone else to say it. He's less passionate, because that would be even nicer. Then that would.
There you go.
Then that would be like a I guess like a
It's a metaverse. It's a metaverse collaboration. Yes.
A metaverse.
I sure love the metaverse.
Metaverse collaboration with the AI and the information, and we find that we make money because we say shit. Yes, okay, great. That's a good idea. Dude, I don't know where it's going. It's going fucking stupidville. I know that.
Who's been around anyway? Like earlier on in the night, I guess. Brad.
Yeah. Well, I'm still here. There's some amazing people still here. We're trying to crack the matrix, man. We're trying to crack it, baby.
Yeah, no, I will.
Crack it on the head, crack it in the ass, whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. We got to crack the villain, man. We got to crack the crack villain, man. Fuck them. We can't let those cucks win, man. Fuck them. George Stones, fuck off.
Yeah, they lose every single debate. So
one thing though, like I know some people are like sort of religious or whatever, but like, did you notice, right? So Yahushua HaMashiach is the cornerstone, right, and the foundation, cornerstone. Yeah, okay.
Capstone.
So then the capstone, yeah, exactly, the cornerstone and capstone. Okay, if you look at the Georgia Guidestones, right, so the explosion, it happened apparently, explosion. Demolition wise or whatever, they may have had a shape charge anti-tank mine, okay, maybe. Because the percussionary and the way the explosive work, like, it doesn't really make sense. It was like a corpuscular formed explosion expanding in all directions with a pressure wave, right? It would have been basically that the bottom pieces, right, would have been the bigger pieces of rubble, yeah? and the top pieces would have been smaller. It was the other way around. It was smaller pieces on the bottom. Could be proximity, right? Or it could have been proximity to the explosive could have been really close there. So fast the pressure wave before it goes down. So it's like, you know, it blew up the smaller pieces, whatever. But then the capstone above, right? It's been also slashed across, right? The main capstone on the top. So again, this is the bit that's a bit messed up, though, right, guys?
This is fucked
What
up.
what one of the pillars was it that got destroyed? What one of the pillars was it that got destroyed? Wasn't it the? I looked at orientation. I think it was the Babylonian one. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. I think it's the Babylonian one. And then if you look on the opposite side to where the explosion happened, where the top capstone has not been even slightly touched, but one bit chipped off, and it looks like a cornerstone, and it's on top of the Paleo Hebrew.
Oh yeah. This is
pillar.
That's
mad though. That's pretty mad though. That
This is
part.
a 9/11, bro. This is a 9/11. I'm calling it. You're calling it. You're on it. I'm on it.
I'm just saying. If it was I think it's the elite wiping the board, going, you know, right?
Yep.
Wiping the board.
100%, man. It's exactly what I was thinking, man. I was like, wait a minute, man.
But they can't control the way the debris fell.
These cocks are taking down their own fucking declaration, man.
Of course they are. Of course they are. They're just trying to freak people out and stuff. But I'm just saying, it would be really funny for all of the people out there that know what that means, right? To be the cornerstone, to be the cornerstone, to be literally that, like Jesus, I'll say once, but like Yahusha Hamashiach, to be the cornerstone, yeah. And it ends up on the one slab that's not her, and it's the Paleo Hebrew one.
Fuck those motherfuckers.
Which would be like saying, Yah's people are protected almost to me, like, you know, yeah, from this. Like, but like, you know, it's just conjecture at best. I'm just, you know, I'm doing like a more of an old, less skeptical sort of take, you know. But yeah, a lot of this is just basically game theory 101, you know. End of. It's the same thing they did with Ted Wyszynski in the past, you know. Turn him into a psychopath, but putting him into Harvard, putting him with the guy that created, you know, the what was the program again, guys? MK Ultra. He created the MK Ultra program. And people forget that Ted Wyszynski was taught by that guy for years in a debating society where there was two of them, highly intelligent, IQs of 178 for Ted Wyszynski, the other guy's like 180. And Ted's ideas were all shot down, even if they were correct as a test, and the guy admitted to it. They didn't know he was involved in this test at all. It was for years. They picked him out and they made him do that for that reason. And then so it was tailor made. This guy had so much information put into his brain. He had such good ideas that you read his manifesto, it's like, oh wow, this guy is a genius. But the point is that he ended up becoming the Unabomber, right? Right? Again, laws were changed because of that.
That's the story, bro. That's the story.
But how many like maybe he literally organically became it? Not organically, but like organically in the sense that like he could have done everything that they say he did, right? But like maybe they programmed him in Harvard and put him in Harvard when he was 15.
There you go.
IQ of 178, put into a debate society, and the debate society was run by the guy who created the MK Ultra and the high sophisticated forms of what? Torture that were legal at that time. That was what he was allowed to do, where you can literally coax people into saying what you want and doing what you want and hating who you want. And then all of a sudden, he goes through all of that when he's younger. It's apparently perfectly normal at the beginning. By the end of it, though, this man is off somewhere and he's doing all these letter bombs and that. And they managed, the FBI, who did a terrible job because it wasn't the FBI that found him. It was someone that actually was very, very good with letters, right?
The stepbrother or some shit.
Yeah, the stepbrother. And it wasn't really him, actually. The stepbrother ended up mentioning that, which made them re-look back on what this expert had said. A topography expert had said about it, like, years before, and said, look, it's this guy. I know it is. They ignored it because they didn't want it to stop. They wanted it to go on for ages, so that they could keep changing laws and restricting freedoms because they put a lot of effort into making this guy to do this. They probably did it to 500 people, and only one of them actually ended up turning out being the guy they wanted to do this. You know what I mean? So it's like, you know, I'm on a rant.
I've never heard of a hoax event ever in my life. What's that? Come on, man. Shit.
Yeah, I believe less in hoax events these days and more like, you know, game theory 101, like just like make the event actually happen, but just like have years of planning into it to where you like predictively program people and then like predictively program events, make them happen, and then you know the organic reaction. If you know anything about game theory 101, right? It's a simple thing you can do. It's just to force people to do stuff. And by the way,
hey, dude, that's the MK Ultra shit, man, that they figured out a long time ago.
Exactly.
They've been playing that MK Ultra shit for a minute.
But it's like, how come people don't see that? Like the Unabomber guy was like educated for years in a way that was subversive, meaning like he was being trained by someone that was currently working on torture techniques for the US government, and he was utilizing those techniques inside of those debate society classes on the debaters as the moderator, like messing with their heads. And then he comes out of college, he was a non-violent man and all this, comes out of college and he's got all these theories that he thinks that like you should do this and this. Man, they made him into that cooking time bomb so that he would do it so that they could get what they wanted. Like this stuff's so obvious once you start adding it together, you know? It's like how many people have they done that to now? Like, do you know how many organizations work for voices like this?
Crack, man. Dude, just in the last 2 years.
Yeah, bro.
2.5 years, or whatever. It's been a fucking cock show of what we can do, what they can do, not what we can do. What we can do is keep calling them out, man. That's all I want us to do, man. Keep calling calling those cucks. Hey, whoa. This is a cuck here, and there's a cuck here, and cuck there, and cuck everywhere. We just keep calling out the cucks, man, and we'll be all right, man. We'll be fine.
Definitely. We definitely won't end up anywhere near any gay porn, at least. I know that. You know what I mean?
I do, man. They're cocks and we're not. And we talk truth and they don't. And that's, you know, when it gets down to it, we love truth, we love reality. And we will take that to the ends of the earth. To the ends of the earth, I swear. We will take
it, Jimmy boy, all the way to the end of the earth.
All the way to the ends of the earth. I will take the truth. Yeah, man, the truth will lead you to the ends of the earth, man. And that's it, man. And figure it out for yourself, man. Don't believe me. Don't believe Crack. Don't believe Larry. Definitely don't believe Larry. But no, I'm kidding. But it's the reality which we live in, man, is what we live in. And the sun and the stars go above our head, and then there were no spinning, shooting through space at millions of miles an hour. Fuck off. Fuck off with your millions of miles an hour. Fuck off. Thank you.
Great speech.
Bro. Yeah, the back roads. It's nice to meet you, man. And
nice to meet you too.
Well done for asking those questions and that earlier as well. With like, you know, because those questions put them on the back foot, like because these people claim to know a lot about what they're talking about. And those questions are important, like the star questions.
I feel like that is one of the strongest arguments.
It is. They always point up to try and prove what's beneath our feet, but actually they're doing themselves a complete disservice because that's one of the worst places to point.
Yep, it's pretty obvious when you look at it.
Pointing in exactly the wrong direction.
Yeah, all the time. It's like point at my sister, and they start pointing towards like their own sister, you know? And it's like, bro, you said you wanted to date my sister the other day, and you just pointed at your sister when I asked you to point at mine. Get the insinuation. That's how backward it is.
Pretty wacky stuff, man.
Dude, that's heavy deep shit, man. That's no.
Sounds like some West Virginia backwoods.
I come up with that on the spot as well, by the way.
I love on the spot shit rules, man. On the spot.
That is quite funny. I got to remember that one, isn't it? Bro, you so twisted that I asked you to point at my sister, whom you said you wanted to date, and you pointed at your own.
It's a little silly.
What's it?
Hey, man. I've been a
You get
little.
them with a go.
Dude, hey man, crack man, you got any curvature, man? I'm a little short this month. I need a little help,
That's
bro.
the one I like. That's the only one I like when people mention my name in conjunction with that drug. Like
Come
for
on,
real.
man. I need
Yo, crack, dude. You got any curvature for me, bro? I've been looking everywhere, man. I can't find it.
I can't find any curve, bro. A little help,
yeah, you
bro.
get it,
Come
bro.
on.
You get it. You get it.
Shit. I hope you guys are laughing, man, because
That was some
at
funny
some
shit
point
right
this shit becomes laughable. And
I
I
got
hope
push to
you can
talk on.
join the laugh party because it's hilarious, man. I've never laughed so hard in my life, man. God damn. Oh, you guys are awesome. Thank you.
Look at that.
Crack,
We got,
You.
crack
yeah,
included.
we
I
got
gotta say, man,
Charlotte
this server
Rambo.
ain't like nothing else I've been.
Hey, we got free crack around
The
here.
back rows? Sorry, what was that?
I said this server ain't like any other server I've been in.
Oh,
There's no
bro,
other
there's no place like this. No, yeah,
Yeah,
I've got to turn you up.
This is the place.
This is
Yeah,
the
mate.
best place, dude. This
It was
is
like
This is the base. Yeah, like
I don't want to brag, but you know, it's amazing. It's amazing the shit that comes out of your fucking guys' head.
yeah.
Fuck, it may blows my mind when it comes out of your head. My head.
You know, I get bored a lot of the time about what people have got to say, and then when I come in and like I've been listening on YouTube like the last like a little like well not very long at all. No, I'll be honest.
I'd
Like,
say 2 months, 6 weeks, whatever.
No, I've been away for like legit 6 months.
It's been that long?
Oh
No.
yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah, no, it has been,
My
bro.
time
Yeah,
is all messed up, man.
I've been gone for a time. I won't mention why right now on here, but like
Yeah,
work out.
it's all good. Hey, thanks for dropping in, brother.
You can do the math on that one. Not guilty, by the way. I'm not
Hey,
guilty.
thank you. Crack. I'm a crackhead. Crack lover. I love to crack somebody's skull with the fucking flat earth, man.
Flat Earth, dude, you just love the word crack, don't you?
No.
That's what
I'm
it
not
is.
gonna lie,
We're
it's a nice
cracking
word.
skulls with the flat earth, and those cucks don't fucking have any idea what they're walking into. They have no idea.
It's kind of funny. Like my name's
It's
got
funny.
nothing to-
It's fun. It's fun.
My name's got nothing to do with that drug, even by the way. Like well, slightly does. Slightly does. Like I got the nickname when I was like 14. We were walking home in our school uniforms, and a crack dealer was there. And he was like, come up to me, and I'm like in my school uniform, right? And he's like,
Yeah.
"Do you want any crack or brown, bro?" Like that. And I'm
Crack?
like, I was like, "What?" And he was like, "Do you want any crack or brown?" And I just like went bang, punched him in the face, like knocked him clean out, like, and like yeah. He was like on the floor, like looking for his teeth and his like rocks and that. Like, probably ended up smoking a tooth later. Or something.
Damn.
To be honest, I didn't let him pick up anything on the floor. I was like, just go, get out of here.
Hey, I'm a pot villain.
Yeah.
I am a total pod villain. If you got a problem with being a pod villain, I could be pod villain, dude. I could change my name.
Yeah.
Hey.
I've got a lot of bad things to say about pot, as well as good things to say about pot. Yeah. I think that's what everyone on the server hates me, to be honest, though, because I can chat about weed, but like it's all good.
Well, there is a thing to being a villain. If you are a crack villain, you are against the crack. And
exactly.
That's the problem that people have with your name, man. It's like,
they think I'm all for it.
You think you're for it. No. You're 100% against it, like myself.
You know, when I go
against crack, dude. I've seen guys on crack. I met dudes on crack and chicks. No.
I go with Jim Pandas, and they were like, "Oh, mate, you're a crackhead. Like, what are you on about?" I'm like,
I mean, hey, the United States' president's son is a crackhead.
Yeah. Is it?
Hey, Hunter's laptop is not real for sure, and it's just made up in cyberspace, and for sure that the crackhead Hunter.
It's funny that.
Definitely not a crackhead.
By the way, sure. Also, like, by the way, the government definitely couldn't get into it to reveal it to the public. But like, I managed to see what was on that laptop.
Oh,
tell me more. What'd you see?
Don't get arrested.
Loads of people. I won't go into too much detail in here. I know it's a good idea, but
I'm just messing with you, man.
But we can go into it somewhere else sometime. Yeah, definitely.
This late at night, do not take me seriously. Everything I say is comedically in her.
In case of investigation by any federal entities or similar, everything I've said here is satire.
Has none of this? Wait, I gotta do one.
You motherfucker!
Disclaimer: none of this advice has been anything to do with actually any real things. It's a satirical entertainment for the value of, obviously, other current programs out on Netflix such as Space Force, etc. It's pretty obvious people are going to satirize that on here. On Discord, we need our version too, right? Also, I'm not giving any medical advice and no legal advice either.
This is not financial advice.
Yeah.
Hey, I got some NFTs up my ass with some Bitcoin. How do I extract my NFTs?
Oh, wait there. Listen to this actually saying that about NFTs as well, right? I made an NFT, that said, don't do crack, right? And I got banned from Discord, I got banned from Discord for giving financial advice. It's that twisted at the minute that you could almost believe it. I'm only joking, but obviously, you could almost believe that happened, didn't it? Yeah, man made an NFT. I put don't buy crack on it. They were like, nah, financial advice, get out of here, brother.
That's hilarious, dude. Dude, that's next level shit, man. Beautiful, bro. Fuck, I'm laughing my ass off over here.
Oh, since you've been gone, we found out that math is racist.
Oh no, I know that. I know that.
About it, math is definitely racist.
Okay, wait, okay, math is racist. Yeah,
it's about as racist heliocentrism and evolution.
Yeah, that's been out for a while.
Since we're having a laugh, you should probably go ask your, your space doctor, if you can take space aids if it's right for you.
Oh yeah. Also, remember, guys, I also said on live stream that the first space baby would be soon. Yeah, okay. I said that, and I spoke also on the live stream about 2 years ago, I think it was, or more, that the first crime in space will happen soon as well, also. And that woman ordered some pizza or some shit. I don't know what she did from her husband's from her husband's Just Eat account, and she committed space piracy. Like what?
Fuck
These
off.
astronauts are complete pirates. They're the equivalent of I don't know what. And people trust these people. Like they're out there ordering Just Eat off their husband's accounts. Teething while up there on the bloody ISS, bro. Like what?
Dude. It's ridiculous, bro. It's ridiculous.
I know. You can type it up as well. Apparently, it really happened. And I wonder when the next. I wonder. It's gotta be soon when a woman goes out to space and gets pregnant. Like it's gonna happen at some point. I don't know what they're gonna call a baby.
Space abortion.
Like vacuumed out of the porta potty or some shit. No, I think she'll go to full term, bro.
Dude, no. We're gonna abort the shit out of that baby because we're
no, but at
Mission
full
abort.
term.
Mission abort.
Mission abort.
No, listen,
Abort.
you're not getting it at full term because obviously anti-gravity. She doesn't feel the effects of the extra weight on her belly, right? She gets on the toilet. Contractions are going, obviously, right?
Yeah.
And boom, like the toilets on airplanes, yeah, evacuate straight out. But the issue is, if she didn't know she was pregnant, or what? How would she that at the gravity situation, the weightless situation, getting fatter, you're sat around doing nothing. You know what I mean? Muscle atrophy, all of that. It's just like
Bro,
it went under
now.
the guys, and then the baby came out.
I'm pretty sure if they were in weightlessness, you would just fall apart. Like you would just get stretched out, and your veins would just explode or something.
No. I tell you what would happen if you were in weightlessness. Like you wouldn't know which way was up or down because you've got the vectors of all the gravitational bodies around you orbiting, or you're orbiting, and now your vestibular system is going to be like, whoa.
Yeah, I don't think you'd be alive.
They reckon that I don't know if this is true, but I've never been to the moon, and I don't think anyone else has. Oh yeah, recycling day, isn't it, today? So I better sort through all of the recycling, make sure all the plastic's separate from the cardboard, and do all of that, which we pay council tax for them to pick up, which they recycle and then make money from it, like millions. And yeah, they're recycling for the planet's well-being when they turn all that plastic into diesel, by the way, that we separated for them as well. Yeah.
The blue box has been used,
but
they won't take anything that's in that blue box. There's glass.
Are you hot mic crack?
No, I'm not. I'm being annoyed.
Larry, Hank, go ahead, man. Piff.
Sorry.
All right.
I'm just riffing about the fact that the local government where I live won't take recycling boxes if they're 4 feet away from the place that they're meant to be placed. And if you haven't sorted out all the plastic from all of the glass and all of that, because it's to make their job easier, right? But their job is to collect it, to melt it down, make money, to turn the plastic into diesel, and they expect me to sort it out for them before they come and get it as well. And I pay council tax for them to come and pick that shit up. How stupid are all of us? Okay, I'm
careful now. You don't want to get carbon taxed.
I am being carbon taxed. What are you on about?
My name is Klaus. I will tell you that you will own nothing and you like it. Hey, we got
nothing and you will like it.
We got a Tim in here, man. Where's Tim? Tim, you there, bro?
Hey, what's up, man?
What are you doing, man? What's up, Tim?
I'm just waking up over here in Denmark.
You're in Denmark. You're just waking up. Cool, man. Grab some coffee, and you'll notice when you pour the water into your cup, by the time it gets up close to the rim, it's going to be very, very level. It's going to be level, like if you were a construction worker and you worked with levels, it's going to be within the markings of a perfect level plane. That's all I'm saying, man. That's it. It's beautiful. Water is level, man. Hey, wow, what a cool thing, man. Water's level. No shit, Sherlock. Yeah, that's a good one, man.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's one of my favorite. Polaris is a bitch. She's my bitch, of course. But water level, yeah, that's a good one, man.
Yeah, and then they say if you keep on filling it up, gets to the top, the water starts to curve.
No,
No way.
Yeah. If
Dude,
you
you have
get
to have drugs to
That's
see
their
that.
evidence of curvature.
I love it when water finds its level, and when my beer is run out of gas, it's level.
Hey, you gotta remember, flat Earth dude. When you're telling someone that, you gotta make sure to add the point that it's level for further than it should be. You're not talking about a swimming pool or a cup of water. It's level for 10 miles. Shouldn't be level for 10 miles.
Well, I look at my beer. My beer is level with my glass. Damn it. But yeah, 10 miles is an amazing observation, man. If you can see 10 miles off of a 1 foot up observation level, yeah. If you can see 66.6 feet of missing curvature, yeah, it's going to be a problem if you don't see 66 feet over 10 miles. Damn. It's a lot of footage, man. Yeah. It's a lot. If you can see the shoreline from 10 miles away. Uh-oh, globe. We have a problem. The globe has a problem. Oh my God. Somebody call the cops. Because the globe...
No, don't call it cops. Call Glober Man.
Call Glober Man. We have a problem with the globe, man. The geometric observations don't match with reality of your
Quick, pull out the decoder ring you got in your cereal box. Use it to summon Glober Man.
Team decoder ring.
I got the decoder ring from my cereal box that tells me I definitely live on a spinning globy shooty star ball thing that's shooting through outer space across the universe in the Big Bang explosion that's traveling at 600 million miles an hour. Yes, that one. Yeah. Hello? I have a problem with the 600 million miles an hour thing, man. Can somebody help me, please? 95 million miles a second. That's how fast the universe is expanding according to the model that's been given us. Everything in the universe is expanding into nothing from at 600 million miles an hour or something crazy like that. 95 million miles a second. You figure out the math. 95 million miles an hour a second. That makes the light speed seem ridiculous, by the way. Because
So that's how fast nothing expands?
yeah, 95 million miles a second, Larry. Come on. You know that.
Whole lot of
Let me
nothing.
guess. They clock it with LiDAR. Moving on.
You tracked it with the radar dish in Arizona from New Mexico across to Houston to Florida. And then we tracked it from, it's definitely 95 million miles a second. Yes, that's how fast the universe is expanding. But Polaris, that little bitchy Polaris, doesn't ever move, ever. Oh, that's
When your buddy came in here and said that it moved back in the 1850s, it was somewhere else. He said it moved.
It moved? Really?
That's what Matthew says.
Yes, that's
Move
what he
where?
says. And he is the person that gives us the proper Glober answer every time. Every time. But proper. He's good. He's you know, he knows the Glober's information. He knows what they would say every time.
And people be like ragging on him sometimes.
Yep.
He be stoked as fuck sometimes. Only thing that scares him is when he thinks he's gonna get banned. Then he's like, I'm out of here. Fuck, I've been shot at. I gotta go.
Yeah, I'm the same way, man. I don't want to get banned either, but it's like you just want to look at the information and say, hey, man, what does the Glober say about this information? And you're like, ask Matthew. And he goes, well, according to them. And you're like, I love you, bro. According to them. He goes like, this is what they would say. And I don't know if you can ask for a better flat earther than that, man. Because the guy knows what they would say. And they would say, yeah, of course it's spinning a million trillion miles an hour. Yeah, that's right.
He leaves out the part where he says, drink bleach, don't breed. You know, he leaves that part.
No, he's not. No, that was 2016, 17. Yeah, drink bleach and die, flat earthers. Drink bleach and die. You remember that?
Was the dumbest trend
shit,
ever.
those were the days.
The Tide Pods too.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Hank, I haven't seen any drink bleachers lately, man. They've all faded away. What happened? Come on. Where did they go? Ah, shit, you're breaking.
I haven't seen
it. Shit, we lost him. Damn, we're so close.
Hey, the person a second ago that said Tide Pods gave me a funny idea. Like, all these quote unquote inventions that NASA comes out with Velcro and being able to crap in a machine and get out some coffee out the other end or whatever. I think it'd be great if they came out with some with some good shit, huh? I think it'd be great if they came out with a Tide Pod that both works in your washing machine, but you can also eat it. So your really stupid child won't kill themselves with it.
Honestly, the only good thing Darwin theorized was the part where people will die out because they're too stupid.
Have you guys seen the movie Brave New World? Anybody?
Oh, you mean the one made in the 90s?
Dude, I think it was like in the 60s, 70s, maybe. Brave New World.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one, but I've seen the one made in the 90s.
It's Huxley's book, but they made it into a movie. It's Huxley's Dreamtopia of the world. But anyway, I was just curious if any of you guys have seen it. It's really weird, man. It's really weird. Brave New World. Yeah. Check it out. The book's different than the movie. Yeah. Like every movie is different than the book. No shit, Sherlock. Mm-hmm. That's where the mind manipulation, MK Ultra, becomes so evident that we can see right through it. Is the fact that they manipulate the mainstream media with the Coco and the 19 and the 911 and the thing with the thing outside the OJ thing with the
1-9er.
Guidestones falling down with the thing. They just pump it. Once you have control of the mind masses, the MK Ultra, then you can do whatever you want. Boom, there it is. You can do whatever you want. You can make the masses think any way you want. Any which way you want. You want to go down this rabbit hole or that rabbit hole? We can do it because we have the mind manipulation tool of all time called television. Yeah. Thank you. I'm done. Carry on. Do not be afraid of the mind controlled manipulation of the MK Ultra cucks, because they're just cucks, man. And we're way better than those cucks, man. We are so much better than those guys. We are fucking awesome. We kick ass. Those guys suck because we can see through their bullshit all day, every day. No doubt. We got it. I have no doubt. I'll take this.
I love it. I love it how my brother and his girlfriend a while ago, when I was arguing with him about flat Earth and some other things, I was like saying, I'm like, you guys just watch the mainstream news or whatever. You guys don't, have any alternative, any contrary ideas to the mainstream, put in your head from any source. And they're like, no, we don't get our, news from the TV or anything. We got our news from CNN.com. I'm like,
wow.
I'll take it from the internet. I watched MSN today, and Tucker Carlson said they
seem to think that because they read it as opposed to heard someone read it off a teleprompter for them, that it must be true.
Yep.
I don't get that. Why do you think it's more likely to be true then?
Logic before authority.
That's where we are next. Next level thinking. We're able to open up and consider the possibilities of all these different situations. And that's what makes us different, because we are actually questioning shit. And that's the way it is, man. We have to question shit. Say, wait a minute, man. What do you got? Thanks. Let me look at that for a minute. I'll get back to you. But if you go out and zerb 56 miles of flatness, 56 miles, bro. That's a pretty good observation, man. And
talking about Chicago for fucking Michigan.
There's no curvature, Hank. It's no curvature, Hank. There's none. And that's what Poncho sat on his fucking couch for 3 years and said, dude, show me the fucking curve or fuck off. And he was pissed. And I can't blame him, man. I would have been pissed too, man. But I wasn't in his situation. But I'm glad I got to share some time with him and say, hey, man, he's right, man. Show me the curve or fuck off. And that was his stance. And I love that, man.
Is that where we met, dude?
Fucking
We
curve.
met over there, didn't we?
And that was his.
Did we meet at Poncho's?
Poncho was an anchor, man, saying, hey, man, show me the curve. Show me the curve. Where can I see this curvature? Where can I see the curvature? If I can see curvature in the middle of the desert or on the ocean, no. I'm not seeing it. Help me, please. He was begging. Dude was begging like for 3 years. He's like, please just show me the curve. I'll go home. I'll die on my couch. Whatever. I don't care at this point. Just if anybody can demonstrate the curvature of this globe that they say we're living on, we are here 24/7, 365. We're here for you, and we will embrace your presence if you do show up to this live stream on Discord / YouTube / I don't know, Twitch. I'm not sure. But if you have demonstration that we can go out and find the curvature, we're here, man. We are here to let you have the floor for. We'll give you an entire day to present your curvature. Would be great, man. We're here. Cheers, everybody, man. This is a great place to like questioning what you live on. Please join the discussion, man, because we're here. Because that's all we do, man, is discuss what we live on. Period. That's it. What's factual? What can I prove for myself? What can we do to observe the great, beautiful place that we live on? Hey, guess what? We live on it. It's pretty easy to go out and check it out yourself. Guess what? You live on it. Go out and measure 10 miles, 20 miles, 100 miles. Yeah, man. Where's the curve? Where's the curvature? Where is the curvature, man? Where? Please. That was one of the epic OG flat earthers, man. Where's the curvature? Where? He's like, there's no curvature, man. There's none. And you can't show it in every observation you go out and try to prove, man, is coming up short for the curvature, man. It's a little short, man. It's a little short, man. Yeah, it's way short. So come up with the curvature. We're here. We're 24/7, 365, man. We're here to present the curvature of the earth. And if you can do that, man, that would be great, man, because without you guys showing up, man, we'll keep going. We'll keep going. We will keep going. And We will push on beyond that you think we're falling over. Ugh, it's horrible. It's horrible. Don't go there, man. Don't go there, man. Keep it on the level stationary plane that you live on. You do live on a plane of non-motion. How else can I put it? I could say, hey man, you're living on a place that you definitely don't know you definitely know you're not moving. If you step outside your house tomorrow and you go, fuck, I'm not moving. I'm not moving. I know I'm not moving. I'm not rotating. I'm not spinning. I'm not shooting through some galaxy. No, just notice that you're not moving, man. It's really easy to do, man. It's not hard, man. Trust me, it's not hard. This is one of the easiest things you can do in life is to notice that you're not moving. Come on. If anybody has an argument against the fact that you can notice without a doubt that you're not moving, yeah. Welcome to not moving, Earth. Welcome to not moving, Earth. I hope you guys enjoy my new vocabulary of the Earth is that welcome to you're not moving. They told us, hey, we're moving, we're spinning, we're shooting, we're Scooby-Dooing through this galaxy with the thing with the spewty. Okay, yeah, man. That sounds cool, man. How do I check that out, man? I don't know. We wrote it in a book. Trust me, we wrote it in a book. Yeah, thanks. That doesn't help me, man, figure out. I'm not moving. I'm not spinning. I'm not shooting through space. Oh my God. That's amazing. You're not shooting through space. Yeah. I would have told you last week for sure. I saw it on the news that you're definitely shooting through space and at millions of miles an hour. And you're going to be an amazing person that goes to space. And what? Wait a minute. We're already in space, man. You're telling us we're going to go to outer space? And what? Wait a minute, man. We're shooting through the galaxy on the Earth at, millions of miles an hour. And we're going to definitely be the people. Wait, what? We're not. We're all everybody is an astronaut. You guys don't even know it. I want you guys to be aware of the fact that you are an astronaut because you are shooting through space at millions of miles an hour. And you'll just have to trust me that that's definitely the case. And I got some books and stuff here to back me up and some math and shadows to definitely tell you that you're spinning and shooting through space at millions of miles an hour, and you definitely have this whole thing figured out. And that's because we told you that you have it figured out in our education system that definitely totally makes you think that you're shooting through space at millions of miles an hour, not some slow speed or something, man. It's a big speed, man. It's big. It's astronomical speed. millions of miles an hour. You're shooting through this beautiful universe, shooting out in space, and thing with the we gotta definitely to tread. We got black holes and nebulas and things that. Okay, cool, man. It's a good story, bro. Good story, man. You told me all about the nebulas and the space and the thing and the traveling in the outer space with the shooting and this light. Yeah, that sounds cool. How do I check that out, bro? No, you don't, man. You don't get to check that out because it's all Disney. Disney figured it out with NASA, and Disney worked together closely to make sure that they had it all figured out. Definitely NASA and Disney worked together to figure it out. That made the possible indoctrination simulation that traveled through space and time, bending. This time now is bending. The time is bending. The time is it still time? Space and time are bending through a quasar reflex, a parameter that definitely crossed paths with a nebula quasar that amounted to the disproportionate time and space that averaged the speed of gravity times 42 divided by the thing that made the light in the sky at 33 degrees seem impossible due to refraction of the space-time, which continued the continuum that made it possible for us to see the light through a quasar space-time of 1.47 trillion miles divided by the vector of the horizon at 33 degrees, which produced the light that shines from the sun potentially from a different angle that produced the space-time that needed to elapse between the 8.75 million minutes that divided the plant life that produced the quasar that definitely, no doubt about it, has the divided tension of the cosmos nebula, which traveled through the nebula of space-time, drowned gravity to back down to the earth that produced the I think I ran out of this shit. It's all relative. That's all I'm saying. That's what they used to tell us. They still tell us that bullshit, man. They still tell us that bullshit. I'm not making shit up, man. This is all from different scientific papers that produced the what do we call it? The science fiction mind. The science fiction mind. The science fiction mind. How do you produce a science fiction mind? That's it, boys and girls. I think I nailed it. Science fiction mind. That's what they produced. That's the whole riff here, man. Is they produce this scientific mind in your mind through education, bro. Through the education system. It's like outer space is real, and they're Mars, and then went to the moon, and fuck off. No. They produced it in your mind, man. 100%. 100% in your mind. 100 fucking percent. If you are anything that has to do with truth, the first thing you admit, man, is the moon landing was a scientific operation on my mind. If you can't get past that, man, shit, you know, it's a science fiction world, man. Star Wars, Star Space, fucking, you name it, man. There's a million shows. All they do is, man, they're outer space and they're going to this galaxy and the monsters and aliens. Yeah, thanks, man. Thanks for the aliens in outer space and they produced. Yeah, thanks. Fuck. Aliens in space, really? Like aliens, like acid fucking breathing aliens. Really? Acid blood for aliens. Acid blood. They have acid blood. Really? They gonna have acid blood? I got acid blood. Guaranteed. If I spit on you, it'll just eat you alive. What? Oh, shit. Hollywood. Fucking Hollywood, man. What a mind manipulation motherfuckers those cucks are. Those guys are the worst, man. The fucking worst, man. They are the fucking worst, man. Fucking alien Hollywood motherfuckers. They done fucked it up, man. Fucked up your mind, fucked up your senses. Yeah, thanks, NASA. Way to go, man. We're going to fucking Mars. Yeah, definitely, guaranteed. Yeah, we're going to Mars. We got helicopters on Mars, for fuck's sake. We're the greatest. We are like amazing gods from Earth that produced outer spacing things that go on the yeah, we're the greatest. We landed on Mars with a helicopter. I'm telling you, I got pictures on the helicopter on Mars. I know the atmosphere is a little thin. We're going to have to terraform the atmosphere on Mars because, we can add oxygen and hydrogen and nitrogen and all these gens. We can do some we can genification Mars. Totally 100%. I can make the Mars whatever I want it to be. It could be gay, straight. What would you like? I terraformed Mars into a gay red planet. What do you think? If you guys, if you have objections to the Mars gay planet, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Because I terraformed it definitely into, it's now the gay planet. Definitely Mars is gay. And you have to just deal with it. Because, that's the way it works in the world. You just have to deal with Mars is gay. You guys can fucking kick me out anytime. I hope you guys are laughing. I was laughing. Mars is gay. Really? You had to go there. Okay. Come on. Somebody bail me out of here, this shithole I just dug myself into.
Hello.
Somebody. If I'm not spitting the truth, man, please. Stop me. Stop me. Stop me on my tracks.
I don't know. That was pretty funny, mate. I'm driving and that kept me entertained.
For real, bro. I thought I was watching a YouTube video. You remind me of a particular someone called A Call for an Uprising.
Damn.
How do they actually explain away that helicopter on Mars?
So low.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yeah. How do they explain that helicopter on Mars?
How do they explain the helicopter on Mars? It's an amazing phenomenon. Damn.
Because there's like air in Mars.
Well, it's 1%, isn't it? Or so they say. Well, a place that doesn't exist, it's 1% the atmosphere.
Come on now. If you can't like propel a rocket through a vacuum, I mean, if you could propel a rocket through a vacuum, then you could do anything, you know? You go fly to Jupiter and Saturn. And
we're gonna
remember when they crash landed that was there a probe into Jupiter?
I sure love Jupiter's rings.
Jupiter's rings?
Yeah, they got nice rings.
That's Saturn, isn't it?
I don't know. It looks cool. Saturn worship.
There's been a lot of devil worshipping amongst the celestial bodies that show, there's been a lot of like fucking cockery with the celestial bodies, no doubt.
Funny stuff, man.
Fuck.
We got them astrologist people with the crystals and the water and the veil.
Looking at the water across the crystals with the negative north,
the
Reiki south, divided by the clouds.
What about the ASMR?
Shit. Where does it begin? Where does it end, man? I mean,
full circle doesn't have a beginning or end.
That's what I love about a circle. No beginning, no end. Love it. Hey, we live in a circle, man. Check it out. We do.
What's always got me as well, you know, the compasses point north. I'm in Australia, if I'm on the bottom of a ball, that north is going to point out into space. Or I should be pointing through the earth to go north.
I'm with you, brother. I've always asked
stupid
this question.
I love how they make sense by drawing the magnetic poles curving.
Yes.
Around the globe.
Gravity, man.
Oh yeah, like it'll just curve. Invisible forces like that, I'm sure it will.
Well, here's the funny thing, man. If you take a magnet and put a bunch of like iron fragments, little fragments, like salt, you know.
You could put some graphing in it.
Fragments. If you put that around the magnet, you'll see the pattern of the magnet. You will see it. And it does look good. It does look good. The globe model says, hey, man, this is how a magnet works. And we live on a magnet because it's got the metal magnetic iron core and all the compasses point north. It's like, but if you look at the pattern of the magnet, man, it looks very rainbowish. It's kind of goes around the magnet, in a very, very particular pattern, man. It's a fascinating pattern if you look at a magnetic field.
Yes.
It is so cool looking. And they don't show it on a globe, but you can show it on a flat magnet. You can show the magnetic field through just little particles of iron that are the same consistency of like a salt, kind of real fine grain.
Better yet, we could use
Right?
graphene.
Graphene.
Magnetic.
Yeah, better. Yeah, even better. Yeah. Same
we
thing.
love graphene.
Graphene's amazing, right? Yeah.
I love it.
Magnetism's a tough one. I don't understand much about it.
It is. It's
all I
tough.
know is that if you wrap a wire around a nail and power it up, it'll be magnetic. So that's cool. Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
Copper, if you wrap it around iron, yeah. It'll definitely have a magnetic field, man. Definitely.
Do you have to put a charge through it?
Oh,
No.
yeah.
Or
I mean,
you gotta put electricity through it.
Well, magnetic fields, electronic fields, they're very similar, man, in their patterns. And I'm no expert, but it definitely is a fascinating subject to dive into, man. We're living on a ball, but everything points to the top of the ball. Whoa. That makes no sense. It makes no sense, bro. Right?
Yeah, I looked into toroidal, like torus fields, for a while when I was getting into flat Earth, and it's an interesting subject as well.
Bagel O'Day.
Well, I like fields, man. Fields are something we can check out ourselves, man.
Like soccer fields, football fields.
Grass fields.
Grass fields.
Football fields are pretty flat too.
The grass fields are my favorite.
Walking around in bare feet in the grass field.
Yo,
grounding.
Dude, can you unmute Jerry Vigors? He supposedly has globe proof.
Oh,
he's not muted, man. He can unmute himself, man. How about that?
He has the Helioclocus role, so I don't know if he can open his mic or not, but
it looks like he can, man.
He doesn't have a VC verified role. He has a detention role.
All right. Dude, I'm not a moderator, man. I can't do shit.
Is he in everyone's DMs? Jerry Vigors is in my DMs.
yeah, he slid in my DMs.
Yeah.
But I was just seeing if he could open up his mic. Or, yeah, you could chat about whatever, or, he's...
Yeah, man. If he's available, man, that'd be great. I can't do...
You can probably VC verify him, but I don't know if that's the right... If he's got to go through the VC check-in, but...
Dude,
I can go to VC check-in and debate it, record it. That's all good too.
All right.
And then see if he brings him.
Well, don't give up the fight, man. Keep out there. I know these times we find ourselves in. Oh my goodness. It's incredible, man. I'm thankful to be alive during these times, bro.
Definitely
It's been a heck of a
interesting.
ride, man. It's been a heck of a ride. Thank you. Thank you guys, man. Keep it going, man. Don't burn out, man. It's easy to burn out in this field. I've seen it, man. But the strong, we'll persevere through. We'll keep going. But don't.
I feel so much better being a flat earther than a fucking than what I used to be. I tell you that.
Exactly.
Everything's like a joke now, you know. Like you look around, you go, "What a dickhead! Look at this guy."
Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Okay. Next. All right. Are you kidding? Oh no, that's crazy. Are you kidding me? Oh, that's crazy. Yeah. No.
You know, I actually, I work a lot less now as well. You know, like I realised that, you know, I got to put a lot more time into the family and you know, and not worry so much about work. I just used to work constantly, and now I go, all right, time to go home. Let's go and have some fun.
Yeah, you got to keep a good balance. There's no perfect balance, but when you can find the balance, yeah, enjoy it.
Yeah, you got to keep on adjusting it. So.
Yep. Adjust the balance
in the field.
Yep. Be in the magnetic field. Oh, it is a field of finding your place in the realm. Damn, ain't that a bitch? It's a bitch, man. It's not easy. You newcomers, man, you got a lot to learn, man. But yeah, there is a balance, and find it. Find your balance, man. Find that beautiful balance, and it will work out, man. I promise, it will work out. Just like that ocean right there, man. That picture, man, between the mountains. It's a nice, beautiful balance between the mountains. Is to have a level between the mountains. Are you kidding me? What could be better, man? You got two beautiful mountains and a level horizontal line. Damn. What could be better? Dude, were you sitting on the porch there when you took that picture? Fuck off. Beautiful. Welcome to Flat Earth, man. Welcome. I know it's a weaponized term, man, Flat Earth. I know it is, but it does. At the same time, it does explain, what we do. But we could be just, level horizonist earthers. I'm good with that. Whatever you guys want to call it. I'm cool. Flat Earth it's weaponized, man. We know that, man. That's MK Ultra, CIA, whatever you want to call them.
Non-curvers.
Right.
I'm a non-curver.
We're level non-curvers. Non-curvers. I love it. That's a great term, man. Non-curvers. Smoke that one, man. We're non-curvers. Non-curve earthers. Ooh, let's see. Non-curve earthers? Oh, shit. That's a good one.
Non-curve earther. Non-curve earther.
Yeah.
They go, what? You're what?
Non-curve earther?
I'm still searching for that elusive curve. So I'm a non-curve.
Yes, we've been looking for the curve. Where's the curvature? Where? My new perspective. He comes in here occasionally. He's a non-believer. I was like, I like that non-believer, and I thought that was it was it's the best I've heard in a while, man. It was good. Damn, that's so. But I'm a non-curver. Shit. Where's the curvature? Where? Oh shit.
Can't bloody find it.
It's hard to find, man. The curve is hard to find. It's incredibly hard to find. And it would be great, man, if somebody showed up and said, "Hey, man, I got it. Here we go." Oh, that's Lake Pontchartrain. Okay, Soundly. That was, you got the curvature. Okay, we live on a 200-mile radius curvature. Thanks.
Yeah, that was a pretty tight radius, wasn't it? You know?
Like, really? We live on a ball that's 200 miles in circumference. Thanks. Thanks, asshole. You dedicated 6 months of a live stream to that, bro. You really?
And then someone went out with a P900 and showed it from a different angle, and it was dead straight.
Dead flat. Dead flat, man. Not even close to like even. Nah, thanks. That was hilarious, man.
People still go to it, you know. Like,
Yeah.
what about
Dude,
what about Soundly's pictures? You go, what?
Last night, man, the guy came in here and said, "I saw a picture of the curvature from New Orleans, Lake Pontchartrain." I'm like, really? You think that's legit? Really? It's horrible, man. You can't go there.
Oh, was that guy? Was he having a conversation with Lunatic? Was that then? Was that guy?
Yeah, Lou was
And he was
here.
talking about the ceiling fans and stuff like that.
Nah, maybe not. Maybe not. No, but the guy brought up Pontchartrain and Soundly's picture of the globe. And I was like, oh shit, we're in trouble. We're in trouble, boys and girls.
Yeah, if he's bringing that up, then he hasn't been around for very long.
Yeah, that Lake Pontchartrain. Yeah. Thank you. You guys are awesome, man. All right. I have to go to bed. Love you guys. Keep up the fight, man. I know it's a burnout, man. I know, dude. Believe me, I know. It can burn you up, but stay strong. Take a break. Don't,
Good night.
Couple days off, here and there.
Useful in my time.
But keep it real. Keep it straight, man. Keep it level. It's easy, man. It's just so easy. This is like, shooting fish in a barrel, bro. Are you kidding me? Yeah, thanks.
Have a good sleep, dude.
All right, guys. Cheers.
Good night.
You still there, back roads?
Oh yeah,
Whereabouts are you from in the US?
Florida.
Near the water, or?
No, near NASA. That's not a joke.
Have you ever been to one of the rocket launches?
No, but I've seen them.
What, through the sky?
Yeah.
How do they look? Do they, you know how they say they go in a parabolic curve? Is that what it seemed like from the side, or was it
Yeah,
going away from you?
they definitely don't go straight up.
Yeah.
See, it seems a little slow though, but that's probably just because the distance.
How far away have you seen it from?
I don't know, like 30 minutes from NASA.
3 what? Sorry.
30 minutes from NASA Space Center.
30 minutes. So like
Yeah.
what's about 50 kilometers. Yeah.
I guess so.
Oh,
I don't use kilometers here.
sorry, maybe 30 miles around there. 30.
Probably.
Yeah.
But yeah, they do launch rockets there.
Yeah, I'm not doubting that. But just depends where they go. Kind of
I
space.
would say they don't go straight up. They curve to like somewhere. I assume that's the ocean, but you know.
Yeah. Well, what's the whole idea is they go on a curve so that they can get up to speed, so that they exit the atmosphere on a like gradually. Yeah, that's what they tell us. Yeah, that's why they go in a curve.
I'll be honest. I feel like it would take a lot longer to get out of the atmosphere than what they show.
Yeah. Well, what's that Carmen line? What's that? 250 miles, I think.
Probably.
When it supposedly turns into zero gravity. Gravity. Okay.
They gotta put
How long you been looking into it?
the flat Earth stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know, like a year.
Ooh.
All I could say is 2020 is when I, woke up.
Yeah.
Haven't been the same since.
I think that was a lot of people turning point.
Yeah, I don't know why they did that. That was not a good idea. I think if they would have left that for like 5 years, they would have had control. If they would have just waited.
Let's be careful what we say too.
True. Always gotta walk around.
So what got you into flat Earth? What was there a certain video, a certain person?
I'm gonna be honest. I just typed the invite because me and my friends were like going around and just typing random invites with words, and we just typed in flat Earth, and then we joined. And I was like,
and that took you here.
Yeah, and I'm like, bro, this is legit.
Yeah, because I've been looking at this stuff for, I think it was maybe since 2016, but I only joined the server maybe 2 months ago, I think. So, but
I've been in the server for like 6 months or something like that.
Yeah,
it's been a while.
Yeah, there was a time there. I think it was early, 2016, 2017. I was just watching. I did a lot of traveling in the car. I was just watching YouTube video after YouTube video when you used to get the good ones, and I just went every day. I just went, oh my god, it's being every day is being more solidified that it's true. You know, it was some of the ODD documentaries are really good. You know, have you seen them?
I don't think I have.
ODD. Do you know who he is though? Yeah.
ODD.
Yeah. I don't know if his videos are still.
It's ODD
ODD
TV
TV.
or ODD Reality.
Oh, I think I've stumbled across his videos before.
Yeah, he's got some really good ones and explained really simply as well, like with really good graphics, really good music. I think he writes all his own music as well. So
That's pretty interesting. I've actually been more focused on the other stuff that isn't flat Earth.
the stuff that's happened in the last couple of years.
Yes, stuff that
Okay.
they don't like us talking about.
Yeah.
Nah, when I came across the server, it took me like a month to like realize, and then I'm like, oh yeah, I guess that makes sense, you know. And I went on with my life, I guess.
So you came in as a Glober?
Yes, I did.
If I can ask you, what was the thing that legitimized it for you? Like you said, when you found the Flat Earth Discord, you were like, man, this is legit. What is it? Consensus? Because lots of people are now talking about it, that suddenly you want to belong to that group? Or did you
No,
actually see information that...
the information was the stars, definitely. I feel like that was the most, the one that made the most sense.
Which one specific, if I may ask? We're really curious about what leads new people into this discovery of truth. So the more that we can understand it, the better.
So like, I could go look up at the stars, and then I go stare at them for like an hour, and you know they don't move, but we're moving supposedly, is what they tell us. So I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. If you think about what their theory is that we're spinning around very fast, and then our solar system is spinning around very fast, and our galaxy is spinning around very fast, and we're going around, spreading out from the center of whatever the universe is, and you know, you think you would be seeing stars like move, but you don't. I think that's what solidified it for me. And they make up all these very high numbers of speeds, so you would think that would like show stars moving, right?
Yeah, that's a great one. It's like in the movies where you see that camera scene where it rushes in on the person and then suddenly they're standing there dead still and there's no motion. It's like that same realization when you realize the Earth is stationary and level. Therefore, all the movement we've ever observed has to be in the sky above us. It's like your whole mind melts.
It does. It does. It's weird to realize that you know, we're not moving, and then I'm like, well, if we're not moving, then you know, maybe the Earth is not a sphere.
Something that originally dawned on me as well when I came to this topic was the angle or the way that the sun moves over our heads, even the moon.
Oh yeah.
That it rises at a 45, then it changes to like a 60 or a 70 degree. Then for parts of the day, it seems to travel straight, and then towards the evening, it starts to hook into the corner pocket again. And it's like, what? How would the ball be spinning if that motion was determined by us moving?
Exactly.
If it was truly us moving, you would see the sun rise perfectly east, stay on a straight tangent, all the way till it set in the west. Would be on that one axis because that one axis is what the Earth has, supposedly. But when you start seeing movement on 2 or 3 axes, it's like, unlucky buddies, your story falls flat.
It does.
Flat.
That's a good one.
Excuse the puns.
Yeah, it just travels around in an arc.
It does.
From down here, I see it when I face north.
The funny thing is,
And at Antarctica.
Now, I said before that I live in Florida, and like Florida is flat. There's no mountains here at all. So I could go look out into like.
Yeah, Florida is so much water. When you actually fly above it, you can see how flat Florida is because of all the water puddles that all have the same elevation for thousands of miles. You're just seeing the sun reflecting off this water that's all equally distant. When I flew to America, that was the one thing that dawned on me. I sat looking out the window. This was 2010, and I thought, "Holy shit! Look how flat this place is!" Like, I didn't know the information back then, but I remember sitting looking out the window and thinking, "Wow!" You can almost see when you're approaching from the Keys. You can see the ocean on the right, and you can see the ocean on the left, and you can see how flat Florida is. It's amazing. And then when you realize the info, it's like suddenly all those little puzzle pieces just click into place.
It all makes sense now. But yeah, that's my journey, I guess. Is not very I guess how you say exciting, but it's something.
Are you still in school or uni or
university? Yeah, I'm gonna go to some college. Haven't decided yet, and I should though, because I got less than a year.
What are you going to study? Astrophysics?
Nope. I like architecture. In fact, the whole time I've been talking here, I've been building. And
I'm a builder.
Yeah. I like buildings, I guess. Architecture.
I build houses and renovate homes and stuff like that.
Good stuff. I've made like electrical carpentry boards, like test boards. I have one in my room that I just use to plug stuff in it. And I install like emergency lights and exit signs, stuff like that.
Yeah. You gonna architecture for houses, or are you gonna go further, go into buildings?
I'm gonna go into commercial.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Like stores and malls and airports, stuff like that.
Better make sure those slabs are flat, mate.
Yep. There is
not curving with the earth.
These giant airports that have no curvature. It's just perfectly flat,
Yeah, well, a good one to look at are those big share factory places as well. So
oh yeah, true.
We got huge ones out here that go for miles and miles and miles. Or for me, kilometers, but
especially in Florida.
And they're dead flat because they have to work. Machines have to work, to go to go and pick up. They're just massive storage sheds, and they're all done off one datum point, and they're 15 kilometers long.
Yep.
Now, if you go 1 to 15 kilometers down each end of the factory, there should be a drop if they went off level. If level's curved, then I don't understand how that works.
But it's a strange thing that logic doesn't win in this argument. I think because we're not logical creatures just naturally. We'd like to think of ourselves as logical, but intrinsically we're not. I was speaking to an industrial engineer or civil engineer who'd actually been involved in road projects. And the longest road that he'd been involved in was about 250 kilometers, so 170 miles, 180 miles. And they had to create a grade or a level for that entire duration. And they spent months in preparation getting that thing level, with all the different substrata layers before you start doing the compacting and whatever. And when you explain to him that he's done this for hundreds of kilometers, he made one level, he still he still asserted no, level is curved and it just bends with the surface of the earth. So our level is always level, but it just also happens to curve perfectly with the shape of the earth. So we're just obviously on something that's large enough that level is always curved and curved is always level. It's just retarded. Like an engineer, dude who does this and understands what a grade is and how you get these elevations or these level elevations for the entire duration of that road, the whole length of it. And he still can't understand that he built a flat road on a flat earth.
Did you end up telling him how much drop there should have been?
I did. And he said, no, you're misunderstanding because you just, in your mind, you just tilt the ball and you're always at the top of the ball. So then as you tilt it, it's irrelevant drop because you're always just on the top and then everything just curves perfectly with, like I say, the logic is lacking. And you would think that an engineer with a logical mind would accept the logic almost emphatically that you explain to him that he built a level road and he's going to say, you holy shit, you're right. I did build that road level. This place is level. Oh, it's flat. See? And it's like,
with that type of logic, your vision would have to curve down too, and everything would have to curve down with that type of logic. But that just doesn't make sense.
But it would have to curve just at the right amount to appear flat.
Yep.
And that's the part that they always get stuck at. They, in their imaginations, they think it's curving, but so much so that it's always flat. So much so that it's always level. But yet in their mind's eye, they still see it curving.
And it's just to show you that the education system works. Works really well. Oh, it didn't work for me, but you get what I mean.
Yeah, it worked for me up until the age of 30 something. So
thank God I realized this young, because
Yeah, good on you, mate. You got a good start.
Yeah, I often wonder if I discovered this while I was still in uni, how it would have impacted me. Because once I knew that everything they've ever taught us is false, I never wanted to pay again for an education for false information. So, but it also showed me that when you discover the flat earth, you have to learn so much about so many different topics that your level of self-studying goes like a parabolic curve upwards. And once you realize that you can actually learn it on your own and that you don't need some priest telling you the answers, there's nothing that you cannot learn. And now you've gotten that realization early.
Yep.
Which is, there. Or what would you like to be? What would you like to do? For me,
gotta go to university for that piece of paper that says I can do it, though.
Yeah, correct. Well, that's if you want to be employed, and if you want to be a debt slave to someone else who pays you a salary. But the word salary should be like a swear word, because it means that your time is owned. Effectively, you're owned by someone for a small remuneration at the end. Whereas if you realized your true intrinsic value and that what you can achieve with an 8-hour day, if it was in your own capacity, will always exceed what your boss is going to pay you for those 8 hours. And then believe in yourself and go do it. Like, holy shit, you discovered the flat earth. Do you know how intelligent you are? This is the greatest IQ test of our century. If you've discovered this, you have all the gifts or all the talents. It's about now what you do with it. And that's why also to a lot of other flat earthers, I say to them, there's no excuse to be poor if you're a flat earther, because if you can discover this, you can figure this out. You can figure out what's coming. And if you know what's coming, you can place certain careful bets, buy certain stocks. There's things you can do to ensure that you never have to be underprivileged or not as privileged as you want to be. A lot of flat earthers went into crypto and have made tens of thousands of dollars through crypto not because they're blindly following a system, but because they know the system is intrinsically corrupt. And now they're leveraging on the fact that you know what the game is about. You're not just simply a bystander or a unwilling participant. You can now use the system against the system to achieve what it is that you want to achieve.
That's a really good point. Thanks for saying that. I do think that's true, you know? Yeah.
And also, a thing is, you still have to be involved with society. Yeah, don't let it don't let it take over your life too much. But you know, don't go, oh, like fuck this world, everything's wrong. You know, you've got to, you know, like you said, you've got to work with it. Like I work for myself, and I would never work for anyone else. And I end up working maybe 40 weeks a year, and the rest of the time I go and I travel around in my four-wheel drive with my wife and with two dogs, and we go and visit places all over Australia. Come back, start working again, and you know, keep a good life balance. It's a perfect way to live.
I agree with you. I still haven't got a job anyway, so yeah.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you're about to go to uni, but yeah, you know, if there's a way after uni to work for yourself, I think it's probably a better idea.
I just need that legal protection. You know, that's about it. I could make my own company, I guess.
Yeah, eventually you don't have to do it straight away. You got to learn how a business works first, and then do it. So the only way to do that really is to work for someone else for a little bit, and then you know, get out there and do it.
My server has really good advice.
Exactly. I was going to say, work for someone to learn, but don't work for someone for money. Try and
Never.
learn as much as you can, and then because you're smart enough to discover the flat earth truth, you will be successful wherever you decide to place your attention. So then just figure out how to place your attention where it needs to be. I only started my own business in my 30s, so there's a lot of time, you know what I mean?
Yeah, true. I gotta say though, this server is great. Like I've been in like 100 Discord servers, and this one's different in a good way.
I think what I found with most flat earthers are nice people, I'd say.
Yeah.
Actually, very good at listening. Suppose you have to be, don't you? And very patient.
At some point, there's people that can't be saved, and you know, oh well. I guess you just move on with that.
Yeah, I think you notice with some people, you get when they ask you a question and then you start answering the question and then they move directly on to another question after you, and they haven't actually listened to what you're saying. They're the ones where you go, you know what, I'm wasting my time because you're not even listening to what my answer is. You're just regurgitating questions that you've heard about the flat Earth. Just listen, stick to one topic, and you know, let's go through it. Most people don't want to listen anyway, so.
Yeah,
Good. There's a few good ones that come on here. I think today's, it was today for me, but I've been listening since this morning. What is it now? It's 6 p.m. 6:15 p.m. now. So I've been on listening since this morning. So I don't know what time it is for you guys.
It was only 4:25 a.m.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So what's that? 16 hours or something like that. Yeah, but I think there was a couple of Aussies on today as well. Globers. A Glober.
Some of these Globers are nice though. They're just misled. That's all.
Yeah, yeah. I think generally most people are nice. Maybe
I think what's amazing about
Not,
this survey is that we've had to check our egos at the door to be able to accept this truth. And the other Discord servers are all a battle of the egos. Who sounds smarter on a specific topic? Who made the other person appear dumb? There's this showmanship around ego. Whereas when you come in here, I've learned more in the last. I've been in this Discord for about a year now, and I've learned more in the last year here than I did. I can't think of any other place that I've learned as much as I have in here. And it's because
I
people
agree.
put their egos aside to just share truth. It's not about trying to bash you, or it's just, if you're wrong, we're going to correct you. So don't make false allegations. But if you're right, man, you're going to get the type of responses you've dreamed about your whole life.
Yeah, and you see people when they're talking about a subject, and then they say, I'm going to step aside because this is not my expertise. I'll let someone else take this, instead of making up shit to make themselves look good. So, yeah, I think you're right in that way. Ego.
The true smart people are the ones that don't have the ego. You gotta.
Sometimes it haunts you, but most of the time it's if you can get rid of your ego, I think you can succeed with most things in life. Oh shit, I'm wrong. How can I make this right? Instead of no, I'm not wrong. No.
Very true. Very true.
I'm actually on my way down the coast to. I'm going to try and get some shots, some photography shots from a town called Geelong, back towards Melbourne. Tomorrow morning, I'm going to see how the weather is. I think it's from memory. I think it's about 50 kilometres across the bay. So see how we go.
How is that?
Flat Earth Solar. The point I wanted to make about that story you were telling about with that engineer who's a Glober working on that road was that he's really good at doing his job, maybe good at being an engineer, but he's not good at thinking critically.
You bring a good point.
I'm not sure he's still in here.
Oh, yeah. He might have left.
No, he's still in here. He's muted. Well, that's what they should be teaching in schools: critical thinking instead of repeat and regurgitate.
It makes sense why they don't teach that in schools.
Yeah, they don't want 8 billion smart people.
Yeah, that would be good for their
not even
money.
Not even necessarily smart, but people that know how to think. Imagine that. They'd be fucked.
Oh yeah, man. They wouldn't be able to do what they're doing now. I mean, have you heard? I mean, I'm a part of this generation and I'm not proud of it, but dude, I'm sure you've heard of TikTok and stuff like that, but these people are just mental. They got an attention span of 30 seconds, and that's about it. And the fact that I've sat here for I don't know, 3 hours is pretty crazy compared to other people.
Yeah, it's good. I used to love watching Joe Rogan. I think that's what started me on long conversation kind of podcasts. But I don't know how the kids do it now. They what do they watch? 20-second TikTok videos.
Yep.
The people that worry me are influencers.
And they're called influencers for a reason.
Yeah. Like, what are they going to do later in life? I don't understand.
I don't know. I think their purpose is to just make everyone a little more compliant. I mean, you heard of the devious looks trend, where they like freaking destroy shit?
No. What is it?
It was a trend that they'd like destroy shit in like schools and in public places. Straight up vandalism.
On TikTok, wouldn't that be like putting yourself like
Yes.
actually handing yourself over to the cops?
Yes. Do you know how many people do that? A lot of people do that. It's kind of frightening. They film themselves doing a crime and they get caught and whoop-de-doo, they don't really care. They only care about the likes and shit.
There was a couple of girls here that stole a car, started speeding, were filming it on TikTok, and then they crashed the car.
It's the dumbest stuff ever.
They died live on on their TikTok.
Oh God.
Yeah. So
yes.
Just
I
don't
even know what
pretty
to say.
dumb.
It is. It is. These are the people who are going to be future employees, future doctors, future. Scary to think about.
Future politicians.
Oh God, the politicians already suck. They're just gonna.
Yeah.
They're just gonna be even worse.
Future police.
Oh fuck it! By then we won't even have police. Some of the stuff, man. This stuff would not fly 100 years ago. The stuff that goes on now.
What with the police or
with like society in general, Western society.
Yeah. I like watching those videos from the US about those First Amendment auditors. Have you seen what they do? They go around like filming the police, and then they say, "Oh, have you got it? Give me your ID." They go, "Nah, it's a First Amendment protected activity," and they go through this whole spiel, and the cops never get their ID unless they arrest them. It's pretty good stuff. It's good stuff, you know. We don't have anything like that in Australia. They can pretty much demand whatever they want.
They disarm you guys.
Oh yeah, that's another story.
Yeah.
The funny thing is, everyone's happy about it too. Yeah, but we don't have a lot of crime here, so.
Oh, interesting.
It's a pretty good place to live, except for the last couple of years.
Oh yeah, didn't they throw you guys in lockdown for like forever?
Yeah, we were I'm in Melbourne, so we were the worst lockdown city in the world. So.
Oh God, even worse than China.
Yeah, Victoria, Melbourne was the most days in lockdown. I don't know now because China were. I don't know whether we should be talking about this or not.
Oh yeah, true. Because this is going on YouTube, right? Yeah, we probably shouldn't say that.
Probably not this. It's a pretty boring conversation.
Yeah, but there's live streaming all the time.
Yeah. But the Earth is flat.
Yep.
Prove us otherwise. So your favorite proof is the stars. So did you see that diagram that was on before where this half of the year in June should be facing this way.
Oh yeah, I did. Yeah.
Yeah, that one gets me all the time. You should see totally different stars, not just stars in different direction on the horizon in summer and in winter. You know, it. You just look at that and go, I don't know how they got an answer for that.
Make it make sense.
What about all these, long observations? You looked at a lot of them as well.
Yeah.
Like, the Black Swan is also. Have you seen? There's a guy called Jay Tolan on YouTube. Have you seen him? He does long shots in infrared.
No, I haven't.
With filters on, look him up as well as that ODD TV. It's called Jay Tolan, Tolan, I think it is. And he flies in these planes, and he's got this wicked camera set up, and he puts these filters over the top, and he can see through all the haze on the ground, and he gets one. I can't remember how far it was, but he's flying across. He's flying across the Great Lakes, and you can just see everything. Like watch it on a big screen TV. It'll freak you out.
I remember going to there's this place in Tennessee, and it's called C4 States. And you go up there on like the top of a mountain, and you can see like everything. You see 4 states. I think it's Georgia, Alabama, Tennessee.
I think someone's posted that on here before.
Yeah.
In the live stream. Yeah.
Let me find a picture.
I'm driving.
7 states.
Are you putting it in live stream?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I'm just driving. I got to be careful.
It's in Chattanooga, and I've been here. It's a nice place.
Chattanooga. I've heard about this place. I don't know why I would have heard so much about it, but
it's a nice place. It's, I guess, because where the interstates converge, a lot of tourists go there when they're driving cross country.
Chattanooga, and that's Chattanooga. Is that Tennessee?
Yeah, Tennessee, and then if you go up more north, you got Knoxville, and you got the Blue Ridge Mountains, and those are nice.
Blue Ridge Mountains. They're in many songs.
Yep. The West Virginia song has it too. But yeah, you can see it's pretty flat from up here, even though there's mountains, but it's like not curved, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. We've got these. I do a bit of touring. We've got a salt lake called Lake Eyre. It's in South Australia. And it fills up. I think it should be filling up now, actually. We've had a hell of a lot of rain. And it's 10,000 square kilometres of flat salt lake water. So I think it's every 10 or 14 years it fills up. So I'm going to see how full it is. I might end up taking a trip up there. So for me, it's probably, I'd say a 2 or 3 day drive. So
I gotta say though, it's pretty crazy how we have all this ancient history that's so-called lost and stuff, but when NASA was founded in the 50s, it wasn't that long ago if you think about it.
Yeah.
And everything has changed since then.
Bro, the globe's not even that old if you think about it. It's not even been being taught for less than 100 years. It's not stood the test of time very well at all, my friend. That's it. Yo. I didn't hear you. I'm talking to you, but yo. Sorry, I'll scroll up now. Continue. Sorry.
But yeah, it's not old. How come something that was thought to be true for thousands and thousands of years just gets overturned like that? It's pretty crazy.
Well, because if you think about it, right, yeah, think about what happened. What was it that Columbus was using to navigate on a boat? Because navigation systems on a boat have always consisted of effectively a pylon or a round tube made of brass that goes from ground to floor, right? And because it's hard to have maps out on tables while you're navigating the seas and stuff, they slide off and all that crap, right? What they did is they come up with this genius idea. It's like, right, create a barrel shape or create a sphere shape and then emulate your map onto that. Like, put it on there, stretch it out over it, paper mache it almost to it, and then have a map drawn out. And then all of the people can stand around it, rocky seas or not, and they can sort of point and go up and down because it's ideal as well for topography because you can take a section of that globe, open it up like that, so you've only got like a half of it because it's just split in the middle. And then that would, let's say, resemble a hill, for instance, right on the side of where they were, and the topography matched more, right? So then the maps and everything, it would be easier once you got onto the ground to sort of say, oh yeah, the valley flowed down from here, this road flowed down from here. But apparently Columbus, right? Bear in mind, he didn't have the Americas on that globe in that narrative whatsoever, but he was navigating the globe with a globe map of the world without the Americas on it. And why? Oh, great. And I just think they realised from then, if we use globes, yeah, then guess what? You can basically just go, this is what exists, this is what not exists. It's a 360-degree spherical implementation of a map that allows you to never ever question about what's going on anywhere else. And you ice cap that off on two different ends with unexploitable land, and no one really wants to make the fucking measure to go anywhere else. And if you look at the declination of the magnetic electrotoroidal field of the Earth, it shows that there's missing space, and it doesn't make sense. It makes sense for some of the land that we know, and the way that flows makes sense. But for the bits that, are near the bits that they don't really want us near, the declination is completely off. So, and this is what I'm on about, the declination of the magnetic field. And declination might be the wrong word. Flat Earth Solar would know the better word for it. You know what I mean? But yeah.
Yep.
Like, that's frightening though, isn't it? To think, all right, yeah, okay, so, Columbus was navigating the globe with all these countries on it, and all the countries that we've got on our globe weren't on his. So, like, do you know what I mean, bro?
Yeah, it's
like, fucking hell, what? And you say they reckon they knew the circumference of the Earth, right? By the way, before they knew the Americans existed in the Western world. How? That's so stupid. That makes no fucking sense. Because if it's
But then it's
25,000 miles of the circumference, then you would have known that you literally only had 12,500 miles of circumference going from east to west, wouldn't you? These are simple points, boys, but I'm telling you, they stump anyone out there who thinks they're like, even the top anti-flat earthers. Like, remember that Matthew Learns guy, Black Roads? The questions I was asking him, he's like, oh shit. Like, he didn't know how to answer me at all. I haven't been here 6 months or whatever, but like, he didn't know how to answer me. He never rarely answers me. You even stumped him a few times. Mate, some people try and answer me. He's a little bit more honest though. But even he's a liar.
Pretend you were a glober. How the heck would you answer that?
You can't.
Exactly.
Yeah, like, I've been doing this like well, I like literally like it's a bit of a brag, but I was brought up a geocentricist. So I wasn't taught the Earth was a globe ever in my life anyway, right? I was taught it was a geocentric, meaning obviously orbiting around us instead of the other way around. Geocentric Earth, right? I wasn't taught it was necessarily flat, right? But not like that. My dad knew it was flat and all that stuff, I think. It's the stuff he used to say to me. And he'll be like, one day, when you get older, you'll evaluate it, yeah, and you'll be like, oh, okay, and after he died and everything, I did. I was like, oh shit, I had to think back everything he told me. I'm like, I need to see what going on out of it, yeah. But it was like in 2015 we started getting these white leaflets, right, about like the Earth curve calculator, measurements to the horizons, and all this sort of stuff, right? In like Christian bookshops and all sorts of different places, right?
Bruh.
And there were white ones, and it was like Edward Hendry, right? Yeah, and 200 proofs Earth not a globe, yeah, and stuff like that. And like I started reading one, and then I got a Zetic astronomy one next, and that was like 2014 or whatever, 2015. It was early on, you know what I mean? And then
Is it Zetic astronomy? Is it Zetic astronomy, that one?
not that, I don't know if I had that one then, but I know I had Edward Hendry's book, yeah.
Yeah.
Biggest lie on earth, what it was at the time. And then and then I had what was it? Darwin's Black Box by Michael Behe as well, going into irreducible complexity, the flagellum, obviously completely debunking every single point that Darwin said would need to be proven in order to debunk his theory, which was a family-held religious belief that happened to come around at the exact right time, obviously, with the original title of his book being, what is it? What is it again? Survival of the fittest, something else, and then preferred races or different races.
Yeah.
And it's like done in like and they've changed it to be like, yeah, but he's talking about birds and that, and I'm like, what are you on about? It had phrenology in it, right? It was a family held belief, and it's an abhorrent one. It was his granddad did the same thing. Him going to the Galapagos Islands was just an exotic tale. He could tell to everyone around aristocratic tables. So like that was like his coronation. It was like the thing that made him exotic, the thing that made him be the person that had done something different. So he might have some knowledge that other people hadn't had, right? Because that was somewhere most people hadn't been. And then it's like, it just so happens it coincides with the cotton picking trade, while his family's stuff before had been rejected and they could never get anything published. And then the cotton picking trade comes in, and every household in any country that had slaves had a copy of that Darwin's book of preferred races there, printed in every language, ready to read, because then it takes the now you don't need to morally condone why you're making black men pick these cotton in these fields as slaves, do you? And mistreating people because they're not even in the same species as you. Because the scientist who's got the newest theory on evolution has said so. And the aristocratic party ate it up because it meant good money for them at the time. Do you know what I mean? And it's like, no one wants to talk about that shit. It's fucking, bro, that's some serious shit right there. Like, Darwinism can't be taken seriously at all. Anyone who wants to talk about it, Michael Behe, irreducible complexity. Why did he get took to court in the ATF court, by the way, Alcohol, Tobacco and Firearms Court? Judge was the one that judged on the case to do with the flagellum and the super poison injector, which is something that looks similar to the flagellum. The flagellum is like a super, efficient rotary motor. It's 99.9% efficient, but it's a micro. It's literally a bacterial. Well, you could call it a bacterial micro machine, but really, it's a biological. What do you call it? Biological thingy machine, right? Yeah. So
He had possession of this? Why did he get taken to court?
he got taken to court for this, right? Because he started going to different colleges and saying, look, this is a different take on Darwinism. He made a book called Darwin's Black Box, right? He outlines the flagellum being something that it needs all 60 of its parts. It's got a clutch. This is an organism, by the way, yeah? An advanced biological micro machine. It has a clutch. It has a C-ring. It has a differential. And it's one of the most efficient engines of all time. It does is it propels bacteria around the Amazonian rivers and shit like that, right? Yeah. And this flagellum, when under a microscope, right, you take away one of its parts, it's irreducibly complex. And it's a lot more complex than something like a mousetrap, for instance. But then you have evolution that says, okay, you need an amino acid, right? An amino acid to be able to turn into a protein has something like, I don't know, 20 million expressions that need to happen before it happens. They've only ever been in a cultured environment, they've only been able to get one amino acid to turn into one amino acid to turn into A protein, yeah? So then a protein needs to then attach to another protein, okay? In a culture setting, they've only ever gone from amino acid to protein once. To do it like to get to the level of a flagellum, right? You need, for just one of its parts, remember, just to get up to the level of DNA, you would need one of those parts of protein to attach to another protein that was made from an amino acid, for them to have the right rewrite and copy and date, like the ability to copy and sort of merge to have functioning like cells between each other for them to work together, right? Yeah, for just two protein cells to connect. Two protein cells are nowhere near the level of even being anywhere near anything that's got DNA, by the way. So it then becomes like you would need next time it's got a square law on it. So now it's two. Now it's like instead of like 9 million expressions for the first square to attach to the next one, it's now like 16 million, and then it goes up to like 36 million for the next because you get more and more each time, and you have to be of equal size each time as well. So it ends up becoming the like the odds on it are absolutely fucking ridiculous. Michael Behe, type him in, he is literally an accredited microbiologist who was ousted by the scientific community because he did the listing Darwin's work. He did every point and disproved every point with real observational and experimentational forms of science that are reproducible, and he followed the scientific method down to the T. Naturally observed phenomena. Yeah? Flagellum.
Yeah.
Okay? Understand? You know what I'm saying? Like, and then how he disproved it is again, if you take away one part of that flagellum, is it able to exist and live anymore? You can't take away one part because every part serves a purpose. So how did it evolve from one piece, which as they say, it would have evolved piece by piece, and this flagellum, just one piece of it, is more advanced than like I was talking about, maybe like 19 million expressions of amino acids that then turned to protein and somehow collided and got together, yeah, to make something. How's that piece survived on its own up until that point? And how did all the pieces survive up until the point to get to the complex machine it is, right? Yeah? To be able to do its job to how it feeds itself. It's impossible. You take one part away, it dies, right? Provable in a lab. Again, the argument that was placed against it by some scientists, right? Loads of people become creationists in the scientific community in one big bout because of this guy, because they were on his side. And no one talked about it. QE did a brilliant breakdown of this years ago, right? But like this was before he was a flat earther, right? Like, that's what I was watching him before he was a flat earther. But then this is where it's amazing. It's like this: they find something that looks similar to the rotary shaft, okay, of the flagellum, which serves a different purpose. Bear in mind, okay, it's an injector of a toxin that attaches to bacteria, okay, and feeds off of it, and it looks less evolved than the flagellum. It doesn't have a clutch or anything like that. But these things have an ability to poison something and extract nutrients. The flagellum doesn't work in that manner, okay? Like it does a different job. It ferries other bacteria around, and through doing so, they pay it in fuel, right? You know, these are micro machines, biological micro machines. And the flagellum, even in the evolutionary chart, was posted as existing, right, after the flagellum. Yet they argued in court that the flagellum evolved from the super injector. You can't do that. You switch your own timeline around to prove it in court, and then an alcohol, tobacco, and firearms court guy was the one who ruled on the scientific community's findings that he was in the wrong and that everything he said was incorrect. And then he got sued, taken out of the scientific community because his books were inside the school libraries as an alternative to evolution. What's the fucking problem with there being an alternative to evolution? You already
Yeah.
admit it's only a theory. Anyway, this guy comes out and disproves it all. Want to know why? Because their whole story falls apart if we don't have evolution, isn't it?
Yeah, well,
They
that's
need
it.
evolution for everything to turn from what? Hydrogen into what we have now. Because it's only hydrogen that was born out of the Big Bang. You don't get from hydrogen every element and compound in existence in the earth right now. Bollocks.
Yeah.
Sorry, I went round.
What's no? That's all right. What's this guy's name?
Michael
Or is
Behe.
How do you
Michael
spell that
Behe.
surname?
He. So Behey.
Behey.
Yeah. Just type it. Yeah. Behbe maybe.
Okay. Yeah. So Michael Behe. All right.
Yeah.
And
I think
can you still find his experiments, or are they kind of wiped out?
yeah. Bro, his book's still like you can still get his book, bro. I could probably get it for you in a minute, like a PDF of it or something. Even.
That sounds really interesting. Is
But
it
watch a
illustrated as well?
video. Mate, YouTube videos about it are best to watch because it's like literally like the argument, how it was like a kangaroo court thing and everything like that. Like, trust me, like it's brilliant, mate. This is the argument of irreducible complexity, and then you've also got the argument with. It ties into the argument. Someone help me out. What's the phraseology on this? Flat Earth Solar knows it, but he's not really answering back. People talk about random speciation. Or is it random speciation. And then yeah. I think it's random speciation. I'll post something if you want to find it.
You know what? This subject's so interesting. You could learn, out of all these subjects, you can learn something every single day, every minute of the day, and just keep on
Yeah, bro.
learning and learning and learning, and you still can't retain enough information to and you haven't even you haven't even touched the tip of the iceberg. Like
that's why we're compiling it all here to make it quicker and easier. How long have you been in the server for, bro?
This server, I've only been in this server for 2 months. I was listening on YouTube for about 6 months, but I've been a flat earther for a while, since about 2016. So I've seen a lot of arguments, but
nice talking to you guys. I'm gonna go.
All right, no worries, bro.
See you, mate.
Nice to meet you, by the way.
You too.
Appreciate you.
Have a great day or night. See ya.
Yeah,
Good
sorry
luck
for
with your
being a
studies,
bit
mate.
overpowering. But yeah, so
What we saying? Have I got what?
have you got Flat Smacker's playlist, because he compiled all of the best videos from around the time of when YouTube weren't censoring us and all that shit, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And so yeah.
Who's that? Flat Smacker?
Flat Smacker's
What was
playlist. Basically, so okay, I'll send it to you. But any links on there that haven't been updated yet, I'm gonna go through it soon and try and update them again, right? I need to get the code to be able to like edit it properly so that people can't just. Well, I need to edit it on my account that's private, because obviously it doesn't matter if I edit mine. I'm not editing everyone's. Then, like, you know what I mean, give it to the community, and then update like just the videos. Like, keep every link that he ever put in there, but put the links for the video archives for, like, Wayback Machine and that, because obviously a lot of the YouTube videos got deleted, but they're still on like the archive websites and stuff like that. I'll get it for you now, mate.
Yeah, I love that. Before I was in the server, I was always on David Weiss's app, just watching every video, every interview. But it gets a bit repetitive, and
Yeah, it does, mate. Definitely. I like David though. I do like David a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I think I'm friends with him on Facebook and that. Like, he's been about for a while, man. Like, he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, I remember his other YouTube channel as well, the Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole.
Yeah, that was a good one, wasn't it?
Yeah.
VC.
I like heaps of other stuff as well. Yeah. What's his name? What's that Sam Tripoli tinfoil hat?
Yeah.
Yeah. I like that stuff.
Do you know what? I stopped watching anything to do with any flat earthers or whatsoever. Not even Joannaism. Anyone. Probably going back about, don't know, maybe since 20. 18. Because I'd read. Yeah, I'd read the book
after 2018.
Yeah, I read
great.
all the books and all that stuff, and I just thought I've got my own brain. I'll just make my own arguments from now on.
Yeah.
And like, people don't take it deep enough, mate. They don't take it far enough, you know.
Yeah, I like I was saying before, I'm going to try and get some shots tomorrow.
Yeah. Say that again. Shots of pictures. Sorry.
Yeah, long range pictures across the bay. So we'll see how it goes. The weather's not that great at the moment, but I'll see how it goes. The mornings are normally pretty clear.
Oh, I need to get my moderator tag back with there. Get my mod tag. I've been away for 6 months. Tag. Please. Back. Oh.
Yeah, like when I'm just cruising around, now I just listen to this constantly while I'm at work. But I like watching Globebusters as well. But
Globebusters, yeah, it's annoying as well, man. Like I basically got docked heavily, and that's one of the reasons why I've been away for quite a while. You know, like yeah.
You got doxed?
I got doxed quite badly, yeah, and the person that doxed me, like it wasn't really his fault, but it is his fault that he decided to record my cousin talking about me, and he split my name and all this stuff, right? Yeah, and then yeah, I got arrested like a little while back. Yeah, I got proven not guilty like literally the other day. But I was remanded for months, so you know, it's what it is.
Yeah, you never get that time back, do you? And then when you've been accused of something, you know, it still hangs around. Doesn't go away for a while.
Well,
So
I've not been accused of anything that's like bad like that. Do you know what I mean? I was just out hunting on land that I thought I was able to be. The air rifle I had, unfortunately, was overpowered. But the guy from the factory that makes them testified completely to say that I didn't play around with the air seals or anything like that. And he said he would testify. I didn't even get to that point. They threw it out of court the other day. Like I went into, we rushed it into court as quickly as they could because that's what they tried to do to me. I had to get it adjourned. They was going to try and run me over with a train mate, acting like as if it was an AK-47 almost because it's an air rifle overpowered. In England, they don't distinguish between an air rifle that's overpowered, not on private land, with that. And I was 100 meters off of someone's land that I was 100 meters off of the land that I was allowed to be hunting on. But they made it out to the people whose land I was on accidentally 100 meters, yeah, that I had like a real firearm and all that. But it wasn't. It was an air rifle. So once we got word out to them, they dropped the trespassing charges, and then they spoke to the people that let me on their land, and they said, no, he's a good friend of ours, and like pretty much we didn't tell him exactly where the borders are. Because I'm in England, bro. There was no hedge line even. You know what I mean? I didn't jump over a hedge. Like, it's just big open fields, like hundreds of acres. And yeah, man, like like that got resolved, but it just took forever, mate. It took forever to do it all, and they were trying to railroad me, trying to force me into court on this firearms charge with no way of me changing the classification of anything. And I just thought, no, all right then, I'm not doing this. You know, and they said I could get bailed instead of be remanded, but part of that was that I had to sign on to like I was at like someone that was had like a gun crime registry and like until a later date. But that stuff never comes off your criminal record as a reference, even if you get proven not guilty. So I said, no, just keep me in. I ain't risking me being able to like go and live in America or something like that, you know. And no, they would never let me in. But now my record says nothing. They had to throw out of court. They mishandled evidence as well. So it got thrown out of court. I was actually annoyed it got thrown out of court. I wanted it to go through the whole trial, mate. I would have made him look like absolute idiots. But yeah, oh well.
Oh well, at least you don't have to put up with the stress of it now, anyway.
Yeah, it's done. I can't say correlation route to the doctor had anything to do with that. I can't say that, but I'm just saying I don't know if it helped. You know what I mean? I don't know if it helped at all. Because the guy that doxed me or whatever, I'd had conversations with him about hunting and that before. Didn't know he was a Glober. I didn't know he was the way he was, And yeah, I'm just feeling too. I'm coming out with but yeah, with same with Globebusters, it was annoying because they just put me onto the panel as a full-time panel member, and then I basically let all Nathan Oakley and that down because the person that doxed me was in that server, and it was the moment I went in there, I got focused hardcore, bro. Really hardcore. People found out where I lived, everything with it. It's the day that I signed in on it or whatever, my name and everything was on the bottom of my Google account and everything. So, yeah, because it didn't switch over in time. But yeah, and then so I let him down and everything, and I couldn't even tell him anything really because got nicked pretty soon after that.
So you just had to disappear and not tell anyone what was going on.
Well, not disappear. Well, yeah, it was ended, mate.
Sign off.
Custody.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to give him my sign-in details to come on here and do all of that. You know what I mean? No way. Madness.
Oh, mate, it's been a pleasure. I've got to get going.
Mm-hmm. Nice to speak to you, mate.
Yeah, you too. Chat soon.
Yeah, mate, you too, brother.
Good luck with everything.
Thanks a lot. Good luck to you too, brother. Northern Rebellion's in here.
You.
3.0. Oh, bro, I remember when you was on number 1. You're doing something good. There you go.
I was deleted for my own safety.
Right, a surface containing all straight lines that connect at any 2 points on it. Curve.
Discord deleted my account. Yeah.
What? Say that?
They
Discord
deleted my
deleted it, yeah?
accounts for safety purposes. Yeah, for safety purposes.
All right. Okay. Who was someone about to be hurt? Were they? Oh well. That's what they said.
Now I'm not allowed to join any random servers.
Random servers. What does that mean? All servers are random, though. What? Treat us like extremists, aren't they? No, but they are, man. I remember when I got banned from Facebook, I was like, you know what? I'm never coming on here ever again. Bye then. You're a robot. Sorry, man.
There's many days where
You're a robot in a little bit.
3G.
Oh man. I can't even turn the bit rate down because I'm not a moderator at the moment. I'm on limit activity. Yeah, I might be.
Yeah, I got 4 bars of 3G.
3G, to be fair, the fact you're on 3G, in England, you would never ever Discord with 3G. So that's impressive. No, I can't do anything. Hey. Oh yeah. All the rocket knowledge, did he? Wow.
So you're back, or you're back for a bit?
Yeah.
You know, it's probably been a couple months, or what?
6. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't see you. Yeah, I didn't see you for a while, for sure. I'm sure everybody has that where, like, I'm going to take months off. I'm going to take 6 months off, but then I find a bit more free time, and then I come back.
Sorry, what's that? What?
No, I got LTE now.
Yo, what's that? No.
Let me go. You're clipping. Get closer to the ground tower. I just hit LTE.
LTE is like 4G, is right? Yeah.
Is that any bad? Fucking dog shit. Mobile phone.
Any good conversation today, or dead? I know Jesse was here and Matthew were there too, but I don't know if you were talking to those guys.
Jesse and yeah, they left after I came in. Yeah. Like he had some weird blow proof. And I was like, so-called blow proof. I was like, really? Come on. Like I was like, how shit is that?
Yeah, it's desperate. It's just like it's like I think I'm not a surveyor, but I think I saw curvature, and it was just.
I think I saw curvature, but did you see the image that you put up, bro?
Oh yeah, I've seen. Yeah.
Are you talking about Jesse?
Yeah. I wasn't here, but I know his
terrible, bro.
Is it on the X or Y axis?
The theodolite man.
Honestly, I come in here like I literally went on a tyrant since I've come back. I literally only just been away. I've just been away for like 20 minutes, like taking rubbish out and that, and come back, and I've just been shouting the whole time. Now, I've not really been able to like scream about this for like a little while, so just come in and I just literally just been free going like go on the live stream and record back. You would just hear me just being like, bah, black sheep. Have you got any world globers? No, you don't at all. You know they banned that as a nursery rhyme. Black sheep. Have you got any wool? It was apparently racist. What? Yes, Flatty.
Yeah, you're not allowed to say anything these days.
Anything. Rebel to the end.
Oh.
Yeah, it's true though, man. A lot of self-policing going on. And all that. So what happened with everything as well? Because like battle mods and that is not here. The server I've been listening on the YouTubes as much as I possibly. If I need to stop swearing. Did I just swear? No, I don't think I did. Anyway,
Holy shit! There's like one spot where I get service. Yeah, I can message you about battle mod, or I can tell you, but
I don't. Well, I'm just saying that I don't really like. I haven't got a dog in the fight in that situation, obviously, because like I've been away or whatever. But the server seems like I've been listening on YouTube a little bit, even a couple of times when I was like in there or whatever. Right, I did. That was because a couple of people have like smartphones occasionally, right? And like I just like would on, you know? And it like to be honest, the server just sounds a lot better anyway of recent. I ain't gonna lie. So whatever's happened, whatever cleaning that's happened, regardless of the reason, it's been good. But yeah, hit me up if you want, bro. Like it would be nice to know. But
yeah, I don't want to talk about it on live stream. I totally agree. There was one time like 3-4 days ago where like it reminded me of old times where like 4 people were jumping in and it was just constant 5 people, 4 people, 5 people. But in general, it's been better where it's been more one-on-one and like Matt Witsit, Elijah, and I can't remember who else, but destroyed Matthew on Saturday for like 4 hours straight.
yeah.
And it was just like a 4-hour marathon of Matthew just getting bludgeoned constantly.
You missed me do it earlier for an hour too, bro.
I know, yeah. Matthew was in here, and who else? Matthew and Jesse. And I was just watching. I was doing other things, but I knew they were in here. And you know, when Matthew's in here, it's going to be the same thing. It's going to be like, I believe, and whatever.
His name should be
Matthew
Matthew Doesn't Learn.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah,
like
right.
Whatever there's no evidence for, or it's all bullshit. He's just like, I just believe it. I just believe that's true because they said it. It's like, what? Yeah, just he's good for sound bites. Just ask him questions and they expose themselves.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, you just have to ask him questions in a calm fashion. 1v1, 2v1. Give people the space and the mic, and you can get the best sound bites you could ever imagine if you just stay calm and ask him direct questions. But I'm sure you did. I'm not saying you didn't, but I'm just saying in general. And you never know who's going to hear that sound bite. It could be in the moment. It could be a year down the road. It could be 5 years down the road.
Mm-hmm.
So all I'm doing is speaking the truth with good intent and trying to survive and enjoy life. And like, I'm in a win-win. You're in a win-win.
Indeedy.
I guess that's the part that's very fascinating about you never know when your words are going to be used by someone, especially with these live streams where it's mostly recorded. So Matthew Learns did a clip the other day where he copied a whole bunch of flat earthers speaking. He even took a clip of mine when we were talking about the difference between belief and knowing, and he made it out like flat earthers are the only ones who ever make that distinction. You know, because if you are under the belief of something, that means you know it. And it's just retarded how he's in here fetching content, you know, he's taking video or sound bites so he can edit it later to make him sound like he's the teacher and we're the ones being taught. But it's hardly ever the case.
No, he gets destroyed. But I was going to challenge him. I would love to talk to him in a debate or conversation for 2-3 hours, just for my own channel, for my own content, where it's like I want to get you to double speak on every single topic and have it condensed in a 2-hour version.
What
But
Well, I
about
feel like
what about,
that's a great idea, but Matthew is like he's version 2.0 of an anti-flat earther,
yeah.
whereby he stands straddling the middle. We often call him like someone who's straddling something. He talks about you flat earthers believe this, and then those globe believers believe that.
Yeah.
And I, Matthew learns, I'm in the middle because I can see both your points and I can see why there's this stalemate in terms of information
He's
flow.
like it's like riding on eggshells and him, bro. Both do the same thing.
Yeah, he'll often try and tiptoe around claims, but make it out as though it's some globe earthers believe. But then when you press him on the topic, he's like, no, no, no. Or, like you said, he'll say, oh, well, that's just what I accept. Yeah, that's what I believe for now. And then he'll say exactly what he just said he doesn't say. So,
yeah,
100%. I think someone
right.
needs to do a hit piece on him with all his contradictions.
see, I think the biggest misconception is like these globers think that there's actually people who go from flat Earth to globe. So they believe that they know Shanji, they know Ranty, they know these other two guys. They're like, I'm gonna get this flat earther to flip, even though nobody ever goes back to the globe. Like they're just here to try to convince the on the fencers to put a reasonable doubt in anybody who's potentially on the fence. But if you have like any inkling of truth, you know the globe is just done for in desperation and lies and pseudoscience.
I'm trying to get out of India and CJ. Like at the moment, I'm technically I'm the only moderator I think at the moment, online, and Whoa. Yeah, I'm gonna. Is my tin of rice spoon in there? Is it my tin of rice spoon in there? So yeah, yeah. What? So I got eaten. That bloody got eaten. Jerry Viggers. Okay, Jerry Viggers. Wait there. You VC verified. You are a helio cultist. Let me just unmute you a second, alright? Oh, your server muted. Oh. Maybe I'll unmute you for a second. Give me a sec, bro. And then I'll read out your comment as well.
Have you heard that term for them, heliosexual? Like they identify as helios.
Heliosexual, yeah, man, that makes sense. It's like being, it's like, yeah, man. Well, we shouldn't really go there, you know.
I've been enjoying that word.
It's like being straight for balls. You know? Oh, wait there is other moderators online, I'm lying now.
The free for all.
Yeah. Well, no, I've still got the inactive.
I think we'd call Gem Pandas a heliosexual gangbang.
Well, I have to go in there. I joined probably on my other account. I haven't joined my new one, but like, just ask him, like, why would you trust the government? And what are they gonna say? We don't need the government to prove the globe. Cavendish, Foucault's is like they're just retarded. That's the like you trust government and all these things are not experiments and you're just parroting out of pseudoscience. Like it's too easy. You can just get any glober and just take him and you just grab him by the back of the neck and you drag him to the woodshed and you like it's too easy. Any glober, anytime, anti-flat earther, anytime. It's too easy. But you also have to have the one-on-one or like hopefully not get interrupted where you can actually ask questions. There is no 15-degree drift or conservation of momentum. And then you thank them for the concession. They're going to double speak and say, it's moving, but we don't feel it. Yeah, like you just ask the right questions. Like, is the Earth rotating on a helicopter?
Northern Rebellion.
No, conservation of momentum.
Listen to this one.
Robot.
This one. No. Listen to this one a second. This one's really funny, yeah? Okay? No, I'm gonna unmute you, Jerry, okay? Sorry about that. I just had to do something first. So I turned around to Matthew Learns, right, and I said, yeah, Matthew Learns, I said, so we revolve around the sun, yeah, correct? And he went, yeah. And I went, and you believe that, yeah? Yeah, of course. I said, so the sun orbits actually around a basically made up non-existent center of mass between it and the other largest planet in the solar system, right? So they orbit around that non-existent center of mass because of their so-called masses and their sizes being equipotent. That's the best word I can say right now. Not equidistant, obviously, but they're equipotent in weight. That's the best terminology I can use right this second. All right. Anyway, I said, so how is it that because we were talking about obviously like paths of light and all this sort of stuff, or like the sun's motion on the earth and everything. I said, so if that's the case, then how are we rotating around the sun, and why aren't we rotating around that center of mass between those two things that they rotate around? Because that would be the biggest generator of gravity, right? And how would that affect it? And he was like, he didn't even know anything about that. Like, he was like, what do you mean? Like, I was like I was making it up. Like,
he didn't know about the great.
Robot. You dropped out.
I said he didn't know about the great attractor.
Nah. No clue about it, bro. Yeah. Then we went into it. Go ahead.
Oh, what? No. I was just gonna say, just like when they say, like the stars, the one rotation, when the Earth requires 4, 5, 6 multiple vectors at multiple speeds, move at 800 miles per second. Yet we see this regular pattern, and they don't know their model.
Of course they don't. Of course they don't. You know. It's like even when they turn around and say silly stuff like, well, yeah, well, you see the sunset, okay, and it goes behind the curve. No, it don't. You don't see it go down behind the curve. In your model, technically, I'm doing a backflip away from it, for one. For two, like, it's so ridiculous at this point. In terms of, like, if you map it out in the way that the sun moves, and the idea of like the differential because of like there's a differential between the Earth if it was to tilt the way they say it tilts, right? Okay, with that wobble as it does so, and then also with motion of the sun as it does so. Like, I can't remember how to say it, but it doesn't line up to the hottest portion of the Earth being exactly where it is. The banding doesn't work out right in terms of over a very long period of time of the wobble and the differentiation in degrees. Does that make sense? Like, I need to find the maths for it. Solar probably would be better at that one than me. Like, Solar knows like some of the like terminology that I don't know, but no, I rate Solar a lot when it comes to this stuff. Above,
It'd be like when
most.
that's one of my questions and one of my quizzes is I ask Globers, as you get closer to the heat source, does it get hotter or colder?
Yeah.
And then they say like I preface it with like, okay, you're within a fire 20 feet, 10 feet, 2 feet, does it get hotter or colder? And then yeah, it gets hotter. But it's the same with the sun. In winter, we're 3 billion miles further away, yet it's hotter. Like it's stupid. It's nothing in the globe model makes any sense at all.
Okay, right. Very vigorous unless he goes. No rolls. I could just unmute him here, but I don't know. Right. Jerry, you better speak like right away. I'm just gonna mute you pretty quickly. I just need to hear the tone of your voice.
Come on, PD.
Huh?
What's up, brother?
I don't know if Crack Villain knows, but he probably doesn't know about our friend.
He knows who he is.
Okay.
You know
Who?
who Piss Drinker is, didn't you?
Who?
You failed. Did you not check the chat? The ranked chat rules.
Whoa. What's happened?
I just over to warn you guys that Jerry Vickers dude, he's just been on the other side
him.
trolling and talking about really gross stuff. And I
I
just
just
popped
muted
here
him.
and saw that. Cool.
Yeah, I muted him and then he didn't really say anything and I just muted him. No, yeah. What were you just saying about reading? What is it? Northern Rebellion. Because I've been away for 6 months, bro.
I said in ranked chat roles, there's like, but yeah, it's
No, you have to read it out. But is it something I need
no,
to say?
no, that gives it away. Then if I read it out, it gives it away.
I said don't read it out, but like I needed to know the channel name. Ranked chat.
I'll post it in live stream. See if it comes up.
Okay.
Yeah, well, there you go. I'll tag you too.
NC72, bro. Head up to the VC check-in. And I'll come up quickly. I do the VC check-in pretty fast. Anyway, we can come back down pretty fast.
Hey, Becky. Crack.
Oh yeah, hello Becky. By the way,
I think she took off.
Oh, just left.
Maybe she just
Where's
come in
Crack
just to
Dylan?
warn
How you
us.
doing,
And...
Crack?
Oh, who's that? Wait there.
Trinity loves you.
Oh, Trinity, bro. How is it?
Bro? Hey,
what's up, my brother?
Long time.
You're blessed, man. I hope you're good, yeah?
You too. God bless, man.
Oh, cool. Nice to hear your voice. Ranked roles chat. I can't click on that hashtag. Not bad.
It's I think it's just above silver chat.
Alright.
Or you can go to usual suspects, but
maybe I'm not allowed in there because I'm on this limited activity moderator role at the moment. Like,
no, you're above silver. Silver has access to that channel, but
yeah,
maybe
but I don't even have gold on my thing. You see what I'm saying? So you get what I mean? So they may not have added that.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Yeah,
it's like a flaw. Like your temp mod, but it doesn't give you access to like the basic silver FE. or something.
No, yeah, because I should have the silver FE tag probably, shouldn't I? So, conversation. Wait, there. What was it?
Yeah, like the simplest way is I would put it is, since he's not here, he's a notorious troll or truther who can, I don't know, he pushes a certain agenda. He's
It was
Okay, yeah, he
Crack.
DM'd me before.
Yeah, P Drinker. You remember P Drinker?
What?
Do you remember P Drinker?
I told you he doesn't know. It's been 6
I know
months.
P Drinker, of course I know P
Yeah, yeah,
Drinker.
that's him.
What's wrong with P Drinker, bro?
I know they keep banning him all the time, man.
Huh?
They're banning him constantly.
Boy, he's a sound guy. He just drinks piss. He reckons he's Jesus too, so, come on. Be careful there, guys. What if he is? What if he is? And I can say that as well because I don't believe that's Jesus' name, so. So, Trini, don't worry, I won't be blasphemous, by the way, then. Yahusha, Trini. Alright, brother? I won't say that again.
What's up?
Nothing. He said that. Was it Trini? I'm confused.
What's up?
Yeah.
What'd you say?
No, I don't think you heard anything I said about the pea drinker guy. I said I think he thinks.
Oh no,
Jesus.
I've met him before. Don't worry, I know him.
Yeah. I said I think he thinks.
I know him well. He
Jesus
goes to Bible.
so.
He goes to Bible a lot. I mean, he's always
Oh,
in Bible.
really?
Yeah, he comes there a lot.
Yeah, I get on with him right, you know. I get on with him all right. Yeah, I can't find like silver chat or anything, bro. Like, unless I'm just an idiot.
Yeah, no, like I just posed like a little game since he's been here for like 3 months or whatever, that I just posed a game where we don't say his name in live stream or in text for like a week,
right?
And see who can with who can do it, who can not say his name. But
and he's been here for years. He's not just streamer.
Well, not years. It's been like less than a year even. It's like maybe at the most 12 months and a bit. About that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I only say that because I literally met him like day dot. And I mean, I know him from other servers as well, where like he's a mod in other servers that I've been like I'm a mod in and stuff. So I swear down.
He's a mod. He's a mod.
Yeah, yo, bro. Yeah, trust me, he's a mod in a server that I'm in. It's brilliant, and it's like not like a server that hasn't got it all together and that. Like he just conducts himself pretty well over there, I guess. Like,
well, like I was telling him earlier today, like I agree with some of the things he says, but then he pushes it over the limit. And I asked him today, is like, do you believe you're spreading truth, or do you believe? I was like asking him as a pure person or human, like, what are you doing here? What is your purpose? What do you think?
He thinks he can give you eternal life through drinking stem cells in your piss.
Yeah.
So if he believes it truly, then guess what? He thinks he's here to save everyone. He thinks you never have to die ever again. So that he is the true Messiah. That like you don't even have to die in this life. But bro, not dying in this life has got nothing in comparison to the idea of what heaven would be after death. Well, not after death, after show anyway. But yeah, I'm not going to go into that. But yeah. So
yeah, this life is like nothing compared to after death. Like this is just
point.
the test. This is just the test. And then all we can hope for is to like hopefully we get judged. Like that's all we can hope for.
I wouldn't say test, and I wouldn't say judged. I wouldn't even use those words. I would just say God's just a big, happy God and full of love, and you can just come to Him right now. That's all I'd say.
Mm-hmm.
He just loves you, man. He's a loving God, and He's a loving Father, and He just wants you to come to Him. It's not about judge. It's not about waiting for some. Oh, maybe God will like me or not. God likes you right now.
Of course, man.
That's the whole issue.
Abigail loves everyone right
God's
now.
not religious. God hates religion. God's like real. He doesn't like religion. He hates religion and being religious and worrying about fear
the
and
greatest question ever.
He's not
Trinity
worried
loves
about fear.
God.
God's not worried about fear and stuff.
He loves God.
He doesn't want you to be in fear and stuff.
When was the last time you sinned?
It's not about fear. It's not about sin. It's about loving God. It's about just being in love with God.
It's
all about being in love.
But one part. Listen,
you sin today?
Have you ever met a girl
or
before
yesterday
and fallen in love with a girl?
Why do you like?
I want you to fall in love with him. That's what it's about, man.
I am in love with him.
I agree.
Yeah, yeah.
I agree.
It's not about religion.
But I'm just
religion's the bad stuff. That's the stuff that like we got to stay away from. That's the stuff that's toxic.
Well, it depends what you're saying by that. Like, so, if, for instance, do you believe you need to repent in order for you to be saved?
No, you don't repent. You fall in love with God, and then you want to repent because He
exactly
gives you the ability to repent.
Yeah,
it's
because you get convicted.
It's not like
you do.
You try you run around scraping, looking for salvation, thinking, oh,
No,
one day maybe
no,
I'll
of course
hopefully
not,
be saved.
bro. Listen, I know that you're not saved by works. I'm not saying that. No. What I'm saying is that if your heart's truly changed, then guess what? You will be convicted by the things that you do that are not of Yah, and thus you will want to repent, and you will repent. And that repentance
will be natural.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the thing is, like at the cross, you become as holy as Jesus is. So you get that same holiness that Jesus has. You walk in that holiness. You walk in that same relationship. You don't get your own relationship with Jesus. You do in a way. There's secondary. You get your own relationship with Jesus, but it's based on. You don't get your. Firstly, it's based on Jesus' relationship with the Father. So through Jesus' relationship with the Father, you do get a relationship, but it's kind of like a secondary relationship. That's through Jesus' relationship. So you basically you're riding on what he did. So it's everything is through him. So your holiness as well. You don't just like wait for billions of years to become holy. You actually get sanctified by Jesus instantly through the cross, and then you actually become holy instantly. And that's what they're taught in the Bible. And actually that's and nowadays in Bible schools they've twisted and they changed it into like a progressive sanctification where it takes millions and millions of years to become holy.
No, that's the same idea as consciousness
uplifting. Like evolution. It's like evolution,
it's
and
not just it's less like evolution and a lot more like higher astral planes through layers of enlightenment, right?
What's New Age movement? They're into that kind of thing, like improve themselves. So we're not about improving ourselves and hoping for the best. Oh, maybe God will maybe like us and let us into heaven. That's not salvation. That's not Christianity. That's something else. That's religion. We have to try. We should just relax and just say Jesus did it all for us, and that's faith. When you say, "Oh man, Jesus at the cross saved me," and you trust totally in the cross.
Okay. Wait there 1 second. Though. Do you keep feast? Do you keep the feast days?
What?
Do you keep the feast days?
Feast days. What?
The feasts.
I keep Galatians, and Galatians says, "He who goes back to the law is accursed."
Oh no! Yeah, going back to the law itself, right? What the law itself is, though, is different, right? Remember, you got to remember that when Adam and Eve were around, what happened, right? The covenant, was broken. The covenant again could be replaced as the word, the word. And who was the word? Yahushua HaMashiach was the word, right? He died. He defeated death. Thus, the word itself, the covenant, was reformed, right? Again, means it's now unbroken. Okay? But the point what I'm trying to say here is this, right? Going back to the law as of then is not the same as the law going back into the law and looking at the laws back then, half of them were written by Pharisees. Okay, they were expanded upon. Yahusha, he never completely and fulfilled every law. Some of the laws that were written weren't even applicable to him. He wasn't a farmer, let's say. Wasn't this, let's say, for instance. So he didn't have to necessarily even fulfill those laws, right? Okay, a lot of them are ridiculous, but it does say that you will observe my Sabbath and have a rest of a day as a day of rest. Yeah, and there are reasons behind this as well to do with like taxation after your increase, right? Taxation after your increase, 10% of that is supposed to go towards the widows and everything like that. And then your tithes is going to be 10% of, again, your earnings to be put aside for your own family. 10% of your tithe should be for the tax of the increase for other people, and that's so that you can have a sabbatical year, like every 7 years, roughly, right? And this serves a purpose for fellowship and creating community, right? Because that's the only way for us to keep, as individuals, keep ourselves, you know, on not on fire for God, but it's the way we're supposed to exist, okay? And then I'll also add that the feast days, yeah, these are not detrimental to follow, right? And it's not like, oh, you're going to be chastised if you don't do it. It's that this is something you should want to do because you love Yah and because it glorifies His name to do so, okay? It's literally that. It's the same with like eating shellfish, for instance. Like shellfish are bottom feeders. They can literally end up with all types of poisons in them. Same reason for eating swine. Swine don't sweat. They have no way of detoxification. So like there's reasons why it was written in there. I'm just saying. And it says in the Bible, Jesus said, do not even think for a minute that I came to abolish the law. I came to what? Do not even think for a minute I came to abolish the
So
law.
which law are you talking about? You got to define which law, because there's like the Mosaic law, there's the Abrahamic
Torah
law,
mean?
there's the Melchizedek law. Oh, so that's the Abrahamic law with the hundreds of rules, right? But what I'm saying is, Paul said no. If you want to go back to that law, then you are.
But Paul's not Yahusha HaMashiach.
You're not part of Jesus.
Yahusha HaMashiach said, do not even think for a moment that I came to abolish the law, but to fulfill it. Okay.
And the law is love the Lord your God with all your heart and soul and mind and strength, and love your neighbor as yourself. That's the law.
That's not.
If you complete those two, then you've done all the law.
Yeah, bro. No,
he said,
no.
He said that.
No. It's not a
He
salvational
said
issue.
that is the law. Mm-hmm.
No, listen, it's not. So if that's the law, then is that a salvational issue if you don't do those two things?
No, it's not. It's that you can make that a law too, and then you're back into works. But it's not about.
But that's my point. So it's not about works with those two things either, and it's not about works with the other things that I'm talking about.
Love either,
a
because
part of that law.
You can't produce love because you and I can't love perfectly. I mean,
no, of course we can. Only He creates perfect love.
We can try, but we will fail because we have to have His power living through us. It's no longer us who lives, but Christ lives through us. And then
that's why we had the scapegoat. I understand that. I'm not saying that at all, brother. What I'm trying to get at is that effectively, like, you know.
Yeah, but
anyway,
we
might not. We probably
law.
shouldn't do that here. We probably should do that here, actually.
Like Gentiles, yeah. I mean, they were told there's only two rules: don't commit adultery and don't drink blood.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Virgo, Greg, I understand what you're saying.
There's only two laws, yeah.
And as well, like, obviously at the same time, I agree with that. Like, there's only two rules here. I thought we weren't supposed to talk about.
It's the only ones in Acts. In Acts it says there's only two rules I give you.
No, I was talking about in
do not commit adultery. Because the rest.
Wait, no, Jesus expanded on Acts. Do not commit adultery. He said, do not even look at a woman with lust in your heart. You have committed adultery.
Jesus had left already during Acts.
No, but I'm just saying. No, sorry, not on Acts. Sorry, Jesus expanded on. Sorry, I'm talking about the Ten Commandments and stuff like that, right? Okay, sorry.
That was after Acts. That was after the whole Acts thing. That was once Jesus had left already, and Peter and Paul was just saying to them, okay, it was actually because that book was written by, was it Was it Mark or Luke? I think it was Luke. Yeah, wrote Acts, and he was with Paul at the time. All the disciples wrote their books while they were with Paul. Paul was the main guy. He was given the revelation of the gospel, and the gospel is that man is not saved by what he does. He's saved by what Jesus did, and that saves you. And if you trust even in one little ounce on anything except what Jesus did, that is called legalism, and that is severs you from Christ. It severs you from the grace of God. So you want the grace of God working in your life, you have to abandon all works and all efforts of self-effort to please God. God-pleasing is religion. That's trying to get... It's man-pleasing is terrible. That's a terrible thing, to try and please men. Man-pleaser kind of people are idolaters, right? But God-pleasers are even worse, because they're trying to get God's favor by doing something. And as soon as you come to God with anything that you can do, you insult in the cross. Because Jesus did it all for you.
Yeah, no,
That's
yeah,
good news.
and yeah,
So God pleasers are
but,
worse
like,
than
for
man
instance, wait there,
pleasers.
but
Man pleasers are
do
bad.
you
God
think that
pleasers are
I
worse.
don't think any different than that? You see what I'm saying though? But
God
like the
pleasers are the
point,
worst kind of people, because they're trying all the time to try and be religious,
but do
and they're
you
trying so
wait
hard.
there? Wait there. Yeah, but this is in response to what I was saying. So, but it's a misguided response because you don't know, like you don't know my opinions on that. You're not asking me. I'm asking you questions. You see the difference there? You're just preaching at me about what you think I might think. I am asking you individual questions to find out what you actually think and believe, right? I'm not just trying to like rebut what you're saying, like because like I know that you know what you're talking about when it comes to that, right? Yeah, I know that 100%. You've got your narrative of what you're putting out, and yeah,
Oh,
cool.
no, I've got an
But let's
experience.
say for me, for instance, do you think it's worked for me to want to go to Sukkot for 8 days, yeah, and have spend time with my, like, if possible, go and see my wife and spend time with my wife and her family and everything like that, and all of us believers, and to sit down and to follow Sukkot? You think that's wrong? You think that's
I don't know what
worked?
Sukkot is.
Sukkot. I've had an operation. I've had an operation on my mouth, bro. Okay.
What is
Sukkot.
Sukkot? I don't know what Sukkot is.
Sukkot. Someone else
Sukkot.
say it for me. Like,
What's Sukkot?
not the coast, the cot.
Not sure what that means.
Well, then that's what I'm saying, bro. Like, you can't turn
Sukkot.
around
What
and
is the
say that
cove? Is that a place?
it's not a cove. No, 8 days, 8 days spent in the wilderness with Abaya. Okay.
Oh, you're talking about going out
To
into like a
Sukkot.
walkabout, like a...
No. I'm talking about literally the appointed time for us as believers to go and spend time with Yah in His creation.
Oh, you're talking about
And
like
with our
going
family.
out and camping.
Yeah.
Camping with Jesus.
Yeah. These are parts of the Torah, bro. That people, no one talks about that though, do they? Like, do you know how much that builds community, and how much that builds further love of exactly what you're saying? Do you understand what I mean? It's not
Yeah, but
about
what about people
religiosity.
that can't
It's not
afford to?
about habitual
People can't
nature.
afford to do it. What about people who can't afford to do it?
Oh, I couldn't afford to do it 2 years ago, and I was paid to go by other people because that's called community. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I mean, that's nice
But
to go on camps. I like camps. I mean, camps are
well,
great.
yeah, of
You know
course.
camps?
But it's not
Yeah.
just a camp, is it?
Yeah, it's like
You get what I
camping
mean?
out. You go and you sit outside and you sit by the bonfire and you eat marshmallows and have great time with Jesus. It's awesome.
Well, we don't eat marshmallows, no.
You don't have marshmallows? Oh man.
Well, what's in marshmallows?
Marshmallows. Gluten.
Gelatin.
Gelatine. What's it called?
Yeah. We don't. Yeah. Well, Abba says don't do that.
Gelatine. What's
Yeah,
gelatine is
from a pig.
Is that from pigs?
Yeah.
Yeah, 200, 300 years ago, they didn't have marshmallows. Pretty much.
I like marshmallows. Yeah.
Yeah, I know you like marshmallows, bro, but at the same time, the reason that Abiyah said to you don't eat do not eat of swine, it's because
Oh
they
no,
are
I
now
don't believe
scientifically
in
proven.
food restriction.
Listen,
Yeah, yeah.
listen. Listen. It's been scientifically proven that they do not detoxify. They have no sweat glands,
Oh
and
yeah,
they
I know
don't
about that.
really pant. They can't detoxify. That it's a meat that's extremely bad for you. I mean, and there's no way of knowing what they've been eating, and there are certain sort of things that they can eat, over and over again, and it can be damaging to your body. Same with crustaceans, bro. Like lobsters, they piss in each other's faces to communicate, and they're bottom feeders. And what they do is filter water all day through their mouths in the sea, which is where sewage goes into. You understand? Right? So like toxoplasmosis and stuff like that, and other lots of rare diseases that back in the day when we didn't have hospitals, you should most definitely not do this, because also exponentially there were more people allergic to shellfish. Over time, people have been exposed to it more and more in trace amounts, and they've gained a tolerance like a drug. But back in the day, a lot of people would drop dead from eating shellfish a lot more often as well. So Abiyah, put it in there as a thing. Don't do it for your own safety. It's not like a thing like you shouldn't do this because I'm telling you not to do this and it's worked. Like, and I'm trying to make your life hard. It's nothing like that. Like that's what people get it twisted. Like, nah, ain't like that, bro.
I like
Like,
I like pork ribs. Yeah, I eat pork ribs.
Well, yeah, all good for you, bro. Like, but you're nourishing your body with something that literally is classed as it's sinful in nature, you know.
Well,
and you're not repentant because you love it as well. You're in love with eating pork ribs. You shouldn't be in love with eating pork ribs.
not that
That's
I'm not
idolatry.
in love
To be honest,
with a pig. No, I don't. I'm not in love with a pig. No, not at all. I just eat it because
you can enjoy it, but don't love it. All right, I'm just letting you know, bro. Be careful.
I don't make love to a pig. No, not at all.
No, you don't. No, I said don't love it. Like the experience of it.
Love is a very tricky word because there's different types of love. There's agape.
Yeah, yeah. You can say agape. No,
agape.
no.
I don't phileo. No, it's not my friend. I don't
phileo love.
friend.
Yeah.
I don't.
All of that's rubbish as well. All of that's rubbish as well.
I don't eros it because I don't have sexual desire for it. I don't. So I don't.
Is that what you think happened with Jesus? Is it where he said to him 3 times and all that?
Sorry.
What
happened?
What do you think happened with Yahusha? Yeah. Right. With the with what happened with the disciples and with the different types of love, when
they had like phileo love and they had agape love. They were friends, and they were
But yeah, he still denied him 3 times, right?
Yeah, but you see, they were functioning from the old nature still, because they hadn't become new creatures yet. Because through the cross,
but I'm saying, why was it stated that then? Why was it stated that way then?
I mean, they were functioning from the old, the nature of the old Adamic nature, because the good and evil nature from the Adamic nature, that was dissolved at the cross, and that was buried 2,000 years ago, 6 feet under the ground.
I understand all of that. I understand.
And you are a new creation in Christ Jesus. So the new creation is not bound by all those laws and the rules, because we died to the law. It says in Romans 7, it says we are dead. When you're married to someone and then this person dies, you can get married to somebody else again. So you were married to the law, right? The law was there. It was the tutor. It was there to lead you to Christ. But once Christ comes, you don't need the law anymore, and you die to the law.
Okay, so do you think when you die, right? Yeah. So like, let's say you marry 8 women, and they all die or whatever. Like, which one's your favorite wife that you want to sort of spend time with?
But you don't think like that in heaven, because
I know you don't. But I'm just saying, we don't know yet. In
heaven there is no marriage, because
there won't be any marriage because everyone's in one marriage.
You see is Jesus.
I know that. But all you see is Jesus. Okay.
And there's perfect. You see perfect people, because even now, right now on earth,
I know that.
You can see people as Jesus sees them, because
I just wanted to know your
when I look at you,
understanding.
I see the perfect Jesus version of you. Even though you might not see it yourself, I can see that perfect version of Jesus, you. And that perfect version of
That's
Jesus.
not his name, though, bro. Like, that's not his name.
Well,
So I don't know who you're
that's the
talking
thing.
about,
God's not like he's not
Don't
like
go and tell me he knows my heart. I'll tell you
freaked out though.
Jesus' name in
But he's not
Hebrew.
freaked
I've learned
out.
the Paleo Hebrew, you know? Huh?
But he's not. God's not freaked out about stuff. He's not like he's
I
like
know he's not freaked out by it, bro, but out of respect, if you know my name, you would call me by my name, right? Okay?
Well,
Out of
that's the
respect,
name that
especially
we
for
know in
someone you have
English.
so much reverence from. I don't get no, a name transcends languages, and you know that you're too intelligent, don't you? Come on, bro.
No, you see, because it doesn't matter when you're in love with someone. You have millions. He's got millions of names anyway. You can call him Wonderful. Let's call him Wonderful today.
Why would
he's
you
the
call him
wonderful one.
Jesus? What does Jesus mean?
What about the Rose of Sharon? There's a nice name for Jesus. That's one of his names, Rose of Sharon.
Well, that means something, right?
It means something,
doesn't it? Yeah,
got
but
lots
what
of
does
meaning.
Jesus mean?
Jesus is Joshua. It's his name. Joshua, the one
So
who.
why didn't you say Joshua then?
Because Joshua is where the name Jesus comes from. The one who
But why is it there then? Why don't you just call him Joshua then?
Because that was the original root of the word, which you translate through, and then it comes through.
There
as
was
Jesus,
no J sound
just
back
translations
then.
and names and words.
There's
You
no
play
J
with
sound.
words, semantics.
It's not semantics.
It's all
to call
semantics.
someone by their name, Yahusha, like Joshua,
God's not
Yahusha.
offended by that kind of stuff. He's into.
Do you know what Yahusha means when you go back to the Paleo Hebrew? It makes more sense. It literally means, right, you can go through the Aleph Tav, right, or the Odio, whatever you want to call it, yeah? I'm on about the original. It means the salvation that comes from Yah.
The one who takes people out of darkness into the light.
Yeah, the salvation that comes from Yah is what Yahusha
out of the darkness
means.
into the light. It's Paleo, yeah, exactly.
No, it doesn't mean that. Listen, specifically
you
means.
obviously don't know the Paleo. I studied the Paleo. It's out of the darkness into the light.
Paleo.
Yeah,
you mean? You studied the Paleo, okay? So
if you go into
put it out then. Tell me. Put it out then. Tell me. Go.
Coming out of darkness into the light. Yeah, it's
say it in Paleo. In Paleo properly. Each letter all the way through.
It's been a while. But when
exactly,
I checked the last
bro.
time,
come on, man.
It's out of the darkness
You're
into the light.
feigning intellect.
So,
it's not out of the darkness into the light. It's the salvation that comes from Yah.
Yeah, exactly.
Why is that? Because it springs forth from Yah.
Yeah, he's the light. Yeah.
He's the light, but where's the light in the lettering? Where's the lettering that says that?
I'm just putting the whole thing together.
Tell me the letter in Aleph Tav that's the light. Go on.
I'm just putting it all together in terms of the whole Bible context. John.
No, I'm saying in the Paleo that you studied. I'm on about this Paleo that you studied.
The light comes into the world. And
light comes into the world on the fourth day of creation.
John 1.
Right? But that's literally daylight.
No, I'm talking about the light. No, I'm not talking about that light. I'm talking about the light in the book of John in the beginning. The Word was God. The Word was with God. Jesus is God, and He always was God.
Is that in the book of John?
Do you believe Jesus is God, first of all?
Is that in the book of John? Or is that?
Book of John, yeah. Do you believe Jesus is
God? It was originally in the first book, right? Yeah.
Do you believe Jesus is God?
Yeah.
Good. Okay, good for you. And then, so Jesus and
he's the only man in heaven, correct?
Right.
So
well, no, there's the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. So they've always been
man in heaven. I'm talking about like the idea of man in heaven.
Like,
obviously, the Holy Spirit we see as He. You believe in Trinity. I don't need the Trinity to understand the idea that the Word of Abba, His breath, His ruach, right? Okay, has the ability to take into any form, fill any void or space, because I know what air can do, and it's His breath, a creator's breath. I don't need a Trinity to tell me that, and I also don't need a Trinity to tell me, the Ruach HaKodesh.
The Spirit hovered on the waters, and in the creation,
was poured out onto the.
Let us make man in our image.
Yeah, of course.
And the Lord our God is plural, is one God singular. Yeah. So, and our God said to our God, sit at my right hand in Psalms. So yeah, there's definitely signs of the Trinity, and so that Trinity is definitely right through the Bible. And they came to Abraham and had dinner with him, and he said, get my Lord some food. And he didn't treat him like an angel. He treated him like, he said, my Lord, my God. And so there's definitely an element of the Trinity right through the Bible. And even the
That's
even
what
the
you
Jews,
say. But the
even the
Trinity
Jews
says.
admit it.
That's what you're saying. The Trinity, though, is defined as, right? Okay, God is Jesus. God is the Holy Spirit. God is the Father. The Father, however, is not Jesus.
Exactly.
That's contradictory. All of
That's
that
what I'm
is.
saying. Yeah. Yep.
It's contradictory. And a
It's
lot of
not
people get
contradictory.
confused by it.
It's mystical.
Yah's not a Yah of confusion, bro, isn't it?
There's a mystery involved.
It doesn't need to be a mystery. That's the point. The mystery puts people off of it.
Yeah, but there is a mystery. It's hard to
man's
understand.
doctrine that you're reading. Like, you got to remember, like, until you go back to the audio and understand that there's like 4 words for every word.
The Lord our God is one God, though. Still.
Yeah, I know that.
The Lord our God plural is one God singular. That's what it says.
We shouldn't. I don't think we should be talking about it. Like, I know there's no globers in here or nothing like that. Anyway, but like, it don't really matter. But like, I'm just saying, bro. Like, I don't know. I care about you, and I would like you to not think that, like, keeping the feasts and stuff like that is like a form of keeping the law.
Oh no, it's going back to the law. It's severing yourself from Jesus.
That's not severing
taking
yourself from
out of
Jesus
the grace
when
of God.
all it does is make people talk about
I mean, you can keep
Yahushua
days
HaMashiach.
if you want, though. I mean, that's if you want to keep like a day of to the Lord, whatever
You're like
day you
saying
want to do.
almost like if someone follows the feast, you're
But if you
severing
think,
yourself from
as long
Jesus,
as you
which
don't
would
think it's
lose
hateful,
salvation, bro. You can't say that. You don't have the power to say that. You
as
don't
you don't
even
think
have
it's
the,
hateful,
you don't have the
but you can
right
keep a
to
day.
say
You
it.
can keep a day if you want. But if you think it's something that you have to put on others and that you have to do, then that's called legalism.
I'm not
Then
putting it
you're back
on
in the
others
law.
just because you're my brother and I care about you and I think you would enjoy actually being involved in it. That's all I'm saying. Because Yahushua HaMashiach did say, listen, he said, what did he say? He said, I did not come to abolish the law. He said, do not wait, he didn't even say that. He said, do not even think for a moment, not even for a moment that I came to abolish the law, but to fulfill it.
And the law is love your Lord your God with all your heart and soul and mind and strength.
No, he
To love your
wasn't
neighbor
talking
as
about
yourself.
that
That's the
law,
law.
was
The
he?
one law.
That law didn't exist. That's not the law he was talking about, though, was it?
So that's the only law that he mentioned in the new covenant.
Are you serious?
But the old covenant is passed away.
Wait,
It's not
Did
obsolete.
Yahushua HaMashiach keep Sabbath?
Yeah, but he fulfilled the law. But
Did
he
Yahushua
he
HaMashiach?
said he said he
So
is
don't tell me it's the only law that's mentioned in the New Testament, because otherwise you wouldn't know about it, would you?
he is the Sabbath. He is the Sabbath. When you enter him,
He
you
is the
enter rest,
Sabbath.
because and that's the whole point. You got to enter him. He's the final Sabbath. If you don't enter that rest of him, and you leave all the other things behind and rest in him,
And the
that's the
same
whole
thing
point.
in Daniel, right? The
Then you're back in the
prophecy
law
that
because
the prophecy
he
that
is
will be stolen away from you, yeah, your own faith system that you will call. Guess what? What will you call? You will call the dead of winter at midnight. You will call that what? You will call that the beginning of the new year, when the new year should start with the burden of new life, right? Which makes sense as well, because obviously the new year being the burden of life, when everyone's like, right, it's the new year, cool, we're starting off, we're going to have a great year this year, we're going to spend time with Yah, we're going to love on each other, we're going to help each other out. And that would be the right time to do it. But in winter, no one's doing anything like that, are they? They're going out getting drunk because that's the only thing you can do. Because people, like, there's no plants growing, there's no harvest happening, and the Catholics changed all of that around. not only did they do that, yeah, you have to understand, bro, there's a lot that went behind it becoming what it was to what it is now. And there's a lot that's lost in the finer details in what Yahushua HaMashiach himself took part in. And I still meet Christians to this day who turn around and say that you shouldn't take part in the things that Yahushua did himself when he's going to be the example you follow.
The point is to trust in anything except what Jesus did. If you trust in yourself,
What
that's
Jesus
idolatry.
did, exactly. That's what I just said, yeah?
Yeah, but you don't have to do what he did. You don't have to copy him exactly. You need to, because he did it for you. He did it on our behalf. You can't go to the
Just
cross and
because
die for
someone did
Jesus on the
something
cross.
on your behalf doesn't mean you can honor Yah.
Does that mean you got to
by
go to the
doing
cross
it
and die
as
on the
well?
cross? I mean, you might,
Bro,
but if you want to.
would you not die for his namesake? Is that what you're saying now as
if
well?
you want to die on the cross, go for it.
Wow.
But, yeah. I mean, you're welcome.
If I wanted to, no, I'm saying you wouldn't die on the cross for his namesake. Are you serious?
No, I didn't say that. I said if you want to die on the cross, you don't have to die for Jesus to be saved. He's already saved you.
I know that, but I'm getting at the point I'm getting at is that when you say something like
I never
that to
said
me,
don't die. I said you don't have to. I said he already did it.
So no, yeah, but that's
might
not
want
part
to.
of the
If you
law,
want
was
to,
it?
let's go.
That's not part of the law, was it? To die on a cross, all right, bro. So I don't know what you're on about.
But please, if you
that's
want
a
to die
straw
on the
man.
cross for Jesus, go for it. I mean, by all means.
When did I say I wanted to do that? That's a straw man. It's not in the law that I must die on a cross. What are you not getting? That's a straw man.
So the bottom line is, well, that's not really about straw man. It's about being in
It is
love.
a straw man. Don't tell me, well, yeah,
No,
if you're going to
it's
follow
not
the law,
about that. It's about
then you should
about
just go and die on the cross like Jesus because he did it. Like, no, I'm saying follow the example that he did with inside of the law. That wasn't the law. The law wasn't to die on a cross. So why would I do that?
Well, the bottom line is if you love Jesus, you trust in him, not in yourself. So if you depend on yourself, then you are not following Jesus because you're following the law.
What do you mean?
You could either follow yourself or Jesus.
I understand, bro. You got to realize
you can't have
that.
like both. You got to choose one or the
I'm
other.
not following myself, though, am I? What did I just say?
That's what religion tries to get to God.
But that's not religion, bro. Is it? You're being religious. You're doggedly saying the same thing over and over again.
But it's like dogmatic to say, "Oh, I have to try and do this to get to God."
I never said you have to do it to get to God, did I? I never said you. The only thing that is going to save you is the work on the cross. What I'm saying is that you, as a follower of Yah, should want to do the activities of Yah.
But the thing is, what activities are you talking about? The activities of the law?
Keeping the feasts where everyone in your community gets together.
Paul said, you may as well just go cut the whole thing off. Just cut the whole, cut your whole, what's the name off? That's what he said.
Why? I was circumcised for health reasons, but why should I cut the whole thing off? No, circumcision
Paul
of heart.
said, if you think that's the way to go, he said,
no, listen, this is what you're not getting. The Jews, right back then, the Judeans. You really need to understand the Torah a little bit better. I swear down. Do you think that Abba Yah turned around and said, "Go and sacrifice animals and like this for this reason"? He didn't. People were already doing it. People were already doing it. People were already doing it. Yeah. And he just told them simple. He's like, if you're going to do that, then do it this way.
They weren't even doing it at that time.
And command it to me at least. They weren't even doing it. Yeah, they were. Pagans were doing that. They weren't sacrificing their kids.
They hadn't been doing sacrifices for ages. They didn't actually do
pagans haven't been weren't back then.
No, they didn't do the sacrifices that were prescribed in the law. They weren't even doing them at the time.
I'm not about the ones that are prescribed in the law. I'm on about before the law was written about.
Do you do sacrifices? How many animals have you killed lately? Jesus.
I've killed recently?
Like how many burnt offerings have you done? And where's your temple? Do you have a temple? And
no.
Have you done all the things, the rituals of the temple?
No.
That's the law. If you haven't done that, then you've broken the law. So the curtain was torn.
So what? I know the Shekinah glory is split. What are you not
No,
getting?
we
What
are
I'm
the
trying to
temple.
say to you?
Your body is the temple of the spirit.
I know
there's no
it's
temple
a holds it inside of it. I know. That's why.
It's destroyed.
That's
The temple-
obviously why. Obviously, listen. That's what I mean. That's when the Shekinah glory is split. Yeah. Okay. The Holy of Holies. Right. I understand the veil. It's split. Right. Yeah.
Yeah, from the
The
top
old
to the
covenant.
bottom, remember? So man
Yeah.
couldn't do it. Man couldn't split
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
it was from the top to the bottom. Yeah.
I understand that, bro. Yeah. And then obviously that's why the way the chain of command goes, right, is that now it's not instead of this, right? First, you receive the ability to be sanctified by the work that he did on that cross, right? And then him as the mediator, he's the mediator, yeah? Then that's when you yourself will be blessed and obviously will receive the Ruach HaKodesh, okay? Right?
To him, yeah.
Yeah. So now, but because obviously at that point, remember, the temple is the body, okay? So when we're talking about the temple being raised in 3 days, yeah? Oh, how's that raised in 3? You know what I'm talking about there, right, bro?
No, what's 3 days here?
Well, 3 days, the temple being raised in 3 days.
3 days, yeah.
Well, yeah, obviously it's Jesus.
I know about 3 days. Yeah.
Resurrection, coming back to life. You know what I'm saying? Like that idea. Those 3 days, right? Where
The day he rose again, yeah.
yeah, the day he rose again, and that was the day the chain of command changed. It defeated death itself. The word defeated death. The old covenant was broken. The old covenant, another word for covenant in Hebrew is word. Okay, so the word itself had to die and then come back unbroken, defeating death, thus fulfilling the old covenant. It's the same covenant, bro. It's the same one. It was one that was broken, and then Abba gave us a way to fix it because he loves us. Okay? And then that's what I'm trying to say to you, bro, yeah? That covenant is no longer broken. And now, obviously,
Romans says we died to the law.
The temple is us, right? The temple is us. Okay. Inside of us, we have a temple. The Ruach HaKodesh resides inside of it.
We died to the law once and for
all. We
Read
die
Romans.
to the law. Okay.
The law is not bad. It leads you to Christ. It's a schoolmaster. So God, it was there for a time, but it's not right now. It's not necessary because you got Jesus, and Jesus. The good news is that we set free.
That's my problem. You're just not willing to put in the effort. I get it.
You
Love
can't put
Yara
Gentiles under Jewish laws anyway. Because
I get it. Gentiles under Jewish laws. Neither Jew nor Gentile. You pretty much realise that means now.
put no
12
burden
scattered
on the
tribes,
Gentiles
bro.
except for two
The
things.
differential in DNA nowadays is that a random person on the street is just as related to you as your second and third cousin, yeah? Which means we've all mixed to a point now that if even there was one select group of Jews, the 12 tribes themselves,
There is
right?
no Jew. There is
Scattered
no
across,
Gentile.
no, listen to what I'm saying. Scattered across the earth, neither Jew nor Gentile is in genetics now, bro, as well as in word as what it was said back then. Of course there's no Jews now. It's neither Jew nor Gentile. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that the silly laws that you're talking about, with the burnt offerings and that was the Pharisaical laws that were written. That was man's interpretation of what Yah was saying. I'm talking about what Yahusha said about the law.
No, but what those laws were valid at that time. The sacrifices,
I'm talking
all that
about
stuff, that was good.
what
That was all from God.
Yahusha says about the law, though, bro. Not about what anyone else says about it.
Well, what law are you talking about? The law of love the Lord your God with all your heart and soul and mind and strength?
No, I'm talking about like stuff like
there's different laws. You have to define what law you're talking about. When you use the word law, you have to say which law. Are you saying Mosaic law?
I'm talking about the law that wasn't abolished in very stuck words as it's issued by Yahushua HaMashiach. Do I have to list them to you? No, I don't, bro. At the end of the day, you need to find out for yourself, but you're not even willing to look. I can tell you some of it, but I don't have it like a list right in front of me right now. No, I don't. But like, out of anyone that I've met, you're in love with Jesus like the most out of anyone I've met here. And I find it crazy that like you can't see the nourishment that you would receive, right, by going to something like Sukkot. Or for like Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, for you to get involved in the ways in which Messiah walked on the earth in a deep personal way. It's like, well, it's not necessary anymore. Well, it's not necessary anymore to what? Like, to basically understand what he saw with his eyes and to feel it and experience it. It brings you closer to him because you've got everything
You
that
already
you're
are close
talking
to him.
about.
That's the whole thing. You already are in his presence.
I know you're already in his presence. It's not about that though. It's about living in his presence.
You can live in his
You can keep
presence
saying that.
24/7.
Of course you can, but you can keep saying that. But I'm saying living in his presence 24/7. All right, cool. Are you gonna get anything done if you just sit there and you're just gonna meditate or pray or whatever, meditate over the word? Cool. You can do that. But I'm saying you can actually live out your life in the sense of like earning money, even where you earn your money, all of it. I'm saying there are ways of doing it, yeah, bro. Where it all of the time, it basically gives the ability so that everyone else gets to hear this word too, okay? Right? And at the same time, allows you to live out your life in a way that, in my opinion, is the righteous way to live. Out of love for God. Right? Out of love for Yah. Not because you have to do it. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? It's not because you have to do it. It's because you enjoy doing it. And it gives fulfillment to you, brother. That's what I'm saying. I'm no Hebrew rootist, bro. Do you know that? I'm not a Hebrew rootist.
If you trust
Not
in
at all.
anything but Jesus dying on the cross for you, basically that's going back to the law. So even hinting on anything going back to any of the Jewish laws, that's already going over to back to the old covenant. You know, you don't
What
want to
am
go
I
back to the old
saying the
covenant.
punishment is for the Jewish law? Nothing. I'm not talking about it like that, like it's
No, I mean
law, am I?
when you go to the Jewish law and you put your faith in that, that's a
There's no
problem. If you
faith.
put your
You don't
faith
need
in
to put
Jesus.
faith in that.
But I mean, if you
Would
want to keep a holiday, that's fine. I mean, you're welcome. I mean, the Bible says if you want to keep that, that's your business. You know, go for it.
No, I just get this feeling and opinion sometimes that, like, when I speak to you about it, like every other time I spoke to you, it's almost like you think that, like, you know, basically I've lost my salvation because, like, I want to go to Sukkot and because I think, you know, it's the right thing to do is to call him by his actual name, right? Which means the salvation that cometh forth from
As I said,
Yahweh.
Jesus got many names. He's got wonderful
Yeah,
counselor,
Jesus just
mighty
wasn't one
God.
of them.
Yeah, but that is the name that's accepted throughout the
All
world.
right, what's your name?
My name?
Yeah.
Trinity.
No, like, okay, yeah, Trinity. So how about I call you Oneness? Oneness doctrine. How about that? Do you like it? No, because it doesn't represent who you are, does it?
Well, what is
So unless you can
what is
define what
Jesus?
Jesus means as what Jesus represents, and you know what Jesus represents, and you know the paleo, you know it's Yahushua HaMashiach. You know yourself that means he's the salvation that cometh forth from Yah. The end of. Boom. Misrepresenting who names used to mean something back then, bro. Even
But Jesus
after
means Yeshua. It means the same thing.
how?
It's just a translation. That's all.
It's not a translation at all. I
It's
don't know where
just
you did that
translations
translation.
and
There was no J sound. Why is it like you don't need to translate a name? A name is a name, bro. You don't need to translate a name. That's what people don't get.
it's no biggie.
That's why it's annoying.
It's not a big deal though.
Oh yeah, I know because he knows your heart, he knows who you're talking to, and all of that, right? Yeah, cool. But you, as someone who loves him, should at least have the respect to call him by the name that he actually had. Do you understand? That actually means something. It actually means what he is and what he represents. The salvation that comes forth from
That
Yah.
does represent Joshua, which means God's chosen one, right?
Joshua didn't exist either because there was no J sound. Oh. All right, honestly, I shouldn't even be talking about this. I don't think. I'm done. I've been up for too long as well. I'm not annoyed with you, by the way, brother. I'm just
It's
saying, like,
about being in love with God. It's not about worrying about his name. He's not going to like
I know
zap you,
that.
with a
I
lightning
do
bolt.
out of
You say
love,
his name
bro.
wrong. Oops, you said his name wrong. Now
When did I
it's
say that?
time. You're going to get fried in the toast, and he's
When
going to
did I
zap
say
you with a
that?
lightning bolt, and your tickets for you because you
When did
said
I
his
say
name.
that though? I'm saying I say it out of love. I say it out of love for him. Listen, bro. Right, my first name. If someone just kept calling me a different name and said, "Well, yeah, but I'm translating it into the language that I'm from," I don't care that you're Swedish and my name has an X sound on the end of it. You can say my name completely coherently, how I was named, yeah. And my name also means something. The way you're saying it, however, doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, but we're not Hebrew, and we're not Greek, so we don't work in those kind of language. We're in a different language. We're in English.
It doesn't matter, mate. My Greek friends, I call them by their Greek names.
Yeah, but we don't.
My Hebrew friends, I call
functioning
them
in
by
English
Hebrew
here.
names. Oh,
God,
mate.
God
All
meets
right.
us where we are.
You are so stuck on the Trinity that you've been blinded. The scales from your eyes need to be removed. I rebuke that spirit
The
in you
Trinity's got
that
nothing
will
to
not
do with the
listen to
name of Jesus.
anything. Well,
Trinity's got nothing to do with the name of Jesus. That's a
no, I
completely
know.
different
It's
subject.
another
That's
thing that's not in the Bible at all.
That's not
Once.
even the
And
same
yet
subject.
again,
We're talking about different
there you
subjects.
go. I
We're
know
talking
that's
past each
another
other here.
word. I know, but it's another word that's never in the Bible. But
That's
you know,
that's got nothing to do with what we were talking
you
about.
love it.
You suddenly changed
Trinity
subject.
loves you. Trinity loves you. Who's Trinity? Trinity's
Father,
a
Jesus,
prostitute on my
and the Holy
street
Spirit.
corner.
No, the
She
Father,
is.
Son, and Holy Spirit is Trinity.
But when does it say Trinity in the Bible, even, bro? Or the audio?
The Father, Son, Holy Spirit are the Trinity. The three. But
Yeah, as defined by you. How are you not understanding what I'm saying out of respect? Like, I just don't get it.
Let us make man in our image. That's let us. I mean, that's the Trinity.
Let us make man in our image.
Yeah, us means the Trinity. Yeah.
Us?
Mm-hmm. Us means the Trinity.
Oh, I see where you're going wrong.
Let us make man in our image. God said that right in the beginning, Genesis 1. Let us make man in our image. Yeah.
No, go ahead, please.
I totally agree with Crack Villain.
Like, literally, and make us.
We're not part of like a Jewish cult that's trying to be Jewish anymore. We're part of.
I'm not
Jesus.
a Jew, bro. What are you on about? I'm not a Jew. I'm not saying you should follow Judaic laws or circumcise your children. What are you talking about? I'm not saying none of that.
We set free. You don't need to put laws on people or extra obligations. And cause conflict and
I'm as a brother asking
and disagreements
you. No, listen. We don't have to disagree.
And
We don't have to
but you see, it's
disagree. We
causing
have to stop
factions
loving each
because
other.
you're getting irritated.
How's
Look
it
at
a
you. You're getting
faction?
irritated. What do I say? You're getting all like upset. So that's not good.
No, I'm getting upset because you've misrepresented what I've said
You're
several
getting
times.
upset.
That's all.
I'm not, but you're getting upset. I'm happy.
Because I'm happy too to have this
I'm
conversation.
super happy, but you're getting all
But
upset.
you talk over me every 2 seconds to tell me that
You're
you're
winding
happy.
yourself up there. You're getting like all
No, you know that you are talking over me then, right? And you also know that you keep misrepresenting my points that I make. That is what you're doing. You can keep saying you're happy while you're doing it, but misrepresenting the words that come out of my mouth, right? Okay, is actually something that you're commanded by Allah not to do. So that's why I'm getting the way I am with you. And I'm not going to say righteous anger because that doesn't exist either.
But the thing is, like,
righteous about
you're
anger
making
at all.
an issue out of something that God never made an
It's
issue.
not an issue. I'm just passionate about it. It's not an issue, is it? You're the one who thinks it's an issue because you're afraid of everything for some reason. I don't know
No,
why.
I'm not afraid of it. It's like
Stop acting like something crazy's happening because I'm being a little bit critical.
Because
I love you,
unity. It's
so I'm just
disruptive
being a
to
bit
the.
critical.
It's disruptive to the message because you're putting emphasis on yourself, on what you do, instead of emphasis on what
You're
Jesus
putting emphasis on Trinity and Jesus, and they didn't even exist in the Bible, mate. So I don't know what you're on about.
Guys, Danny Faulkner has entered the chat.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Danny 57.
Oh, sweet, man.
See if you have a talk with him, Crack.
But Trinity, don't think I'm like annoyed at you or I'm angry at you. It's not like that. I'm just being passionate, bro. I swear down. And I wouldn't say it to you.
being free of the Jewish customs and laws, which could bind you into a legalistic approach to come to God, and then you're actually missing out on God's fullness because you can't to His presence because you just
Dude, you realise that I
that
used
self kind
to.
of spirit.
I've been where you were. No, I'm not going to let you finish. I'm about to stop the conversation.
I don't want you to miss out. I'm passionate about you not missing out.
I'm not going to miss out because listen, I have the same beliefs as you.
In danger.
I believe in all the same things as you. Okay.
I'm trying to stop you from falling off a cliff here, and I'm seeing you like walking towards a dangerous cliff, and I'm trying to help you not to fall off that cliff.
I understand your worry, but like
I'm concerned about your
I'm just trying to
salvation
increase.
and
You're concerned about my salvation, and
I'm concerned about your.
Then you need to go and pray. And you need to go and pray right now.
Because you
go pray then.
You're bordering on legalism there, and that's.
No, I'm not telling you to do it.
Very close.
Legalism is where there is a judgment afterwards. Okay.
Just concerns me. That's all.
You do realize, yeah, that judgment and dispensation of judgment, i.e., punishment of it, are two different things, right?
I'm just concerned that you are.
I'm concerned for you, bro.
Falling off the edge of legalism, the legalistic road of trying in your own effort to please God.
No, because I don't need to do that. That's what I'm saying. I don't need to be legalistic.
But that whole teaching kind of opens you into that danger of that.
You're legalistic, bro, about your law that you derived from the Bible. Apparently,
what Jesus did.
I don't have any law. I just have these two laws. But also, Jesus also said, do not forsake. Do not even think for a second. Do not even think for a second, bro, that I came to abolish the law, but to fulfill it. Okay?
Yeah. Love the Lord.
So don't tell me your law.
Soul, all your mind and
you keep talking over me. That's why I keep shouting as well. Every time I speak, I stop to let you talk. And you, right? It's not your law. Okay? You say listen as I'm talking. All right, go on then. Tell me.
I'm listening.
All right. It's not about that, brother. I am only mentioning this to you because I love you anyway, right? Because I know how on fire you are for Yahushua HaMashiach, brother. Okay? I know that about you. And my point in saying what I'm saying to you is that it isn't legalism necessarily to follow a tradition that Yahushua HaMashiach himself did. And literally did with the disciples. It creates the very communal fabric that we need in order for the talking of the work on the cross done by Yahushua HaMashiach, and what that does and gives people freedom from condemnation. I'm not finished. That gives people that freedom from condemnation of sin. Okay, yeah, right. That is the very types of situations we need to be in those groups. And that is what we need to be together in order for us to have respite. That's why the whole thing to do with tithing, of taking 10% of your excess earnings, so excess meaning anything after that which you thought you would get, right? And then 10% to put away for your own family so that you can have sabbaticals, so you're not working every day of your life. And the 10% is to give the other 10% I'm on about of the excess earning is to give to widows and obviously the orphans, bro. Yeah. And my point is living under these systems. It's a way of living without government. It's communalism from the bottom up instead of communism top down or socialism, right? Or a tithe that's even bigger at 70% from the government.
Yeah,
Yah knew what he did. Yah knew what he was doing when he wrote all this stuff down, is what I'm saying. Have another look at it, bro.
Yeah. Savings,
please. Like, I'm just telling you, man, that you would enjoy Sukkot. You would love it.
I mean, saving and fellowship is really good. Saving money and fellowship. I mean, those things are all good principles. I mean, there's nothing wrong with what you're saying. But what I'm saying is,
no, it's legal.
With saving money for a holiday or saving money, and those things. I didn't say there's anything wrong with them. What I'm saying is, like, when you start like thinking that some of these things can or must, or that you have to do these things to get saved. You don't. Not going to save you.
No, when did I say that? When did I ever? Can anyone in it? This is why I got angry at you. Please, someone back me up. When have I ever said you're going to lose your salvation if you don't follow those laws? Someone tell me. Anyone, please, tell me if I said that, because I will repent right now.
Not once did you say that.
And I know I didn't say that, because I preach myself, bro. Just like you do. Trinity loves you, whoever Trinity is. Not in the Bible. Like I said, you're in love with two names that aren't in the Bible. And Yahushua HaMashiach, okay, Yahusha, the salvation that cometh forth from Yah. I won't say it again. It means something. His name means something. Have some respect for the person that died for not just you, but for and it's not just for every person in the world. He died for the whole world. Okay?
Well, Jesus is not disrespectful. To say that it would be an accusation.
To say that would be an accusation.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm saying it's disrespectful now that you know his real name.
Disrespect, which is
you know his real name now. You know his real name now.
That's not good for unity, dude. That's not.
I'm telling you, you know his real name now. You're the one being.
Commandment.
How is it?
You're breaking the commandment of love because you're accusing me.
Oh, because I don't love you anymore. I don't love you anymore because I accused you or something. Is that what you're saying?
No,
accusers of the brethren of Yah will be dealt with, right? Okay.
But
it's that
you
simple.
Can't accuse me now. You got to do. You can't go.
You've
both
accused
ways.
me of saying that You accused me of saying that law. Yeah, you have accused me several times of saying that people lose their salvation if they don't follow the law. So stop calling me an accuser. All I'm telling you is that you know the real name of Yahushua HaMashiach now. So it could be good to probably use it. Is all I'm sort of saying to you, bro. Yeah? It's a little bit disrespectful. If your name, okay, again, Trinity, I'm calling you from now on Oneness. Your name's Oneness Doctrine. I'm changing your name to Oneness Doctrine.
That doesn't make sense.
Guys,
you can use
guys.
No, I'm stopping this. It's over now. Don't worry.
Guys, just want to quickly say something. There is a lot of scriptures about apostles who have been saved, but I think you can't lose your salvation. You can choose to lose your salvation.
Yes, you can walk away from it.
Free will. You can turn your back around and say, you know what? I have tasted life. I have tasted your glory, but I choose death. And that's you choosing not to destroy your salvation by
Yah
acting.
will give you over to any wrack that you choose to follow.
Yes.
Sorry, Clay Understill. Sorry, Clay.
So there's this new teaching going on where people say, once you have salvation, once you're saved, you can do whatever you want. You can't lose your salvation. Blah blah blah. That's all a lie. They should read the Bible. You can definitely, with your actions, turn against Yah and lose your salvation because you chose to.
Trust in the law. Then lose your salvation because you're trusting in yourself, and then you're not enjoying your salvation.
What are you on about? You don't get it, Trinity.
What?
If you choose with your own mouth
anymore.
to renounce, if you choose with your own mouth to renounce, he never said that, yeah? But if you choose to renounce with your own mouth everything that is what creates your salvation, yeah? You're one of those OSAS people, once saved, always saved. All right, go on then. You think you're a god now then, don't you? Go do whatever you want, and you'll be all right. You'll be saved. You'll be cool, brother. Don't you worry. You'll be good. That's what you're saying. You're teaching a doctrine of the devil there, right?
I didn't say
that's a demonic doctrine.
You could just sin as much as you like. No, I didn't say that.
Well, so what? Well, no, that
would be a red herring. What's it called? Red herring.
How's that a red herring?
Because you're trying to
make
you
lose your salvation or not?
No, you're trying to make up a.
Can you lose your salvation? Yes or no?
By going back to the law, yeah. Because
you can certainly lose it. There are within the Bible. There are within the Bible. In the Bible, there are followers of Christ who of Yahushua Mashiach who chose to not follow him anymore. Okay, That's in the Bible. You can look it up. There are people who once have been saved, but turned around into the wickedness of the world because they just had more pleasure in it than
They were
walking
handed
with the
over
law.
to a reprobate mindset.
Yeah,
That's the
so
scripture.
it's definitely a thing. So just is but there's a new satanic, okay, I call it satanic preaching going on that you hear on the internet a lot, where people claim that once you have been saved, regardless of what you do, what you think, or whatever, you can't lose it, which is false.
And it is false, and he says the only way you can lose your salvation is if you go back to the law, Clay under seal. Listen to this, right? What about this? Okay, then. Who is the conduit in which would take you to, let's say, Sheol, when you die, and your soul leaves your body, or depending on the times or where we are, wherever is necessary at that time, right? Okay? Who would do that? Would it not be, again, yeah, who would it be? It would be Yah's, what? Ruach HaKodesh. Because if you offend the Ruach HaKodesh, I believe to be the transfertory root mechanism for your very soul. That's why if you offend it, it cannot mesh with you. It's like entropy, okay? It's like if you're hot for God, the transition when the fire that he pours out in light, in perfect light, light can be hot. It's the entropy isn't much. You get what I'm saying? I had a vision of this before. It's crazy how he showed me. I'm like, how could Abba light the whole earth on fire? But like, you know, that doesn't sound like a loving God. Whatever. But then I had a vision, and this vision showed me almost like entropy. The people that were like in low pressure areas where they had no zeal and they had no love for Yah and they had no understanding of the work on the cross. It literally was like it bust through the windows and doors so fast, that light, that it literally was like fictitious heat caught it on fire. What caught it on fire was literally their hate of that and them trying to stop it from coming in when it was never their land in the first place to stop it from coming in. The resistance to it created that. And remember, the entropy will always increase higher to lower pressure. What's the thing with more energy? The higher pressure. And Yah's always going to be that. And again, that's probably why hell has to exist too, isn't it, right? You think about it. Well, he's not a destroyer. He's not going to destroy your soul, is he? But I guess what? It probably might get transferred to somewhere. A holding place, right? That's simple. At the same time, that's my interpretation at the same time, and I'll admit that. But like, yeah, like that. That's where I think it's a nice analogy, at least. I don't know.
By the way, I just wanted to clarify so no one misunderstands me. The same way as through free will, you chose to follow him and you took up your cross. The same way you can freely choose to lose your salvation through the things that you chose to do, like turning your back against him through free will. He won't force you to lose your salvation, so to say. It's always your own actions and your own decision.
100%.
There are a lot of Christians, I think, in the world today who say they're Christians, but actually they do nothing according to Scripture, and they don't really care. They just say, I'm Christian. I was baptized. Now I'm saved. Salvation is for everyone. Blah blah.
Once
Just wash
saved,
it
always
down.
saved is the biggest, like, most dangerous thing ever, because it's like, for me and you, let's say, who don't believe in once saved, always saved, are we in any danger? No, because we're not. What are we doing wrong then? Oh, he will say that we are trusting in law or something by saying that, so that, like, then maybe we won't be saved because what we believe that we won't always be saved if we turn away from salvation. Come on, man. Like, no. Like, that means we won't ever turn away from salvation or turn our backs away from Yah. So we will stay saved. But to believe you're once saved, always saved, You can be caught slipping there too, brother. Just as much as you think we could be by following the law in some ways. You understand? Trinity. Like, straight up. That's the only reason I've been talking to you about.
I'm not saying you must go and sin now. You don't want to sin if you meet God.
What?
You have Jesus living through you, so you're perfectly holy. You're going to walk in holiness. You're going to walk in even a higher holiness than you could normally, because you're going to have supernatural power to walk in a supernatural holiness. And that's what you should be doing. That's the normal way. The normal Christian life is supernatural holiness 24/7, and having the same relationship Jesus had with the Father. That's what the normal Christian life is.
I understand that. And I'm just saying part of the relationship that Yahushua HaMashiach had with the Father, okay, was following the Sabbath. And because that was a gift to us. It's like, I'm gonna give you a
is
gift.
the Sabbath. He's the Sabbath
Rest day.
So read Hebrews. He's the Sabbath rest.
Yeah, I know he's also our rest. You got to realize that Yahushua HaMashiach. But the point is like, so you're saying that like following it like literally though, having a rest day
I'm
and
talking
not buying
about
or
like resting
selling.
in Jesus with your whole life, everything, even more than
I
just the
know
day.
that. I
Much
know
more
that.
than
I know that, but I'm on about actual physical bodily rest as well.
Well, that's good. Yeah, you need to do that. Yeah.
I'm talking about,
Good for you.
am I like, do you believe that you're like almost like, following law then if I decide to actually follow the Sabbath?
You can keep any day you like. It says in the Bible. Colossians says, whatever day you want to keep, go for it. Do it. As unto the Lord.
Okay. I don't know. I think Clay and Seal, after when you said the last thing you said, like, I think it was Clay and Seal as well. Like, it just, I don't know, it sounded a little weird, but.
I'm just saying.
Not you. You didn't sound weird at all.
He will not.
I'm not saying you sounded weird. Sorry.
He will not take away your free will, which includes also the free will of tasting what salvation is, and also being in a relationship. The same way you can break up a relationship, right? It's the same thing as
exactly the
every
same
other
way.
relationship.
Exactly the same way he gave us the ability to break the covenant at the beginning by putting a tree there, because if the tree wasn't there, we wouldn't have had any free will, because it would have been a thing completely designed under his construction. And a real father wants his kids to love him because they want to, because he is lovable, not because he forced them to by the mere design of the system. The system that you're talking about is once saved, always saved. I can go on and forget about God completely, not love him at all. Not and are we saved? And it's like, okay,
Or
no.
fall,
To
or
mix
fall
with
into false
and
doctrine.
I
true
don't agree
light,
with that.
you
No.
have to
I
be
never
of
said
the
that.
same.
No, not at all.
Or you can
You
even
said,
fall into false teachings and false doctrine, because you just think whatever I'm gonna do will suit the.
You're not saved by yourself. You're saved by Him. So you're trusting in Him all the way. It's a relationship. You're continuing in that relationship.
Right, but you can also do things that are against the will,
Yeah, you could. Yeah, exactly.
If you're stupid, yeah, you
His
could.
will.
I mean,
If you're
you could be
stupid,
stupid.
you could. Yeah, what like naming him something that the day didn't even exist, and the word Trinity is not even in the Bible, but you're telling people Trinity loves you in conjunction
Talking
with
about
true
like
light.
stupid, I mean, hate somebody, like,
I don't hate
hate
you
in
for
your
it, but
heart, those kind of things.
I think what is important is also have a lot of intimacy in your relationship. I have the feeling some people just love to show everyone how great.
how holy they are. Yeah.
Yeah, and so forth. And I think the intimacy in a relationship is the most important things, because it's the same as with when you have a wife, for example. You don't share like everything with that person that you become one flesh with, and then multiply and so forth. So there are things in a relationship with the creator that need
It
to be
depends if
intimate.
if Yahusha's at the center of your marriage, bro, yeah, and Yah is at the center of your marriage, you do tell each other pretty much everything. Because I'm in that
Sure, but
right now. It's beautiful. Claire and Cecile, I wanted to say, brilliant to meet you. I'm Crack Villain. I haven't been here for 6 months. I've been away, okay? And I heard you speaking the other day. I couldn't say anything. Brilliant. I loved the way you spoke to someone. It wasn't necessarily just on Abaya. It was talking about the flat Earth and stuff. I loved it. It was brilliant. Great work, dude. Really, honestly,
man.
great work.
I think. Oh,
Flatty. Oh yeah, sorry, Flatty. I did unmute Danny57, right? Like, so maybe I'll wait there.
I think the most important thing is to be honest towards our creator. Not just don't hide anything because there's no need to, right? And also to simplify things. What I see a lot, because think about how the world has changed of the things we consume. Our mind is so easy to be filled up with our computer screen, smartphones, and so much information. I mean, like ton of information. Think about the years of where people don't had this source of information. How much more they could have concentrated on the relationship with the Most High. And I think what I see a lot in teaching these days is trying to complicate something as simple as a relationship with the Creator can be. Because people tend to say, yeah, come in this church and we can do this stuff and this ritual and this stuff will bring you closer and blah, blah, blah. No, actually, the truth of the matter is, and the relationship that is going to be growing until the flesh dies is an intimate thing, and you don't need any institution. You don't need some groups or whatnot. I'm not saying that it's bad to have this, fellowship and so forth, but people tend to cling onto this so much, onto certain persons, preachers, whatever, that they don't realize that they make something more.
Fellowship
Yeah,
is good.
one second. Yeah, but 1 second. Let me finish real quick. That they don't see that through all this teaching, they are complicating something which can be should be way much easier to understand for someone who has no knowledge about it.
Very good point.
Yeah, even like with calendars and stuff like that, when people become like entrenched in that, it's like the calendars. We've got the sky clock above us, right? Circle. Get your circle. Have 360 segments, 360 degrees, and then have 4 seasons in 4 sections within inside that 360 degrees, 364 days, right? That can be the way you can run your calendar. It can be that simple, right? It can be that simple, and you can use a flat Earth map to look at it, and you see exactly how it makes sense, where like the solstice would be, when it would be, sorry, and and all that stuff, right? All that great stuff. And like, nothing needs to be overly complicated. I know that's not really what you were talking about, but like, I'm just saying, like, I don't know. I don't want you to feel like I'm having a go at you. By the way, Trinity. It's more like I know you're not a oneness doctrine guy. Like, so I wouldn't call you oneness loves you. Do you know what I mean? Like, I just wouldn't do it.
So like, God's not like offended by what you. The thing is, but you misunderstand that it's not about. It's about relationship. Like you were saying now, it's about, like Clay was saying, it's about your relationship with God, and you like talk to God and you walk with Him and you know Him and you.
He knows you. He knows your heart.
You experience Him, yeah. So it's not about like, okay, you have to say the right name and you have to say the right
but what?
That's all just external stuff. You're just dealing with external stuff.
No, I understand what you're saying. You're not just dealing with externals at that point. When you get to the point where you do know the correct name, okay? Right? At that moment, you know the correct name, okay? And you know the previous name doesn't mean that. You go to the Paleo Hebrew, what does it mean? Yahusha. The salvation that comes forth
but
from
I'd
Yah.
rather stay away from those names because all the people that use those names, a lot of them are into some dodgy stuff.
Oh, so you prefer them? You're more worried about how people perceive you, because other people are associated to his real name. Bro, you
I don't want to be
you
associated with
really
false
are actually
doctrine
lost. Don't worry,
and
bro. I'm
heresy.
done then. I'm done then.
I
No.
don't want to be associated with heresy.
You don't want to be
that's the thing.
associated with heresy by using his correct name. You're an idiot. Sorry. You've
I
been
mean,
given over
no,
to that
no,
spirit.
that's
You've
just,
been
that's
given over
just,
to that spirit of pride, and it's
no,
that
dude,
simple.
you got to.
I'm rebuking you in the name of Yahusha, bro, as a friend. That's
You got to
it.
make
I'm
things
cool
clear
to do
people,
so.
and that's not clear.
I'm cool to do
you're
so,
making
bro.
ambiguity. It's
I'm
like
not, mate.
QE.
It's not
Like QE
ambiguity.
is the
You have
word.
accused me multiple times of saying
Listen,
that you would
it's the
lose your
same like when.
salvation for following law. I never said it.
What I'm
I never
saying
said
is,
it, bro.
but you're saying that you got to do this and you got to do that. That's not. There's no way in
I'm
the
not
Bible it
saying
says
you've
that.
got to do it. Don't do it then. But you have just said something to me that you don't use that name of the Yahusha name, because if you had a different argument for it, it would be fine. But your argument isn't that. You said you know it is his name because you studied the paleo, and that you said that that is his name and it means the salvation that comes from Yah, right?
I'm trying to.
And then wait there.
Get the whole world
I'm
saved
not
here.
I'm not finished.
It's not
You're
just
not
about
talking
you,
over me
dude.
again. You're not talking over me again. No, because you've just said something, right? And then all I said to you is that okay? Why don't you use why you could use the proper name and all that? And you said to me, it's not really about the fact that I said because Jesus wasn't going to say his name, right? The J sound wasn't around, for instance, if it's in the Hebrew, yeah? And then you said, basically, and anyone can back me up here, it's recorded, you turned around and said, and I know, and I need to stop talking about it, to be quite honest with you, but you turned around and said, bro, and this is my problem with it, is that you said, I don't want to be associated to the people that use that name because they have other beliefs, and I don't want to be associated to those beliefs. Bro,
Because
that
it's
name
confusing. Because we're
doesn't
trying to save the whole
entail
world
those
here with
beliefs.
the real gospel here. We want people to know.
You're not
about
saving the whole world. You can't save
Not
the whole
me.
world.
No,
He
not me. But
died
what
to
I'm
save
saying
the
is,
whole world
what I'm
from
saying is,
sin.
he's already saved everyone. He's died on the cross for
by
everyone. But
He hasn't
we're not
already
making
by
things
this
clear here.
everyone.
Trinity,
We're not making things
by
clear.
this logic. But sorry for interrupting. But we can clarify this
I
pretty
can't get a
easy.
word
By
in.
this logic,
I'm just
by
gonna
this
keep quiet.
by this logic, by saying you don't want to be identified with people who use the name of Yahushua Mashiach.
No, you're not
In
letting
the
me
same
finish.
logic.
You're
No,
not
one
even letting me
second.
talk. You're not even letting me talk. I haven't even finished my sentence
No, 1
yet.
second.
I haven't even
One
finished
second.
yet, though. You won't even
Well,
let me talk.
okay, wait there. Okay, let's be
Yeah,
fair
You haven't
then.
even let me
that's
talk.
what I.
Let's be fair. Let's be fair.
You both interrupted me, and you won't let me
I
talk.
did interrupt. I did interrupt
You
you.
spoke out for a long time now, and you wouldn't let me talk, and you
I did
kept stopping
interrupt you
me all
though,
the time, and then now you're doing the same. So you both
because you keep
stopping me
lying
from
about
talking.
me. I didn't interrupt you.
No, but
Okay.
you're both stopping me from talking. I can't talk. You also lied
Stop
about me
talking
because you
and saying
said
I
that
interrupted you. Then.
No,
Okay.
what I'm
End of.
saying is I don't want people to be misled into this weird cult thing, and that's why I'm trying to stay away from those words, because I'd rather use a word that's more open to Jesus, is more open about grace, and it's about grace and about what Jesus did on the cross. Because if you go in that direction, you're going to be associated with a lot of people who say that, oh, you got to be saved by this Jesus
Yeah.
that
I
isn't God,
understand. You're
and this
worried about
Jesus
how people
that
see you.
didn't die on the cross for you. He just died for example, but he didn't actually die to make you a new creation. And they actually preach that. And there's a lot of guys on the internet, on Discord, that preach that false gospel, and that's a heretic Arian gospel, which will take
I
you to hell.
don't do
So
that.
that
I don't do that.
association with that name associates you with that group, because that group has been very, very vocal on a lot of places. And what I'm saying is, I don't want to be associated with something that's going to point you in that direction.
1
towards
second.
a non-gospel that's going to take you to hell. That's what
But
I'm
your
saying.
reasoning is faulty, bro.
1 second, let me clarify this real quick. By the same logic, I can say that people that use the name of Jesus as normal, and I personally have no problem with it, right? I hope we all talking about the same person. But the thing is, if I use your logic, I would also say that I don't want to use the name of Jesus because there are gay churches, for example, in the States that use Jesus as the normal name, but say that being gay is normal or whatnot. There's so many people with things that are completely directed against biblical scripture that use the name of Jesus. That would be the same logic. That makes no sense. I know that the Hebrew Israelites or whatnot, there are many false doctrines. Yeah,
can I just say
but it
1
makes
second? Because we need to
but
stop doing this.
appealing
And I
to
want to cap it off. The main problem that I
yeah.
had with your comment, though, there, Trinity, is that you're more worried about associating yourself to something that you yourself see as bad doctrine, etc., etc., right? It doesn't matter about that bad doctrine, right? That's just a perfect example there and then of how you can give out the correct one. You're more worried about how a name, you're telling me the only reason you don't use that name, right, is literally because you're worried about being associated to these like Hebrew rootist people that don't think they're saved by grace. Like that's not the right logic to have. You should you should be as bold as a lion, my brother. I love you to bits. You should be as bold as a lion, okay?
I'm trying to make
Wise
things
as a
clear here.
serpent and as free as a dove, and you know it. But
Make
like
things
I'm
clear as well, because there's some people that are confused. They don't know. They're in the middle, and they're
of
all like,
course they're
okay,
confused, and the whole world is.
we got to make things a bit clearer for people so that they understand what's going on. Otherwise, they're going to get confused and sucked into the wrong thinking.
But what did Clay just say? The same logic applies to the word Jesus. That's what we're getting at, bro. And your initial
Well, there's lots of wrong
response.
thinking. I mean, there's error in the Catholic Church, there's error in the Protestant Church, there's error in the Charismatic Church, there's error in all the churches. But what I'm saying is, it doesn't mean that like everything is wrong. But at least they're preaching salvation through Jesus, not through going back to the Jewish law and becoming a Jew again. So that's like a step further. But what I'm saying is, there's a lot of stuff that I don't agree with in the Catholic Church.
I know, but
there's a lot of
but
stuff.
I don't know.
A lot, like a real lot. And there's a
I
lot of
don't know
stuff.
if I believe that you've met that many people that are saying you have to go back to the law to be saved, because you've told me multiple times in this conversation, and
Correct.
multiple times he has
Correct.
though multiple times told me that I stated that
Yeah.
you need the law to be saved, and
Correct.
anyone in here will attest to it that I never said that.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't think that you would. It'd be tragic if you did.
I
But
never say that. But
speaking
we
of
just
that,
stop.
speaking of that tragedy, a little bit, and by a little bit I mean a lot of bit, has happened.
I know
in
it
your
has, bro. That's
in
why
your
I'm trying to
absence.
clear it up.
So
I'm trying to
there's
clear up the fact that
Trinity.
To make things clear.
Please
Let
stop.
the gospel go.
So there are obviously there's one person that has been removed, and then a couple of other people that have been removed. And there's one person in particular, I'm not going to name names, you'll figure it out eventually, that has made statements such as Jesus isn't your savior. He has made statements. He's made big statements. That's bad enough.
Yeah.
That's bad enough. But there's this one particular person who is a fanatic about the special pronunciation of the name, about the J conspiracy.
Okay.
And he's started to make statements about the authenticity and stuff of the scriptures and all these sorts of things, and it's not somebody you would necessarily expect.
Can I make something clear to Trinity very calmly? Like, bro, listen, I understand, like, bro, people can be saved by the name of Jesus, okay? I know that. Anyway, right? I'm not saying that. All I was saying simply is that my logic follows is that, like, if you, with your own example, so, like, I've got a rebuttal even for why you
Accuse me of
wouldn't use.
disrespect, though. That's
Trinity. Now you're doing this thing that
you
you're
went
doing.
over the line.
You're disrespecting me every time
you
you
accuse
did.
So I'm muting you, Trinity, because you just whined about everybody interrupting you. Trinity, I'm not no. And anyway, I can hardly believe that I come into the live stream in the middle of the morning and and you guys are having a religious debate in the live stream. Good grief, Trinity, you know better. Crack, just got back after months being gone, so he's just
I
defending
really didn't know.
himself. So
I really didn't know that like, yeah, okay.
but
Okay.
anyway,
Yeah.
just This needs to be.
I know it needs to stop. I know I'm trying to apologize to him as well at the same time. Like that's all I'm trying to do is basically say, look, I'm
I
not
see the
saying
live
you
stream is
can't.
muted. So, or
Yeah.
no, it's muted. It's not deafened. It
It's
should have
not.
been deafened.
To be honest, I thought it was deafened the whole time anyway, gospel, because it's English hours and it usually is. Like I didn't even realize that was because I wouldn't even been speaking about it really, to be honest. But I saw that as well up there. But okay, but no, I just want to say, Trinity, look, I'm not saying you can't be saved by the name of Jesus. I'm not saying that at all. But I'm just saying that if you know, like, because he said it to me like this, like, you know that is his name. And if your only worry is how you'll be seen by other people, then that's the problem. Like, no, like if that's the name you would like to use over the other one, but it's because it's associated to other things, like, no, we're not taught that way. Yah doesn't teach us that way. He says to be bold like lions. It's just like, to basically be the people that would make the distinction between that stuff. But I just didn't like when I was talking about the parts of the law that can be followed. Yeah, right. Like I was saying, like about Sukkot, it's like 8 days away, right, and all of that, and it's a time of respite, and it's a great way of having fellowship, and Yahusha actually took part in it himself, for instance. Yeah, right, and I'm just saying it's something to look into a little bit. That's all. I'm not saying that go back to the law and all this. The law didn't die. The law wasn't abolished. Yahusha even said himself, don't even think for a minute I came to abolish the law. I came to fulfill it, right? So, and there are other parts of the law that we have to all understand that were not written at all or inspired by Yah. And I think a lot of people don't understand that. Loads of parts of the old Jewish law are completely ridiculous.
Well,
And
anyway.
yeah. And I'm not saying no one, people can't be saved by the name Jesus. I would say by that name. Okay. I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
I never would.
Yeah, not the place, though.
I know.
I mean, meanwhile, you have a false representative that was sitting here listening to the whole thing. You know that Danny Faulkner just sits here and records people and gets sound clips and then uses it against them. He's the alleged Christian
Where is he?
astrophysicist. He's gone now. He got everything that he wanted. He got flat earthers arguing about Jesus. So now he can use that in his upcoming book because he's a disgusting person that thinks that he can use people's words against them and out of context or whatever else. So it's just a bunch of.
I'll be honest as well. I thought the live streams were both like deafened, and I was sat like my TV is legit like a 42-inch television, and it's like all the way across the room, and it looked to me that like they were both deaf. So I'm really sorry. I shouldn't have had that conversation.
All right. Well, from this point forward, if you want to continue the subject, please do
No,
what
I
you
know.
know you're supposed to and go to
I
a
know
different room.
that.
You too, Trinity. I know you probably feel like you didn't
No, people
didn't
did
get to get your
interrupt him
last
too.
word in, Trinity, but it needs to be over. So resolve it elsewhere if you feel unresolved.
Yeah, Trinity, bro. If you want to DM me, if you want to have like the last word, or, like you want to get your last word in, I will come down and speak to you down there. Like I don't mind that. Like, bro, I love you, Endor. I said that multiple times.
Glad to see you back, though, Crack.
Yeah, good to have you back, Crack. You were missed.
Yeah. No, yeah, I sort of case. I imagine. Yeah. Jesus obviously is God, right?
Yeah, correct.
You know,
It's a DM. It's a DM, bro. You're talking out loud. This isn't a private voice chat. This is not a private voice
I
chat.
know.
This
I
is the
wasn't, but
DC.
you didn't need to say that. You didn't. That's what I'm saying. You didn't need to say that. I was just saying that out loud. And yeah. But yeah, I get you, bro. Sorry. I'm sorry there.
All right, Adam. Who's Adam? Adam Price. Who are you? How long you been here?
Good morning to everyone,
What's
by
up,
the way.
guys? It's yeah. Good morning, man. Uh, yeah. It's early, and the family is sleeping, and I'm here a lot. I'm flat Earth, but yeah, I just come and listen sometimes. How are you guys?
Yeah. Also very early where I'm at. That's why I was talking low.
I'm good. I mean, for me, it's not American time, so it's already midday.
You still in Italy,
But,
Kai?
huh?
You still on holiday?
Yeah.
Nice.
Just sitting in the sun and drinking some water. Yeah, man, I have made such
Is it
great
really hot
observations.
where you are?
Yeah, it's very hot. That's why, like in the midday, like around 12 to 15 p.m. or 12 to 3 p.m. You need to be out of the sun, otherwise it's too strong. It really burns your flesh, so to say. But man, I have made such great observations here. It's unbelievable. Like no matter how high I go onto a hill or something, it literally like it's mind blowing how the horizon, especially because you can see very far here because you don't have a lot of distortion of the air and so forth, that the horizon is literally the same height, like the horizon of the sea is at the same height of your eyes. Like this really, I don't know, it's crazy every time. It's especially crazy when you think about people do not know this, because normally when you're not into this topic, you don't just realize it. You know what I mean? People just sit there in a restaurant, for example, and I look on the sea and I don't really think about that the horizon is on their eye, on the same height of their eyes, right? Which is impossible on a downward curving ball, right? It's just crazy. Nothing else to say about that, actually. And actually also wonderful.
Globers, like, oh no, the horizon is just under just under eye level, and then they give you like a grid, and you're like, look at the perspective. Can you perspect it? I'm like, all I can think is like, can you tilt the freaking camera up or down?
Yeah. No, the thing is that the globe, it doesn't exist. It's just such a stupid fairy tale, especially when you're in reality. Like many people, globies, they sit in front of their PC and debate something that they can literally debunk by just using their own eyes. And they should just go at the sea somewhere where there's also a hill and just climb up that hill and look at the sea, hopefully with a good view, with no limit or by clouds or whatnot, and you can see literally always the horizon is on eye level. Like I'm literally not lying. Regardless of how high you get here, you can look down at the sea and it's just right in front of your eyes. It's like it almost looks like it's if it's going upwards. You know what I mean? But it's just perspective. It's insane. It's really like never gets boring to look at, because that's just we know that we are on the right side. We are talking about the truth of reality here on this Discord every day, but there's still people who just don't want to accept what they're seeing, and that just mind boggles me. All these days, sometimes I just think about how is that even possible? That there are some people that's so anti stationary flat Earth, anti everything regarding reality that I just don't understand. I really don't. Especially the ones who have looked into so many things and still just don't want to just dismiss everything and come up with stupid excuses to justify the spinning ball theory. I don't understand these people. Sorry. But just the deception in itself, like people who will never question themselves, either if they're on a ball or not. Just how we have been indoctrinated to believe that is just fun. Like it's hilarious. I've seen the most funny thing is actually when you go onto the shoreline at in the evening and you look at like some painters selling paintings, and every time they draw the sea, you have this perfectly straight horizontal line. And I'm always like saying to yesterday to a painter, I said plana, like because it's just the same way as you see in reality. There is no curved line to draw, even for the painter. He will always use that perfect horizontal line when he's drawing. I mean, I think when I remember when I was in a drawing class or something, we also used this type of technique when it comes to perspective of the horizon, right? You have like this straight line, and then you have lines going onto the vanishing point, and from there on you draw everything else. If you guys understand what I mean. Like literally using the same thing as we have in reality. Sorry if I talk too much for you guys. It's still morning, but it's just I don't know.
No, I understand what you're saying. The globe dies at the basics. Level doesn't bend, and
Exactly.
gas fills space if you don't have a container. If you
Exactly.
don't give them past the basics, you just see all these formulas they throw at you, the numbers they throw at you is just like as just band-aids. I call them hats on hats, because of Rick and Morty, which got it before from Community, and it's a comedy trope, but yeah, it just means to cover to cover lies. That's all. Globe is lies. If
Exactly.
you don't let them lie, then
It's
they lose.
it's just not reality.
We win.
Yeah, we won already just because of what we're living on. Like there's nothing that points to what they believe in. Everything points to what we say. So it's just ridiculous to stick on that fantasy ball that's supposed to be spinning and wobbling and revolving around other planets and whatnot, speeding in ridiculous speeds and slowing down, and it's all ridiculous. And then you have people like Gospel already.
Violations of nature.
Then you have people like Gospel already said, like Danny, for example, comes here, self-proclaimed Christian, writing books about this fairy tale, and also putting people out of context to sell his lies and contributing to the adversary's work. And it's just that's even the top of insanity, especially when he is familiar with what we are saying, right? And he can look at reality himself. So he has no excuse, at the end of the day.
It's really hard to stay clear of the devil.
Yeah, right. But yeah, it's just what it is, It's just the time we live in. People have forgotten about so many things that are important,
People are
especially.
remembering.
Yeah.
If it's revelations, like I think it might be, things are gonna get revealed.
Exactly. Yes.
Oh shit! I didn't mean to be talking like that. My bad, by the way.
What did you
I
say?
mean, things being revealed is what.
No,
I'm not
cool,
trying
bro.
to get all biblical with it
Mm.
and stuff, but I mean, if it's that time, then I mean, things being, shown to people, that and deceptions being unveiled and all that good stuff. That's probably what's happening.
Well, Gospel bro, are you there?
Yeah.
Right.
Just to clarify, Adam,
Yeah.
you made a conditional statement, so there's nothing wrong with that.
Mm. So, obviously we had
Cool. Thank you.
what was it? Bohemian Grove, okay. Then we had CERN cranking out the highest, well, with the biggest so-called
they're back at it, bro.
collision. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I know. And then I'm just going through the steps. And then we have the Georgia Guidestone, yeah, and it, and again, like, yeah.
What are they trying to do? Sorry, I missed
Right.
the.
So this is interesting about Georgia Guidestone. It's because I was just trying to find an image really quickly, and it was like loading, and now it won't load for me. But anyway, so the Georgia Guidestone, and I'm pretty convinced.
Yeah.
I did the orientation and all that. I looked at it the way it was. I don't know how it was blown up or whatever, unless it was like an anti-tank mine. Because like the problem is with me, I know a lot about the way explosives work, and obviously, like, again, you would expect.
Don't say that on internet communications, my friend. They're watching.
I'm a weaponologist. Like,
you're a weaponologist.
Yeah, so it's okay.
That is fucking mental.
Try not to interrupt.
Sorry, I forgot. You're not allowed to swear. My bad. My bad. That is my fault. Completely.
No, you're just
apologize for
interrupting
that.
and being obnoxious stuff. Just
Sorry?
chill out over there.
It's just the interruption.
Okay. My bad. Go on.
Yeah, it's cool, bro. Don't worry. But yeah, so effectively, what I'm saying is that what I saw at the Guidestones, I don't know if it was an explosion under the sense of just like, but then what's available in America and in Georgia, there are the potential that someone may have made a shape charge, Monroe effect type thing. I don't know, right? With an inverted copper cone. Who knows? Who knows? They may have had that. I don't know. But they may have had a shape charge. But if you look at it, the bigger pieces of the rubble itself, they come effectively from the farthest away from the explosion. So it's actually you would expect usually that the bigger pieces would be from the bottom, right? So the bottom would be there. The shockwave would hit it. It would make a singular split that would then start to create lots of other splits going higher up, right? It sort of doesn't look like that, and so maybe it was like an anti-tank mine. I don't know. That's sort of irrelevant anyway. All that's relevant to me is the way in which they broke, and I'm pretty sure it was the Babylonian language slab. I couldn't. It was hard to get the orientation. That got broke. Has anyone looked at it from above though, and noticed on the far side corner, farthest away from any damage? Yeah, on the corner of the top slab, the cornerstone, right? The cornerstone of the corner of that stone, yeah, has broken off. Miraculously broken off, yeah, almost, it seems like. Obviously, it was from the shockwave, don't get me wrong, I know what it's from. But it's in a place where there's no damage. And it's fallen off like an arrow. And guess what slab it's landed on top of? The Paleo Hebrew slab. And I was like, whoa. You know what I mean? Like, I was like, whoa, that's pretty cool. Like, and then why would they like level them afterwards as well, right? Like,
so what was the
like, the reason I
connection
said
to
that's
flat
called
Earth
the
in this situation?
cornerstone. You remember who the cornerstone is, right? Yeah, like the cornerstone. That's Yahusha, right? Right, Jesus, right? He's the cornerstone.
Yeshua.
Oh yeah, of the faith. Yeah.
Right.
So, and then for it to be on the paleo, and that's a warning. Remember, to people almost.
Right.
Well, it's a satanic thing, isn't it? It's 500 to be depopulation agenda and everything like that.
You're worried about the wrath of God.
He is the 1 second.
I'm saying, I'm not saying it like that. I'm saying it like this thing. I don't necessarily believe was done by God, and I don't think it's something we should be cheering about. I think it's more like they're like wiping the board. They're saying, right, that's what the rules were. Okay, now we're gonna do them because they cleared the rest of the stones. Only one of them went down. But I'm just saying that if that cornerstone did land on that one, and I tried my hardest to look and work out what the orientation was, I'm pretty sure it landed on that one, on the Hebrew, which would be the oldest language associated to the Bible. So I'm just saying, right? The cornerstone. I just don't know what that means. I just thought it was cool.
He is the cornerstone that the builders have rejected.
What's this got to do with flat Earth, though?
Yeah, good question.
Well, no, you're right. Yeah, you're right. But
no, I'm just trying to see what the where the logic was going here. What was the line of argument?
Oh, it has
what
a
was
little
the,
bit to do with flat Earth, with like the Georgia Guidestones and everything like that, really, as well. Because obviously,
It had by the way, it had a nice hole in it where you could look at Polaris.
Exactly, and what it really is as well is on the solstice, right? You're able to look at it and see the sun as if it looks like it's in the middle of the phallic symbol,
as
right?
if it's orbiting the Earth, right?
Yeah,
It's just another tool.
Your mic is, or your connection is.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
So, let's ask some serious questions.
No, but you gotta know what that means when I said that. What do you mean?
What? Oh no, of course I do.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say. What about your profile picture, bro?
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
Let's ask some serious questions.
Okay.
Why are things out here falling?
Why? What? Say that again.
We can't have gravity on flat Earth. So why are things out here falling?
That's a really stupid thing to say.
That's bro. You do realize what gravity was invented for, don't you? It was to explain why things had a directionality of down all the way across the face of the spherical ball. So, flat Earth, do we need a thing that gives us a vector of down on a thing that only has vectors of down? I remember.
What do you mean? Why has it only got down vectors? We can throw things up.
Listen, wait there. Listen, what came first? Listen, what came first? The idea of gravity, or the theory of gravity, or the conceptualization of us living on the globe? What came first?
Globe. First was globe. Galileo, right? Or even before that, the Greeks.
Right. I don't even know. I don't know. I don't think the globe.
And then Newton in the 1600s, I believe, or was it 1600s Newton? Wasn't
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
You're all right. The point is that's all right. The point is that gravity then becomes what? It becomes the very thing to explain why things are going down, right? All the way across the face of a spherical ball, because otherwise things would fall in all directions. So the question you ask sort of answers itself. Why down? Well, okay. Why do whole helium balloons go up?
Yeah, buoyancy. So what do we say about that?
Well, what we say about that is that the helium balloon is less dense than the medium that it surrounds it. Right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
What changes its vector, for instance? I could change vector. I can change any vector, actually, believe it or not. I can give you an example of this as an experiment that can be conducted.
Right.
So, as well, so I can give you a vector of a 45-degree angle as well using the medium, right? I could fill up a balloon with air, and I could actually use heat, and then I could use a form of cooling on one side, which could represent the dynamic air system that we have. And in doing so, I would create a pressure area of high pressured air through heating. So we have Gay-Lussac's gas laws that denote this. Charles's law that would denote unexcited gas molecules, okay, in another area, right?
Right.
So if I was to drop a ping pong ball in an area,
it wouldn't drop down. It would drop to the sides due to the pressure vector.
It would drop down, yeah, and then what would happen is it wants to. It basically its path of least resistance, right?
Of course.
It would drop down, and then it would start to change its vector slightly off to the side until its velocity started to be more than that of the resistance on the side of it. Much like when you kick a football up and the wind takes it, yeah. So I can explain with just relative density why things go up, why things go down, right? Why are you stuck to the earth? Why are you stuck to the earth? Why are you stuck to the earth? Also, I can give relative density with that. Well,
yeah. So, what is the reason for relative density, higher relative density, closer to the Earth's surface, as opposed to further away? What's the reason for the pressure gradient to be in this direction opposed to the other direction? Is the logical question that follows?
No, it's not. No, it's not. You really messed that up there, bro.
Oh
I'm
no.
telling you. Let's logically finish what we were doing first. So again, a simple way of also saying, I'm not claiming that I know what causes relative density either, right?
Exactly.
So,
that's the point we need to get to. We need to get to the. All right. Sorry.
But what? Listen, what does it matter? What does it matter? Yeah, he's a Brit, and he's talking to me, and I'm a Brit.
He's Welsh, and we've been spoiled with how Flatty is just not obnoxious ever. I've never heard Flatty be obnoxious. So we've been spoiled with the non-obnoxiousness of Flatty, and yet, whatever. Maybe he isn't Welsh. Maybe he's LARPing as Welsh. Whatever.
Apologies for that. I'm Jewish, actually. But I do, was born and raised in Wales.
Yeah.
He is Welsh. He is Welsh. I'm from the UK, so he sounds like he's from like Pembrokeshire almost. Anyway,
Swansea.
Well,
Pembrokeshire's nice though.
Yeah.
No wonder.
But yeah, so basically, again, with relative density, again, it could be circular reason, but at the same time, there are just certain natural laws again, right? It's like north, right? North can only be, we only know where south is in relation to north, okay? We only know where up is in relation to down, etc., etc. That's simple.
Everything's relative, yes. Yeah, I can
It's
understand where
relative
you're
to
coming.
those things. So, no, because at the same time, there are cardinal directions, right? But from there, it's that, right? But I'm just saying that at this point, what are you compared to the Earth, right? So you sticking to the Earth, you could just say that's again a density tower, right? But going on to the gradient of the Earth, right? What you stated there, that no, because why would that affect it? What you would say, whoa, say what you were trying to say again?
That we had the discussion about obviously things rising and falling due to relative density, which makes sense to me within the obviously flat Earth model that we're subscribed to.
No such thing as a flat Earth model.
Okay.
I'm just letting you know.
Sorry, what do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
Right, basically, we're trying to get away from exactly what the heliocentric model is, right? They compiled a bunch of malarkey. That malarkey itself doesn't hold water, right? Not whatsoever. All we're claiming here
wouldn't hold water, would it?
Huh?
It wouldn't hold water in terms of the oceans. Quite literally, doesn't hold water, does it?
Exactly, brother. So I'm saying, right? It doesn't hold water. The whole thing is ridiculous, okay? At best. And it's and even from their own narrative where they have to over explain and I can tell you some of those things even if you're being facetious or whatever and you don't really and you think what I'm saying is stupid at the moment, we can go to that later. But let's deal with this right now. So again, where was we?
We were talking about relative density closer to the Earth's surface as opposed to further away. So the density gradient of the air. I don't know.
Right, but that's got nothing to do with it's got nothing to do with the distance to the surface of Earth. All objects essentially want to fall to rest, right? Meaning the equilibrium, right? The equilibrium state. Yeah. So that essentially means if you drop something that is heavier than the air that's around it, it is simple that it's going to slice through that air and it's going to land on the floor because the floor underneath it, right, is a barrier. It's a barrier. It can't go any further, obviously, because the floor beneath it is probably more dense. If it was, let's say the floor was made of an eggshell, and I dropped the
Right.
100-pound weight, what's going to happen? It's going to carry on going, obviously, right? You
Right.
know, but like it isn't, is it? You know, it's mud, so it compresses into the mud. The amount of inertia that it has and force it has makes an imprint. But then, if you talk about the gradient of the Earth, right? Well, what we have with that is very simple. Right, the first part here you'd have to answer is like, give me a gradient on a globe. How does that work, bro?
Well, I mean, I guess what the model that like we're ascribed to by like education and such and such institutions. So institutions, they're not, not to be no appeal to authority here.
Wait, they're Northern Rebellion. Don't interrupt him.
They would say what they would purport. They would say that gravity acts towards center of mass. That's what the globe modelists would say.
Yeah, okay, wait. Yeah.
No, that's what they'd say.
No, it isn't. Not anymore. Okay.
No. Oh.
Yeah, because you're talking about mass attracts mass, and obviously mass attracts mass was completely superseded by Einsteinian warping and bending of space time, and time dilation. You understand relativity, so relativity superseded mass attracts mass. The reason they had to get away from mass attracts mass is because no one has ever seen an example of two masses just attracting toward one another, other than in the example of the Earth apparently rising up to meet objects in the air as they fall down. But I'm sorry, but none of us are like on a ball that's ricketing around like a ping pong ball, are we? No.
I mean, I haven't seen the Earth rise to a ping pong ball. Do you know what I mean?
But that would be mass attractive mass, wouldn't it?
Exactly.
Otherwise, it's just one mass falling through a medium that's denser than to the other mass, which is just obvious, right? Okay. So again, the point comes again. That's why they had to get rid of and Einsteinian warping of inner space time. That's rubbish again too. You're giving attributes and physical attributes basically to like let's say concepts, time, and all of that stuff.
But now even the Einsteinian model has been superseded by the bosonic model.
Yeah.
The quantum physics fairy tale has superseded Einsteinian, and they've abandoned even all the Einstein stuff as antiquated. So it's all a big game at this point of just who can make up the most elaborate fairy tale.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Or just ask him for his scientific evidence of gravity, please. Experiment.
We don't necessarily need to do that with this guy at the moment because he's being receptive. And I don't know if he's making any positive claims. He's telling us what they are saying and what their positive claims are. Sorry, go ahead.
I just wanted to say something real quick. They changed their models and theories like a normal person changes their underwear.
Yeah,
it's pretty obvious that it's just very fraudulent, everything about the heliocentric model.
It's clear Staph infection is talking about mass attracting mass, which was superseded in 1915. So he's not even parroting the right pseudoscience.
Yeah,
right.
Of course,
well, I mean, that's just what they underwear. I'm sure they didn't go that far, with the education in secondary school.
I would go that far. I would go even further.
No. What he's saying, Northern Rebellion. What he's saying is that in England, and I'm from England, they don't teach. Listen, they don't teach us anything even about Einsteinian relativity. Yeah. They literally just teach mass attracts mass. I know the education Ofsted system that he's from. I was educated in it. Only until higher education did I learn.
I know zero globers know their models, so it comes to the territory. So he doesn't know his model, so he's going to parrot mass attracting mass, which he has no experiment for, which is out of date since 1915.
But brother, I understand what you're saying right now. He came in a little bit obnoxious, right? It may seem that way anyway. But I think he's just got a little bit of a brash English tone, and he's interrupting a little bit because he's excited, and he does sound a little bit interested in the topic, and he sounds like he's taking it on board. I would say at this moment, maybe let's try and leave ego out of it so that we can get the best result in terms of what the goal would be here right now. Yeah, in terms of like, you know, I'm not going to judge him for his lack of education on something that, quite frankly, it's hard to even be
that's why we're
educated
here,
on.
you know. That's why we're here, you know.
Yeah.
No,
So
I appreciate your patience for sure. That's all I can say.
But but it's my approach might be different to yours, and that's all. And I know it's like I'm taking over a little bit here, but it's not that. I just haven't spoke about this in a long time, so it's great to get someone that's receptive, you know. So I want to run with that.
Yeah,
And
good. I'll be
yeah,
gone
fair enough.
5 anyways. I was just.
All right, you just wanted to get those moments in, like, nah, I know,
Look
bro.
at a couple of jabs in.
It's because it's the globe, man, bro. We're not upset with you. It's the globe. We're just like, no, wrong again, because it's like, no, it's always wrong. And all right, but yeah, so we were talking about the idea of basically having a gas pressure gradient, right? Yeah. So with the gas pressure gradient, right? And like you said already, you could never find a scientific experiment that, let's say, would be peer reviewed even, okay, that would prove mass attracting mass. The only one that you'd ever sort of come across would be one called the Cavendish experiment, right? And the Cavendish experiment is not in the framework of even, it doesn't even come close to what the scientific method is. So it's not really a scientific experiment. It's a load of rubbish again. It's like Aristophanes,
It's
right?
the one with the balls, right?
Yeah, balls and a torsion bar and all of that, right? You know, so but they didn't exclude for electrostatics, which is literally admitted to be like something like 10 to the, is it 29th or 39th power more aggressive than the weak pseudo force of gravity, as of their own words. And I mean, I say pseudo force as described by them, because it hasn't been described as a force for a long time. So you know, they didn't exclude for electrostatics. Remember, they didn't put two masses one above the other, one below the other. Put them on a torsion bar that's precariously, you know, perched. And if there is an electrostatic current in that room, and everything is permeable with electrostatics, right, and everything is inherently electrostatic in nature, and they can't exclude for it. People can say you can exclude for it, for instance, with by putting water on something, right? But that's not inherently true because we have an electromagnetic field, right? And the issue with doing that is that all you do is all you actually do is, for instance, I'll give you, let's say, a balloon, right? A balloon, you get electrically statically charged, yeah? You stick it to your hair sticks up. Apparently you can negate that, right? You can negate it by maybe getting it wet. All that happens is that the electrostatic charge basically ends up absorbing into the water, right?
Right, yeah.
Up to the point of where it's effective. So now there's a layer between you and it, so it doesn't have that effect. But the object itself inside is still inherently electrostatic, right?
Yeah, it should be balanced by yeah.
Yeah. So and what charges it? Do you know what I mean? You know that it's a balloon. It's got gases. Those things are bumping around, making vibrations at the same time as the field of the Earth itself moving. There's lots that goes into this, as far as I'm concerned, anyway. Right? I don't know too much about it, but that's what I do know. That's what I can tell you. And then at the same time, and just to show you how weak of a force gravity is, go get a balloon, rub it on your chest. Okay, a balloon that's full of normal air that would usually fall straight to the ground. If gravity is causing that, my friend, yeah, go and get a balloon, stick it to your chest, bro, yeah, and then get literally like a tablet that's like 20 milligrams in weight, and put it on the top of that balloon, and it will displace it from your chest. It will break that electrostatic charge on your chest with about 20 milligrams of weight. 20 milligrams, not like 20 grams, like 20 milligrams. And that was apparently, and listen, the same people that told you gravity existed will say electrostatics, yeah, not even electromagnetism, electrostatics is 10 to the 28th or 10 to the 38th power stronger than this weak pseudo force of gravity. So if that's the truth, then I could claim
That's not going to work,
electrostatics.
is it?
I could, you see what I'm trying to say? Like, this doesn't make sense, does it? Right? So again, let's go back to the gradient. How can you have a gas pressure gradient in a system that exists next to space? It's a vacuum.
Has to be the argument would be that there would have to be an opposing force. You know, because the pressure gradient obviously pushes outwards on its container. Outwards on its container is the definition of pressure, right? If we have a gas pressure gradient, right? So some form of container or opposing force would be required in that case.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, as an explosionologist, or what's it? Sorry.
No, weaponologist.
Weaponologist. You know about pressure and containers. You know, you want your container to fail at a perfect moment, don't you? I think that's the
or the perfect end.
Or the perfect
end.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So anyway, the point would be this, right? So what would be the claim of that force that does that? Because obviously they claim the Earth is both an open and closed system because they don't have a visible barrier, right? Right. Again, so brilliant. Okay, so it's gravity. Gravity does it, but there's a problem there, and you already know that.
Mm-hmm.
And the problem's worse because gravity's strongest where?
Closest to the center of mass, they would say, right? Of the
You got it. Yeah, you got it. And again, also, this gravity would have to be what you would call a force that I believe would have to be hydrostatic. No, sorry, it would have to be equilibrious across the whole face of that spherical ball. Meaning, sorry, not on the face of the spherical ball, on the outer layer of that upper layer of the atmosphere. It would have to be, it would have to be basically, it would have to be. Is it hydrostatically equilibrious? I don't think it's hydrostatic. I forget the term. Right?
Electrostatic, maybe.
No, it's not electrostatic. It's just
what do you mean?
It needs to be electric. It needs to be electric. It needs
just
to be
uniform.
Equilibrious. It needs to be uniform all the time, right? There can't be someone else that affects it, right? It needs to be a uniform effect, right? Again, because obviously there are going to be differentials in pressure because there could be cooling in different places at different times, which mean gases switch out from higher low pressure underneath that barrier, right? Again, but then there are even worse things. Then there are worse things that get involved again, which is the fact that there is, let's say the moon, for instance, in relation, well, up until like 2-3 years ago when they moved the moon into the inside of the Earth's atmosphere, they had to do that because otherwise the moon would have been like an orbiting entropy aiding machine because it's gravitational, even though it's only like, 1/4 of the Earth's gravitational force, in proximity to the upper layer of the atmosphere, it would be potentially like, I did the math before, but it's a lot stronger than the Earth's pull on the upper layer of the atmosphere. So it's an entropy aiding machine as it goes around, right? And now they've moved it outside of it. But again, the other vector, that is still a vector, so that the gases would start to correlate and coalesce toward that, right? Which would create a pressure system problem again as well. And then you have the issue as well that gases are produced at the ground level, right? They literally are produced at the ground level. So that's another problem. How is it that the gas is produced at ground level, right? Get all the way up there, right? And then somehow up there, where gravity is weaker, that it keeps it in there. It keeps it in there. While you've got a 10 to the 17 negative torque vacuum on the opposite side of this so-called gravitational field that keeps in said gas that at the same time isn't equilibrious in its ability to do this because of the moving parts and because of the fact we have entropy in a dynamic system of inputs of heat via the sun orbiting around also, or us orbiting around it, right? Or us turning, should I say? That would create pockets of high pressure. So you have a gas pressure gradient that would have switching out, up and down, left and right, all the different. It's impossible to get a pressure rating pushing against the wall of the container. And then again, for me to read that pressure with a barometer, it needs to hit the walls of a container and then double back because gases have no inherent inward vector. Right?
Yeah.
That's a problem too. We have 14.7 psi right now here. So I know we at least have some form of containment, right?
Well, there must be, otherwise.
Yeah, and I think that's where the dome model comes from, in my opinion, like the idea of a dome. I don't claim like a dome. I believe in the firmament personally. I'll tell you what I believe. I believe in the firmament. I can't prove you the firmament, but I can allude to the idea of it because the doubling back.
What's the firmament? Sorry,
firmament,
what is the model? I'm not familiar with it.
The firmament would be. You're familiar with the depictions, not models, of the flat Earth, right? Where there would be a dome over the top of it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's described in the Bible. The firmament has been described as the literal canopy of the stars itself, right? By many different, civilizations and ancient civilizations alike. So in that point, again, the reason why I would say the canopy, and if it comes down to us on the Earth, the 14.7 psi here where we are, we're going to have higher pressure, lower, because the gases are introduced here, right? Also, we have a dynamic system. We do have relative density again. We've now can have relative density because we've got a container, yeah? And at the same time, we can have the idea of it pushing off the walls of a container, doubling back at a higher pressure, almost like in a ring, like a cross, all the way up, going up. Because the walls of the container, yeah, on the ground level, are to the left, right, back, forward on that flat plane, right? So they can double back from that wall of that container, yeah, and come back on itself to have an inward vector as well. Because, you could end up saying, well, how come it's lower pressure higher up? Well, maybe the doubling back didn't happen higher up there then, because it was cold and Charles's law made it less exciting and they didn't go up there because we got a gradient because we now have a container, right?
Yeah.
And then we've got the problem with the whole thing with curvature, bro. There just isn't any, right?
Curvature?
Yeah, there isn't any.
There isn't the what? Sorry.
There isn't any curvature.
Oh, right.
You see too far, way too far.
Yeah.
Does anyone else want to have a word with him?
Yeah,
well,
not even seeing too far, but the physical, no, if that's the right term, the logic which will apply onto a spinning ball or a curving ball which curves 360 degrees away from you downwards, right? You always at the top, everything else around you will bend away, right? Which is just the specification, the properties of the ball. While I'm here right now at the coast of Italy, and regardless of how high I will go, and here are very high mountains right in front of the sea, I will see the horizon, the horizontal line of the sea in the distance at the same height of my eyes, as if the sea is rising up, which it doesn't. It's just perspective because the Earth is measurably flat, and it is flat, and it can only occur on a plane on flat water that it rises up to your eye level. Same with the Felix Baumgartner jump, where you can see where you still see from the inside camera, you still see the same horizon height as when he was on the ground. the horizon will always go upwards to that position, and it can't happen on a ball that supposedly curves downwards 360 degrees around you. It's impossible, especially with the size that they tell us it to be.
So I'm curious, like, what about volcanoes?
What about them?
Yeah, what about them?
So
it's very beautiful.
we have to have, yeah, no,
Beautiful, man. Yeah, great. They're great.
There'd have to be some layer beneath the Earth's crust
Okay,
or
okay, wait there.
surface
Whoa, wait there, wait there, wait there, wait
with
there.
melted.
Who's ever wait
With-
there? You need to slow down. You need to slow down.
Slow down.
That like so okay. What about volcanoes? It needs to be no. We can't talk about what needs to be. What we know right now is that volcanoes exist. Okay. What we also know is that the deepest we've ever dug is what? Isn't it something like 6.8 miles?
Yeah, some Russian. I saw that some Russian mine or something.
Super Huala borehole. Okay. And the do you know who come up with the idea of the Earth's crust and the layers and everything like that? It wasn't a seismologist. It was Isaac Newton. He hypothesized the three main layers of the Earth: the Earth's crust, the mantle, the core. Okay, yeah. Bear in mind that's the guy that was trying to convert mercury into gold by eating it in his own body and died. But yeah, we won't go into that. The 90 million words that Newton wrote about alchemy have never been published anywhere for some weird reason. Remember, that's the guy that claimed that if I drop a shoe toward the ground, the earth came up to meet it. Okay? He was a nutter. It's simple.
Yeah, he was nuts. He died a
He was
virgin.
nuts. Well, that's great if he was ever married.
No, he just died a virgin, you know.
Well, then I praise be
Nothing
to
wrong with that.
yeah, praise to God then, isn't it? You know?
Just mentioning it. Like personally, I wouldn't want to die a virgin.
Well, he didn't get married, so I will. I don't want to die a virgin either.
But you're waiting for marriage, are you?
I am married.
Oh
anyway,
shit! I didn't even. Sorry, my bad.
Anyway, so
just because you sound quite young, you know.
Right. So let's continue.
We're talking about where does the melted rock come from? You know.
Oh, the melted rock. Yeah.
Bait.
Yes. So I know. So again, bro. Yeah. No. I don't think he's trying to feed me bait there. Bro. I don't know. I don't think he's trying to feed me bait.
Is someone texting you on personal messaging you?
No. I heard him say it. I'm saying.
Oh, right.
They said don't take the bait because you went into personal questions, right? And we're talking about the subject.
I would just say, like, at what point does this conversation ever turn to sexuality? We're talking about.
Bro.
Oh yeah, that was irrelevant. Sorry, that wasn't relevant at all.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. That's my point. Yeah.
Right. So at the same time, we're talking about volcanoes and everything like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
You first need to understand that it wasn't seismologists that hypothesized the three main layers to the Earth originally. It was Newton. Okay, he didn't really have any expertise to make these sort of calls or estimations or any of that. He really didn't. And at the other end of it, right? Seismology, I think, in like, what was it like? From then on, they really sort of like, it picked up in like the 1900s or something. It was like, was it 1903? I can't remember. They started to build upon Newton's idea, okay? And these seismologists started to fill in the rest of their layers as if they existed. They had no proof of any of these layers whatsoever, bear in mind. Yeah? They started to fill them in. And then, the Earth's crust, the mantle, right? And so on and so forth, right? All the way to like how deep the very tectonic plates are, like 18 miles deep at one point, and at this point, very, very advanced and very specific claims, are they not?
Oh, no, they are.
They are, aren't they? Right, yeah. Exactly how deep, the molten core of the Earth is. Also, the thing that helps with magnetation, Earth's magnetation, which, by the way, is way past the temperature point of the Curie point, which is when metal becomes no longer magnetizable.
I know about this.
Yeah, so like again, another weird thing, right? Again, also what we have now is this. The seismologists. Sasha, you're hot micing, bro.
Yeah, I was just about to say something.
It's throwing me right off.
All right,
Maybe
here.
just mute him. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. So, so again, the seismologists that were in love with Newton's work because they never really saw his alchemy work, basically. I don't know. I think he was someone like Hitler, like type thing, where there's a load of propaganda, whatever. Like, now you must like him, and people did because he was used for something, right? And we can go into that later, like the why shit. That stuff. Yeah. Irregardless, point is same seismologists with better equipment that were in the actual field that he wasn't in, the guy Newton, then went on to basically talk about all the other layers. They made many specific claims about how deep it was, all this extra nonsense. The deepest we dug is the superquarter deep borehole, right? 6.8 miles, bro. That's nothing. That's not even like a quarter of what they say the thickness of like the crust is, yeah? And do you know what? They made quite a few predictions of what they would find as it went down. They said they would find basalt salt at a certain depth. They said that they would find no basically no germ like life at a certain depth. They also stated that it would get denser as it got deeper and that the rock would get harder. Well, everything happened the wrong way around. They didn't find the basalt salt. They found bacteria down there living. Then they ended up in a substance that was like honey, and that's why they couldn't get any deeper. Because it ended up actually being that the rocks were getting less dense to the point it turned into a runny liquid just at that this deepness down, right?
Yeah.
And for some reasons, people seem to think that volcanoes in the heliocentric model or even claim that magma comes from the core.
There apparently is a newer.
Are they saying that now? Oh, okay.
Deeper hole at the Al Shaheen oil field.
When was this?
40,000 feet plus. Dude, they get 270,000 barrels of oil a day.
Yeah.
Out of this hole. That's a lot. That's a lot of oil, by the way.
That's not a drilled hole, is it? Then that's
Yeah.
Is it? Oh, okay.
Yep. So this Al Shaheen. So the Kola Super Deep was 35,768 feet. Also 10,902 meters. This one is 12,289 meters at 40,318 feet.
All right. So, in depth, what are we talking about? A differential?
That is like close to 8 miles. Not quite 8 miles, which is what I've been hearing is around 8 miles.
Right. So we've jumped up 1.2 miles. Okay. But the point is again, that's not even anywhere near the depth of any of the layers that they said. And the seismologists couldn't even get any of the predictions right, going down to 6.8 miles. So I'm going to trust these guys all the way down to what? The core? Am I really meant to believe? No, I'm going to trust that. And these guys are new school compared to the people that hypothesized the layers. They've got better equipment even. They've got more seismographs dotted all around the Earth. And all that it is as well is they actually reify the model by using P waves, S waves, and refraction, right? Because they basically state like, when an earthquake goes off, different seismographs take a reading of how much it was, vibrated and oscillated or whatever, right? And the oscillation of these vibrations that go through the earth, right? They simply take their path, okay? And I would say and then they have their exit points, these oscillations, and they read the amount, and then they basically jot out on a graph that's then emulated into a ball. Because remember, they're assuming they're on a ball, So yeah, this one's in Africa on this part of the ball. This one's on this part and this part, and then they draw the lines where they would go up. P waves, S waves, and refraction is the system they use. So it creates like a plasma ball effect, right? That sort of map. But the issue is what if I just say, let's pretend the data and I emulate it onto a flat map? Guess what it looks like? It looks like lightning upside down, right? Like tree roots.
Lightning upside down.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I see.
But
Okay, I see what you
upside
mean.
down.
See what I mean.
Like
Yeah,
tree
like
roots,
tree
but
roots. Tree
upside
roots.
down.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like so, like these waves and P waves, S waves, and refraction. The problem is they just emulated it onto a reified. It's a reification fallacy because they're reifying the shape of a body, again, the globe, that they have yet to actually fundamentally prove because of the lack of curvature. Not only just because of the lack of curvature, right, but because there has genuinely never been a true measurement of curvature. And not only that, the claims about how they procured the radius and the circumference in general are so shaky. We can go into that in a minute. But what do you actually think about that? What do you think about that at first? Like, so far, what are you noticing as a theme?
Well, I'll tell you about the gravitational. It's not gravitational. Sorry. Earthquakes. We'll say like it's The thing is, they say that they get these measurements from the obviously P waves, S waves, and the refractive index due to the density of the mantle at different points. However, all of the information that I know about it is just stuff that I've been told, not anything that obviously I've observed because I don't have equipment like that. So I mean, it's not really a good claim for the Earth model,
It's not a good claim for anyone, is it? At the end of the day, other than the seismologists that come up with it, sort of base it upon the idea of a guy that was an alchemist.
I've never even met a seismologist.
No, I haven't either. You know what I mean? But yeah, like the seismologists that we're talking about anyway, they predicted stuff down to just under 7 miles, and they got all of that wrong. And how we meant to? We don't know they got any other stuff right anyway. And so what if there's stuff underneath our ground? There's gonna be.
Yeah. But then
you know what I mean?
the thing is, though,
doesn't say anything about shape.
No, but also this is where it was getting me, right? Because obviously we have the pressure gradient going towards the Earth's surface from the air above the Earth. However, from the magma or the stuff that comes out volcanoes, it wants to go upwards.
Right. So I don't think you quite. The pressure gradient coming what downwards.
In the air you've got more pressure lower down.
Yeah. Why wouldn't it be?
So yeah, exactly. But then the magma is behaving as though there's pressure from the down going up, because it's going upwards. So
yeah, which also disproves
a different
gravity
force,
as well, because gravity should be pulling on that and stopping that from happening. Yeah, that's that. But again, it doesn't disprove gravity. It just shows that gravity doesn't really have an effect on anything ever. Seagulls, balloons, whatever it is, right? Anything that has pressure behind it, bullets, whatever. Gravity doesn't seem to have an effect on it. It's that simple. It's always been that way, right?
Yeah.
So there's a highly
the
pressurized.
question becomes what is causing that pressure or that force, not necessarily pressure at all,
Well, they like to try and say to you tectonic plates, right? But again, where's the evidence for these tectonic plates? And again, they're a reification of the globe again. At first, they were called continental plates, weren't they? Continental plates, weren't they not?
I don't know. I wasn't around that long ago.
Well, they were, yeah. So we call them continental plates, and I don't know. At first, I feel like it was probably a way of maybe, I don't know, how do I put it? I feel like they just drew in the fault lines in which the highest magnitude of these earthquakes existed at. So it's like these are the fault lines here of where it's supposed to happen. That's probably and then they seem to correlate to like where you know all of the land masses are as well. And then on that, and just outside of the land masses onto the waters of those land masses, right? But it doesn't prove anything, does it? Like, it doesn't help the heliocentric model whatsoever. Really, it doesn't.
No.
Like, and to go into, let's say, for instance, right? Have you ever been to Dover?
I can see it from my house, actually,
You
but
can
I've
see
never been.
Right, okay. Go to Dover, and you can look at it, right?
You can see Somerset from your house. Dover's on the other side, facing France.
Oh yeah, whatever.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, that peninsula anyway.
Yeah.
Cornwall, I guess, right? Cornwall? I don't know.
No, you can see me, bro. If you're in Wales, actually, wait, no. If you're
I'm in
Wales,
South Wales, south.
You're in South
all the way
Wales.
south.
You can see
He can see
Ilfracombe
me.
and Ilfracombe.
Yeah, you can see Ilfracombe, so you can see me, right? Yeah, I'm down the road from Ilfracombe. So, like, one day, what we should do, because I can literally see all the way across. I've got a 5-watt laser, bro. Yeah,
Mm.
and I've shone that all the way out to Wales at night.
Mm.
And like, I don't
Can
know.
I ask?
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question about pressure gradients, guy? The new guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you have in mind when you're speaking about gradient in a globe model?
We were talking about balloons and stuff because obviously for buoyancy.
Yeah, but what? Because they're saying up high it's less pressure and there is a pressure gas pressure gradients. How you have that in your mind? You. Because I have that in my mind. I can explain you what I have in my mind.
I would love that if you could explain that.
They are speaking. Okay, maybe there are some gas pressure gradients, but that gas pressure gradients are in atmosphere.
Mm-hmm.
And now that atmosphere, it's something what is moving 66,000 miles per hour. They are saying.
Okay.
Because we are orbiting sun. How gases is moving 66,000 miles per hour together, sticked.
Yep.
Okay.
That's my gas pressure gradient and whatever, because I don't know. Or when people speaking about vacuum is next to us, it looks that vacuum it's next to us. That means after the Earth, it's vacuum, But that's not my vision of vacuum of the space. My vision of vacuum is space. We are not even dot comparing to universe. And now we are moving through that, like that dot together with that gases, moving 66,000 miles per hour through that vacuum. We are inside of that, and that it's enormous. It's not next to us. It's all around, everywhere.
Yeah, I'd be torn apart, wouldn't you?
And we are moving through that medium, 66 miles, and plus we are rotating around axial rotation we are doing. And gases are all the time together with us. Air and everything, and water and blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it gets even worse as well. Do you know that like the heliocentric model, like the thing, right? I don't know if I'm like tripping and I read this, but like Matthew Learns didn't even know about this. So like they say we're orbiting around the sun, remember guys, yeah? But like the sun itself is apparently orbiting around a non-existent center of mass that exists between it and Jupiter because they have a
Berry Center?
Huh?
It's called the Berry Center. It's hilarious.
Yeah. Matthew Learns didn't even know that existed, and I was like, "Are you serious?" Like,
Oh wow!
I was like, "How are we orbiting the sun if if there's a invisible center of mass, i.e., one that doesn't exist because of a so-called equilibrious state between these two masses of their size, they create this point between them that's a center of mass, which is completely convoluted at best, obviously, yeah. But yeah, he hadn't even heard of it, and I was like, okay, like, you know, and I was like, all right, goodbye then, like, and he like left, and he's like, oh, if I'm gonna get kicked, I'm leaving. I'm like, well, no, Matthew, don't go, don't leave, man, don't leave. You're brilliant for us. Like, I don't want you to leave. You know, you're the best flat earther there is. But he's not a flat earther, but you know, he makes silly arguments for the globe time and time again, and then concedes time and time again, and like he's doing a good job there for the flat earth. So right. What was it that Sasha, you were last on? You were talking about gas, right? Gas pressure and everything.
Yeah, I wanted to know what is
and then
his mind
emotion.
like. Yeah, when people speaking about that, you know, even gas pressure gradient, that means that some layer, or for example, ionosphere, you know,
yeah,
that's something behind the atmosphere. That means that there is some layer.
Mm-hmm.
And if we have ionosphere, stratosphere, that is all layers of the spheres around the atmosphere.
Yep. Remember,
And
gases have no inherent shape, right? You know that, yeah.
Yeah.
We don't, yeah. So they just, you know, atmosphere.
Because
It's just a reification again, yeah.
Listen, this paradox, a stratosphere. That means that all that stratosphere, it's also mass to orbit around the sun in the same position like Earth is. Spherical, you know, it doesn't move, that stratosphere, like a left or right, you know.
Exactly. As well, like, think about it like this: if you were on a globe, right? Like, I do like this analogy, like, you know, it's not that like the sun. People always say, "I see the sun," you know, it goes behind the curve, and it's like, no, you did a backflip away from it. Actually, technically, just technically, if you think about the Earth's orbit, right, and the directionality in which that's happening, you know. But I'd like. Can I tell you a little story, just like because this is, I like to do this. It's a little fun one because you seem pretty receptive. You've heard pretty much most of the points. We can think. Actually, we could go into the mathematics even on why you see too far. That's why I asked you. Have you ever seen Calais from Dover? Right? Yeah.
I haven't. No, I've never been to.
Please go down to Dover and go and look at France.
I'm next Boardmasters.
Literally, next Boardmasters do it, bro. All right. So go down there and look at France. And I kid you not as well. I've laid down and looked at France, like on my belly, like nearly in the water, like looking at France, looking at their coastline.
You can see the sand, can you?
Listen to this, yeah. I've actually looked across and seen chimneys, okay, in France with smoke bellowing out of them. Look to my right, okay, and seen part of Wales, okay. Do you understand? Like, so, like, I'm in a certain position on the coast, yeah. It's quite high. It's quite high up. And remember, the height though is not enough for the distance of these two places. Okay, 8 inches per mile squared. They're not within it. Neither of them are. Right? Just take my word on that for right now. I can't be able to go through the calculations. But again, if the answer was refraction, which again you can't really say refraction because you're saying terra firma's moving, and if terra firma's moving first, you might need the radius value to sort of understand all of that. But you know, we'll ignore that bit for a minute. Someone's got to give me the refractive model for where on this day I'm having from two different locations, almost like in the same field of view, almost, right? Because it's like, you know, your eyes, you know, and your peripheral and your left and to your right. Almost in my same field of view, I'm seeing two places that I shouldn't be able to see that are meant to be over a sagittale, a leading edge of a sphere, you know, over that curve. But I can see them clearly not distorted or anything like that. And it wouldn't even matter if they were distorted, to be quite honest with you. You know, because it's like, when do we ever get a geometric line that stops our vision? Like, you know, you see the horizon. That horizon just means the sky appears to meet the ground. Simple, right? Yeah, that's the actual definition. But you be honest with yourself right now. You live in England. So you've been to the beach many, many a time, bro. When have you ever seen a horizon that is exactly the same distance away every single time? Or not even that. When it is ever, because you've at least, listen, you've been at, like, you know, sea level. So let's say you're 1 foot off the ground. The horizon should be no further than 1.22 miles away. But if you're like 6 feet tall, it shouldn't be any further than 3.8 miles away. Are you telling me you've never seen a horizon further than 3.8 miles away? So I'm telling you, you can see Cali from Dover, laying on your belly.
Yeah.
What's that? What's that, like? How many miles?
I don't know. Definitely over 60. I think it's about 60.
No,
The
it's
channel's
not even
about
that.
maybe more even.
I don't even think it's that. I think it's actually a little bit less than that, you know?
Oh, really?
Yeah. Seriously. Wait, to
Mumbles to Ilfracombe is about 14 miles, so we could just do that observation from Mumbles.
Yeah. Do it to me. Like, literally, bro, I'll go out with my laser and I'll blind you.
Now, but it's been lovely. I'll be back later. All right, goodbye.
All right. Hope you enjoyed it.
All right.
Thank you for a productive conversation.
Nerd math coming in the chat. All right, so you're talking about the deep holes. So I got on a rabbit trail here about the different oil things that are, and then they were talking about the world's longest one.
Yeah,
so
cool.
I found the world's longest one is 8.38 miles, and it's in Russia. And they were giving the data. They said that there was a really big number. I'm trying to find that number. 17.1 trillion cubic feet of oil in reserves. So I did the math, and that is 18 and a half years worth of gasoline for the entire world.
Mm-hmm.
And that is 305 days worth of diesel, which makes me scratch my head a little bit and go,
what?
Oh man, when I looked at the ratios for diesel versus gasoline,
why would you ever use diesel?
Basically, like it's
what?
So diesel is more energy dense, so that's why. But I'm curious what the ratio of energy is versus gasoline, because the production ratio is, I put in the chat there. So the production ratio from crude oil to diesel is 0.285.
Yep.
And the production ratio for gasoline from crude oil is 0.47. That's the percent. So 47% of crude oil turns into gasoline, 28% turns into diesel, and the rest is used for other stuff or waste or whatever.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering what here. I mean, that probably won't be a hard search. Diesel energy ratio.
Energy ratio, yeah.
Compared to gasoline. It would be kind of weird if it actually was a net loss.
Yeah, if it sounds anything, yeah, basically what it comes down to is.
Oh yeah, it's definitely a net loss.
Yeah, it is.
Because I'm looking right here. It says 833 kilograms per meter cubed versus 740. So the ratio is 13%.
Wow.
Whereas the production ratio is not quite double. 47 to 28. I just have to. What is that, like 1.7 or something? I don't know. 47. 619 divided by 28571. 1.66. So yeah, almost 1.7, but 1.66.
A number.
1 point. So in it's. I mean, you need, but the thing is, you get diesel. Diesel is a byproduct regardless. So you need to use it, but you should use diesel. And but the point here is diesel consumption worldwide is more than 10 times higher
It
than
doesn't need to be
gasoline.
exactly. It doesn't need to be used as much as it's being used.
Yeah,
Like
gasoline
I
should
get
be
it. It's a
more popular.
byproduct, but like, yeah, exactly. Gasoline, 100%. It should be advised, in fact, that no, and diesel engines should be reserved for certain forms of vehicles that operate
Yeah.
better with that form of fuel. It's that simple.
Interesting for sure. So there needs to be a lot more tractor trailers running gasoline. Is the point?
Yeah.
If they were actually being, unless there's a missing component, but I don't know what the component would be if this is just base crude oil ratios. So I have a friend that this is what he does. Like he's in the world of crude oil extraction, because I'm in North Dakota, oil land. So I'm gonna have to have this conversation with him and see what he says, because that's a weird thing a little bit. But anyway, think about this Russian oil hole. Like, you got Russia, they've had some financial difficulties, but they're sitting on 8 trillion gallons of gasoline and 4 trillion gallons of diesel.
And how much is, again, remember, how much fuel was that again for the world? How many?
That's 18 and a half years worth of gasoline for the entire world.
How much is that for Russia?
Oh, I mean, it'd be thousands of years, right?
So basically, Russia could, Russia, you don't want to mess
They
with them
could
in a
close their
war, bro.
borders, and as far as gasoline goes, forever.
Yeah.
But this is just one. This is just one.
This is
This
just
is
one,
not their
yeah.
only.
Listen, there is so much oil anyway. Like, the idea of it being a fossil fuel, they've admitted they lied about it, right? But they had to do that to put a finite price on it, so that once we end up going to any other form of energy, people are used to paying out the arse for it. That's what it was all about. Sorry to say arse, but it's that simple. It really is. Because people won't remember. They'd had people on this for so long, no one's going to remember, are they? Like, oh yeah, well, yeah, that's just normal. Well, it's not normal if it's renewable, but that seems renewable if you ask me. It's just nitrates dying off. They say it comes from everything that would melt into the earth and go down. Like, we don't know what it's even from. These wells are refilling back up. Gospel. Ones that are like nearly that size as well. They get all the oil out and they fill back up a few years later.
Yeah. Well, the form of the oil
is different,
is kind of interesting how it exists in a non-liquid state. Have you seen what it looks like?
Yeah.
I'll post a picture in the chat. It kind of
Post
blew my mind.
anyway, because it is pretty weird, yeah.
Yeah. My buddy was educating me on this stuff. Here's a good picture. Copy image. This is an example of what oil looks like in its raw form. It literally is sitting there in it. Yeah.
Got to be the perfect guy. Hold on. Sorry, guy, I didn't mean to interrupt. Dude, this is what I'm up against with friends. I'm going to post this text that one of my so-called intelligent friends just sent me this morning as it fucking woke me up. I sent him some information, but you got to read this shit, dude. This is what we're up against. Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, post it, man. Because it's like,
you see that
it's
picture
hard
there,
out here. Yep.
It's so weird.
Well,
like
it's sedimentary almost, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what it would appear to be. The part that kind of makes me scratch my head is the discovery of its usefulness. Like, oh look, there's black stuff in the rock, but like discovering its usefulness and as just it just confuses me. Are you DMing or where are you putting it, Fraud?
To me, I've always seen it, I'll be honest, as legitimately. Like, I always known that it potentially could have just come from a rock, and then these rocks get crushed, and then the oil gets squeezed out of it, much like the oil out of a tree gets squeezed out, like cherry wood oil or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then we've got proof of it there anyway. So, it's not even a theory anymore in my head. Like, it hasn't been the fossil fuels. I don't like it. I don't like it.
Dude, it won't let me send. It says fail to send message. Hold for option.
You want to just DM it, or you want to talk about it, or
let me try that. Let me try and DM it to you, see if that'll work.
you could just quote him, and it just, or do you
Yeah,
send like?
I think he wanted you to see like how he wrote it down and everything, like in its full entirety of how dumb it is.
Yeah, I got you.
So Gospel, they extract this oil from that rock?
Yeah. Here, there's some more. Copy link. I'll post this here. This is the kind of stuff.
Soldier. Sorry.
And that's what yeah, I don't know. It's just a little baffling.
That almost looks almost like as well, like the what is it? The stuff that they take from whales that they use in fragrance. It's like got a really musky smell to it. It's highly expensive. I forget the name. It almost reminds me of that, and you can tell that is like a higher energy material as well, and it really reminds me of that.
Okay. I just sent it to both of you guys. Read that shit, dude. And this is supposed to be one of my smart friends. This is how much they don't understand anything, dude. This is fucking crazy.
You want me to read it out loud? Not the name, but the.
I don't care. Yeah, you read however you want to read it, dude.
Yeah. So here's what he says. Here's what he says for the sake of the audience. 9.41, I'm supposing miles, 9.41 miles line of sight proved nothing because he is using a telephoto lens with super zoom power. If the Earth was flat, the water level would be the same level. Even at the lowest level of elevation, the water level is higher for the further object, which suggests it is sitting at a different level. If 9.41 is what it is suggesting should be the end of the sight, that only states it is the beginning of the curve's highest point, not where things should disappear. What he should have done was watch a ship sailing away and see that if it gets 25 to 30 miles with no change in line of sight. And I saw this video when it first came out. It was trash then and trash now. Whatever that video is, I'm not sure, but just
okay.
25 to 30 miles away is
dude, it's
he's talking about a geometric horizon. He's talking about a geometric horizon. He's claiming geometric horizon. You just text him back and say, even the globers, like all of them, they're not even claiming a geometric horizon anymore because they know it's dead, right? They're admitting it's an optical horizon. Any of them that are smart, because they know it's an argument they're going to lose. It's hard to derive geometry from a ever-moving object based on the atmospheric conditions of the day. A line that just keeps on moving backwards and forwards.
But he says at the 9.41 like it's higher. The water level is higher. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
He doesn't know he doesn't know how the ball works. He doesn't even know his own model, unfortunately.
Exactly. No idea.
Because thinking that there would be mountains of water in front of you, that's just hilarious. I'm sorry for your friend. He's pretty smart.
not smart.
Yeah,
I don't know, man.
People listen. People are grasping. They're clinging, and they don't have anything to cling to, so they wind up saying stupid stuff. It's not necessarily their fault. Their fault. What
I can sort of see.
They should be blamed, not for the silly things they say, but for the they should
Ignorance.
be blamed for holding on to something that they don't have proof for, that they're just trusting. I don't know. They shouldn't be blamed for the silly things they say. That's expected based on what we know to be true. But they should be blamed for not being critical thinkers, for not looking into it themselves and just taking people's word for it. That's what they should be blamed for. He shared this thing here, the growth of world population and history of technology. It was a really interesting comparison of these different technological advances. And his argument is that crude oil has been everything. That crude oil has influenced the world population and development more than any other thing ever. But that's the suggestion.
Okay.
You technically could point at the Industrial Revolution, but
for me, I'm like, what about the Bible? Sorry.
Well, you got to think about it. That's a source of energy for most industries. It's also the source of materials for almost everything. For example, plastics and synthetic compounds.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I completely forgot about plastics. That has to be part of the ratio of crude oil production too.
Oh yeah, it does.
But think
Oh,
about.
and by the way, the reason why diesel is used, is so gasoline requires an open chamber for vaporization and ignition. Whereas diesel can be ignited under compression. So if you're carrying a heavy load and what's actually turning the load is the chambers being manipulated, then you could see how you get much more efficiency from diesel when you're pulling tons upon tons.
That's why
the ability for the gas to push the piston and to ignite when the piston is in a low volume mode.
Oh, so you're saying it's not even really practical for tractor trailers, heavy duty tractor trailers.
Yeah, I think if they use gasoline, unless they come up with a new engine technology.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like the gasoline would probably be a loss if you used it for tractor trailers and heavy equipment.
They would burn so much fuel, it would be ridiculous. Like, that's what I mean. That's why diesel should really just be used for heavy goods vehicles.
Okay, so back to the ratio.
Mad on it.
So back to the energy ratio, it's actually slightly fallacious to use this energy ratio as the determining factor for the difference between diesel and gasoline, because fundamentally there's not just an energy differential, there's a power differential because of how they function. Is that an accurate way to say that?
Right.
All right, cool. That chart of the technology stuff, that's a good point. Just crude oil and how it got used for all these different things. I mean,
I was saving that.
Wow. So,
this rocks looks like wood.
What's that?
Those rocks looks like wood.
A little bit, yeah.
No, but more like it looks like sediment.
So
yeah.
It could be resin from this. Old trees.
It also reminds. Oh crap! The giant trees from the past. Oh, fossil fuels after all.
It reminds me a bit of coal also.
Yeah, I mean they find that this is where they find coal. They find coal with oil.
Ah, okay.
And by the way, I had recently learned as well, because I'm learning some of this stuff from this guy, and apparently the holes that they dig, at least the ones out here in North Dakota, are up to 2 miles in depth.
Mm-hmm.
I had no idea they dug that deep, but
yeah.
Each of these oil wells are like you know.
You ever watched Black Gold?
Around 2 miles. Which here's why this is confusing to me. Here, I'll post another little image. Here's what's confusing to me. Does this mean that, and I know this is a stupid and silly question, but Jed Clampett, I think Jed, the main character, right? Anyway, well, he shot the ground and oil came up, right? Is this a real thing that could happen, or was it just for a TV show and somebody completely made it up 100%?
Right, wait there. So are you talking about the actual Black Gold TV show, like
the Beverly
TV
Hillbillies
show or documentary?
The Beverly Hillbillies.
The Beverly Hillbillies. What is that?
He was looking for something, and for
No. I was talking about the genuine like documentary that shows real world oil drilling, right?
Yeah,
And how
I'm
they
talking
do
about
that.
the silly TV show Beverly
No, you
Hillbillies.
can't shoot into the ground and detect any form of oil in there. Unless you have a gun that has enough inertia. And okay, even if you had a gun, right? The Bismarck wouldn't have been able to shoot down to oil unless it had the right. Maybe if it had APDFS rounds, maybe. Like if it had armor piercing, thin stabilized rounds, with a Sabo, so it was actually much smaller, and they were using like double the amount of grains, for instance, of gunpowder. I don't know, maybe, and they were shooting at a mountain of some sort, but usually oil is drilled not from mountains anyway. It's like drilled on more flat areas and stuff like that. So like, yeah, I don't know. Did he have a railgun? Did he have
No, he had his
Bismarck on his side?
rifle.
I'm playing.
Do you ever watch some videos from Mud Fossil University? He does some speculation, but he did collect one sample of something that was red in these rocks, and he sent to laboratories, and the result was human blood. Isn't that interesting?
It was what blood?
The result of this red substance in the rock was the result human blood.
Okay. Are you talking about stellium right now?
No, I was talking about that guy from Mud Fossil University in the YouTube channel.
Well, stellium.
I don't know. Is that the same guy? The name?
No, Stellium 7 is one of the guys that comes. He's on our server, and he comes here from time to time to proselytize the ancient trees and mountains that used to be animals. All the mountains used to be animals and stuff, and he's done the science and
the science. Seriously, this guy is really legit, right? He's done some science where, like, honestly, like I didn't think I could ever believe stuff like that, but like he proved to me.
I still
he
don't.
had a heart of stone. I'm being facetious. Anyway.
I mean, he's extremely thorough, though. He's extremely thorough. It is convincing.
But no.
What is the name?
Stellium 7. He comes around from time to time.
But I laughed at him. Like,
he's
is that like those? Is that like the trees cut in half? Is that what you're talking about? Like those mountains?
No, he's got these. He's got these mountains and stuff that he's done research at. And he's got tons of videos. You can look at his YouTube channel. I think Stellium 7 is the name of his YouTube channel too. And I mean, he's really done a lot of whatever.
He thinks he finds organs and everything, bro.
Oh yeah, eyes,
Like heart.
optic nerves. He's identified all these different locations in mountains, and he's fully convinced.
Yeah, guys, watch this. So what's that called? What's the name for it? You'll know
You're
that.
not talking about pareidolia.
Pareidolia, where we see like images in things, right?
Yeah,
Oh,
this is like a higher level of pareidolia.
Yeah, this is a higher level of pareidolia. I know that, but I'm just saying this one's just quite funny, right? The other day,
hold on, crap. Hey, Gospel, send me the link to here. So I'm gonna try and get him in here eventually.
Oh, Fraud! It's super easy. Discord.gg/flat Earth. I'll say it again. Discord.gg/flat Earth. That's it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, super easy.
If not fraud, I'll DM it to you. There now. That's a server invite link.
Yeah, you can always do links and stuff. I'm just saying that's our vanity link that makes it super easy to invite people, and yeah.
The vanity link is better.
Well, it's just easier.
Well, it's just easier, yeah, that's what I mean. It's not different every time.
So I said, there's a lot of speculation. So, but some things it's interesting,
Yes, if they found human blood on top of a tree stump or on top of rocks, then it's probably because a human was killed there. I mean, wouldn't that be the conclusion that a logical person would come to? Either killed there or spilled blood there, but it didn't come from the tree or the rock. It came from a person. Because
have you ever seen the videos where you have like huge rocks on hills that look like bones, where you had like blood vessels going through, and you find this extremely iron, this iron powder, red stuff
we were just
within
talking
these
about
rocks.
that.
And Toe, I saw that.
So you think Thor got killed on that rock that looks like a bone?
Not necessarily.
Okay, I'm just asking.
Yeah, I suppose you can always come up with more than one explanation for why a thing is a thing.
Oh, damn right. These ones are kind of funny. Your files are too powerful. Get nitro. Go away. I've got nitro. What are you on about?
Yeah, I got Discord was bothering me. They're like, "You've got 1 day left to get a free month of nitro." I'm like, I don't care about all that. I'll live like a poor man with my non-nitro Discordy.
Oh, what? Nah, man, that ain't on.
Discord trying to be on one.
No, yeah, I just have it renewed. You know what I mean? I use it to up the bit rate of the quality of the call.
I see.
On the server, on one server as well.
Sure.
I only did it to the second level, but I just keep it on there because it makes it cheaper, and I boost this one.
Yeah.
Even though I don't really need it, but I reckon this is less likely to get deleted because it brings in quite a lot of money, considering how many votes it's got. Considering it doesn't need that many, you know what I mean? How many it's got? It makes this place safer. I know it does. I read about it.
I mean, just think about this though. I'm still stuck on this silliness. Russia has the same GDP as the state of Texas. So if they were to merely sell their gasoline from this one well, but of course, how long is it going to take them to extract 1.7 1.7 trillion cubic feet of, of crude oil. How long is that going to take? That would take a really long time. But they have trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars just sitting there. But they're not the only ones. Everybody has this. So, and how artificial is that? How weird is that? Imagine that being in your backyard. What would you do? I live in North Dakota, so maybe I could dig 2 miles down and do it myself too. But that's the thing. I don't know. I can't. I can't take a 2 mile hole and stuff. It takes an operation. That takes all sorts of stuff. But anyway, it's just weird. It's a weird thing to think about. Like having a need, having the means to fill the need, but also not necessarily the means to fill the need. I don't know. Something about that's just either ironic or contrived.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm getting tired.
Will you stay up all night?
Yeah. I only literally got home, not yesterday, the day before, and I come home to some real, quite frankly, bullshit.
Yeah.
A war zone as well, literally, like, in a way. Like, I've sorted it all out now, like, I've come in and done my Melchizedek and thing, and that's it. You know what I mean? Done now, everything's quashed. But, well, not quashed, but yeah, the beef's been quashed.
Good.
But yeah, it's been hard. Like, all of my godchildren moved away from where I live yesterday, all 6 of them. So that was not difficult. And the prayer group that like I'm in and stuff, yeah, that was gone into a room, and I'm staying up all the time anyway. I wanted to be there, obviously, but you know what I mean, bro.
Yeah.
It's hard to sleep sometimes.
7.
My head, I'm finding it hard to adjust. I'm gonna be honest. Yeah.
Gasoline per day. To answer that question, the facility that is in conjunction with this oil well is able to produce 6 billion gallons of gasoline per day. So if they were to...
Sorry, you're going to have to say that again.
The facility in Russia that is in cooperation with this Kavo Sakhalin well or whatever, the Sakhalin 1 well that has the 1.7 trillion, blah, blah, blah. They have a processing facility that can process 800 million cubic feet, which works out to 6 billion gallons. Well, they said of gas. Yeah, it says 800 million cubic feet of gas, not oil. So 6 billion gallons is what 800 million cubic feet is. So if they sold it only for $1, that's 6 billion a day. But Russia's GDP isn't even. I'm gonna look at their GDP again. I think it's like, I thought it was really low GDP. I thought it was almost embarrassingly low. Russia's GDP. Is that 1.5 billion? It just doesn't even make any sense. Hold on. GDP averaged. It's in the billions. Hold on. GDP 2021. 1. Oh, maybe it's up to 1.7 trillion. That starts to work out more. Yeah. 1.7 trillion. So it's starting to make sense. But this is just one processing plant. You just need more of them.
Do that. I'm gonna have to drop out. I need to get a little bit of sleep. So
I got you.
Yeah, a bit of sleep.
Yeah, get sleep. But that would be $2 trillion just from this one oil plant.
Wow.
But their GDP is 1.7. So I don't know. Some things like this just don't add up. I know that's gross and not but that's what GDP gross whatever. I'll stop. I'm not an economist.
No, dude, it's fine. Honestly, you should stop. But if it was just me and you talking, I would yeah, I'd be in for this conversation for quite a few hours probably. Like, I'm the wrong person to do things like that with because, I don't know how does your wife react to you when you do stuff like that?
Oh yeah, I don't always talk about super technical, nerdy things with her.
Well,
Sometimes I do, but
yeah, no, I know, but I'm saying when you just take it way too far, it's like you don't even need to know this. Like, it's not gonna ever. You're never gonna use it. It's not gonna be applicable to anything.
Oh
yeah. I do it all the time. I think that's why she loves me so much.
There you go. Get some sleep.
I'm gonna. Mm-hmm.
NC72. Please say hello. NC72. You have been beckoned.
Show yourself.
What was that, Flatty?
I said show yourself to NC72.
Oh no, right. NC72 can open their mic and they can say hello. I understand that they're only able to talk in the lobby. If they would like to actually get a role so that they can communicate in the live stream voice text, all they have to do is say a few words and
They said sorry, no mic in the lobby.
no. Well, here. Where's the thing? No, they just dipped out. But
everyone has a mic. I don't know anyone that wouldn't have a mic.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
One of my good local friends, he doesn't even have a cell phone. They have a family computer that is probably somewhere between 12 years, probably around 12 years old. It's just got keyboard and mouse. It could be older. Maybe it is like 15 years old. it works. It's a functional PC, still able to do what's needed. But that's all. That's all they got. And he doesn't have a cell phone. His wife has a cell phone. Oh, he came back for just a moment and then he left. I just have one question for the guy. Just have one question. Mr. DF. We don't need. Wait, I guess USPS can use that. Never mind. Yeah.
Yeah, gospel. Like, remember, I was in the oil field, so like sometimes we go down like 10,000 feet. We'll be there all fucking day sending that shit down the hole.
Yeah, I believe it. So you were part of the drilling.
Extraction.
Oh,
but it's literally almost the same thing because you're sending pipe down the hole. So when they drill it, they just there's just on we connect basically the pump. So when they're drilling, someone connects the drill, right? So that's what our company was for. We were only there to connect the pump and the cable. So we would meet up with the rig guys, get on the platform, and then as there's, they would send down one pipe. Well, first, if we'd connect the pump, the first thing they did, that took like 2 hours. And then we send that pipe down first. And once that goes all the way down, we'll go down the length, we connect another one, and so on and so on and so on. So,
sure. Well, here's my question in regards to the pump. The pump is at the surface of the ground, right? That's what they call them pumpers. That's what's doing
the pump. Well, suction. Put it this way, because like you gotta have the part that's gonna suck it out, right? So basically, they called it the pump. So anyway, we would send it down, and I guess the vacuum is at the top, or what I'm saying.
But that's what is there any mechanical device at the bottom of the hole? That's what I'm curious about.
Yeah, that was the pump, the extraction tip, nozzle, whatever you want to call it, right? So that would be at the bottom.
So it's not just a straw. There's a physical device that's pushing the oil up.
Yeah, because all right. So once we connected the pump, we have to connect the cable to it. So it's literally like if you ever seen like the old school vacuum cleaners, right? How they had the I guess the arm you call it, and then it's connected to the hose. Now it's all one piece, but next to the head would be the plug. Some in the old ones, the plug would be right at the head. That's what we would connect that head and the plug to that arm, right? But that arm technically, for us, it's only like what 4 feet, 3 feet. But for that particular well, it's 10,000 feet. So the arm is 10,000 feet, and then the vacuum part, which would be separate. You remember the old school vacuums? They had the vacuum was separated by the hose to the arm to the head. So that's what it is. So we connected the arm, and everything else was on the land. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so get this. A couple of weeks ago, actually, maybe even 2 months ago at this point, that Danny Faulkner guy was in here, and we were having this conversation, and he was arguing or making the statement, and other people will make the same statement, that Superman or whatever with a 40-foot, this is 40 feet, could never suck water out of a well with a 40-foot straw because of vacuum pressure isn't strong enough to pull water. So he said this is why pumps are at the bottom of wells and not at the top of wells, because it needs to push it, not pull it.
Well, that's not for oil, because first of all, the diameter, the hole is only like 10 inches around, 10, maybe 20 inches around. So I mean, like it's what the hell is going to be at the bottom of that to pull out oil? You know what I'm saying? It's like
so that's what we're talking about 10,000 feet, and you're telling me that there's nothing at the bottom pushing the oil up.
No, because I guess like there's like something in the pump. There's all kinds of motors in it, dude. The thing weighs like five, maybe like between 2,000 to 4,000 pounds, something like that. Just that pump, and it's a length of like I want to say 15 to 20 feet, something like that. That's how long it is, and it's fucking.
Is that the thing that's at the bottom of the well,
right?
Or is it?
It's attached to the pipe. So what's happening is those motors in there are spinning stuff up. So it's not so much a vacuum, I guess.
Okay, so it is a pump at the bottom of the well, then.
It's technically yes. Oh yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah. So I guess that's it. Yeah, there's a pump. It's the pump. Yeah.
Okay,
You're right.
okay,
But
gotcha.
because like I said, we sent the pump down. So that's exactly what it is. You're right. So that's what it's going on.
So my other curiosity is all these pipes in the ground all over North Dakota that I had never seen before in my entire life until I moved here, that have the flame. Is that off gassing from extracting the oil?
Yeah, not what happened in Iraq, but we have the flare. We call it the flare, right? So the flare is the off gassing. So all of the not all of it though, because some of it can't come up through the well, but most of it is coming off from the flare, and that's just always burning.
Yeah, it just sits there and burns and burns and burns, and I'm like,
there's basically ventilation. It's ventilation for the hole. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and they keep it lit because if
that
it wasn't,
it'll kill you. Yeah.
It's stuck in the ground. That's just really, it's weird. There's some weird stuff.
Yeah, because like, so we're not allowed to go where it's stupid. Like you can't have any electronic devices near the pump. Everything you have is rated and blah blah blah. Like, it's full of shit though, because like, dude, I mean, like, if you're gonna blow up, you know how many shit we've done that could cause something to blow up on that damn well. Nothing's allowed to spark, but it's always shit. It's really not as bad as they make it out, but they just, for safety reasons, they have to do that, you know?
Yeah. I watched a what's that cowboy, John Wayne. I watched a John Wayne movie called Hellfighters, and it showed them putting out these big fires that would happen at oil sites, and they're like almost impossible to put out. They had to use like explosives and stuff.
Yeah, they have to blow away the oxygen. That's what they did in Iraq.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, it's
That was very ingenious, though. That what they did, they would walk, they would drive up to it with a was it was it what would they drive up to? Remotely drive something. It's like a vehicle to it.
Oh, yep.
It floated right at the head of the well, and then it take away, it knock off the oxygen to the fire, and it just turned. That was pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah, the movie was kind of boring. Not really a great John Wayne flick, but the topic, or the plot or whatever, and what they showed was neat.
Dude, you got to see the one where this is how you know those other countries, they don't care, because like Russia, dude, they had one that was massive, that was burning, like massive, bro. They had to, I think they had to nuke it. They had to put something in the ground and nuke it to put it out, bro. It was so fucked up, dude. I'm like, man, you guys, they don't care about their people at all. Man. They don't do anything. They don't care, dude.
Oh, I've heard similar things. Like, they're one of the deadliest basic trainings, as far as I understand it. Not for bravery, but for just doing stupid things.
Yeah, they want you sadistic in their military. They want you like that because they eventually plan to come at us. So they need the most craziest people.
Basically, that's what I've heard. All right, we've got stress-free. Say hello, stress-free.
I'll be back. I gotta have worship. I'll be back.
All right. Stress-free has disappeared. Too bad.
Oh, that was actually my buddy. He just texted me, why did I leave? That's the one. Gospel.
So you're talking about the one that said the thing?
He might be sensitive. He might be so sad. Hold on.
Oh, he's not here right this second, though. Stress-free? You're talking about the stress-free thing?
Yeah, that's him. That is him. Shit, I should have realized that. Hold on, I'll be right back. Hold
on. Sounds to me like he might get a bit stressed if he comes back.
Oh, yeah. I've got a radio show to listen to. I'll be back.
Good day and happy Friday, boys.
Is something wrong?
Gospel, you there? Hey, Gospel Bear. What are you doing, Gospel?
People leave voicemails asking us to call them back, and then when I try to call them back, inevitably there's always something wrong. Their voicemail inbox is full, or their phone is turned off, or some nonsense. I just
You mean
calling
for
back
work?
on voicemails is the bane of my existence. Yeah, for work.
Yeah, that's gonna be annoying. I think we're gonna get through to my friend though. The fact that he keeps engaging, and I just find because they're just so, what's the word, so smug in their so-called understanding, and what he posted shows how little he has, and he's an intelligent guy. It's just so fascinating. You think you know things, but you don't. It's because you've just been taught something,
Yeah, it has a lot to do with just what you're trusting in.
I mean, he's into the conspiracy stuff, he's already somewhat there, but he just taking that extra step, and this is how I bring it to people. Like, listen, what do you have to lose, right? What do you have to lose? If we're right, okay, that's fine. But if like, let's say if you're wrong in what you believe, do you understand how much you have to lose? I mean, because if we're wrong, let's say all this flags we're wrong. Okay, so we go back to believing in space, Star Trek, and everything. Okay, great. It's nice to know that that's possible, right? But if we're right, look how much time you guys have wasted learning what's going on in the world.
Mm-hmm.
It's just so much to lose if they don't at least try to understand what's going on. Give it some true effort.
Yeah.
I mean, it's almost a life and death struggle, because I mean, it leads you back to the Bible first thing. Then you start looking into it. You start looking up the passages in the Bible. So it could literally it's turned some people back to Christianity, which is beautiful. This is what I find, because what Satan's been doing now, I don't want to get too biblical. Hey, come here. Is he's been trying to destroy the faith in the word. So people don't even look at they think it's magic now. They think it's just some other book like Harry Potter or something. And that's what's been going on. So that's working really well. Most people, it's just another book. So I mean, he's winning in that aspect. So if people don't give this flat earth thing, that's what I'm saying. It's so perfect because it's bringing a lot of people back to searching the word. So I'm happy about that.
People need to, in general, learn the process of testing things and scrutinizing things, and not just taking somebody's word for it. And
gospel, they think they're doing that. See, that's how my friend is. He believes he's already doing that. That he's a critical thinker. And I'm like, all right. So why does it stop when you get to this? All of a sudden, now this is the barrier you won't go beyond. Right? It's like, come on. There should be no barriers. You should be grounded in your foundation. You should have firm roots in the ground to know you can't be shaken. To be able to have great discernment. But see, all of this stuff, wisdom, discernment comes from, what source that comes from. So if you don't have any foundation, you're just going to fly by with any theory that comes along. It's like, that agrees with what my mind thinks, so I'll go with that. And that's what I've learned. You can't go with what we believe, because we're always going the wrong direction. You know, there has to be a source of information that's true, that's factual, that will uplift you instead of just carrying you everywhere. You know.
Yeah.
I don't know, but it's good to know that there's still some people out there who are searching. You know.
Yeah, and there definitely are. There continues to be.
Shit, I hadn't heard from Crackville in a while. What the hell's he been at?
Oh yeah, he's been going through some stuff. You know, I would call it
drama in the UK.
I would call it attacks of the enemy would be a good general summary. But he's all right now.
This was a good wet year, though. I will say that we get a lot of rain this year.
Yeah, a ton, bro. My basement isn't just
again.
It's been wet since after the blizzard, basically. It's been wet down there, but now it's even worse.
Water? Is there actual
there's standing water, bro. There's standing water.
Dude. Do you have a sump pump?
I have a sump pump. I need like 4 and a sledgehammer. Like I have needs I cannot fulfill.
What do you use sledgehammer for?
How am I going to break the concrete? Well, you're talking about just set the sump pumps on the concrete in the. Most of the time, it's been less than a quarter of an inch standing water.
Oh, I see. So that's what you want to get to the floor. Okay.
Yeah, I want to do like. I mean, because if I could clear out the water in one of the areas where right now it's about an inch and inch and a half maybe. You know, what's that? You like muted out. Probably got a call.
Oh, go ahead.
No, you cut off all of a sudden.
Oh, no, I was saying, let me know a day you got free, and I'll come up there and help you break up that floor, and we can try and drop it a little lower.
You've got tools for that?
I can get some.
Oh, okay.
We can just rent one of those concrete, the electric concrete crackers, and from Home Depot or something, and break it up.
Yeah, I'll stay in touch.
Yeah, because I got Home Depot here. Unless you got one up there, dude. I mean, just rent one and drive down there.
Williston and Minot are the only places with big stores like that.
Yeah, dude, it's like $12 an hour. Not even, probably like $10 an hour. So I can rent one, and sump pumps aren't expensive either. So get a good size one, dude. We break up the floor and stick it in there, or we need to look up what's the best possible plan for something like that. Besides, if you can't repair the work, how to best control it without it getting worse.
Yeah, the basically keeping the water away from the house is the big thing. So I'm in the process of trying to get the roof, get metal on the roof, and then I've got to situate the gutter, probably clean the gutters, and then
dude,
probably.
I got all kinds of time, bro. So if you need help, bro, just let me know, bro.
Yeah, man.
Like whenever, man.
I will.
Because that crap's no fun doing it by yourself. Trust me. I've used to live on a farm and everything, dude. You get stuck out there. There's no one around, and you're doing all that work by yourself. I had to put up cow fences. Oh, dude, it was.
Yeah.
It's nice being in nature, but dude.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I'm about to do some work on redoing the back porch. That's within my scope, but some of these other things, like my basement is just it's a 100-year-old house, and it's just I feel like I need an engineer to come up here.
Yeah, and take a look and give you the best options. You probably do get a consultation or something like that.
Yeah. There's a USDA program for rural housing, which I definitely qualify as USDA rural where I live. No big surprise there, but there's a program that I'm looking to get to utilize for renovation, and the problem is finding contractors that will come up here and give me quotes. Like I contacted a dude from Minot, for instance, that does concrete, but like no reply. I contacted the North Dakota Concrete Association, no reply. It's like nobody answers, like voicemails. Nobody. You have to beat the door down on companies and businesses around here. It's like it's like they're bathing in money and can't even like, oh, I can't be bothered to make more money.
Well, no, they don't want the small contracts, dude. That's what it is. Because like that's how these construction companies. Ask me. Meme know that you should talk to Meme. That's who you should talk to. And I know you guys had a fault. Whatever.
No. Meme's great. He's a million miles away though. He's southeast.
Well, I mean, at least he can advise you. You know what I'm saying? From there.
Well, true.
You know, he can tell you who to call, who to contact, or he might. You know what I'm saying? Because he does all that stuff. You know, so. Yeah. Try him on that information. But yeah, when it comes to contract, dude, these guys, they don't want these big contracts. So when you got something small like that, they don't.
Yeah, that's true.
They don't care.
But I even contacted like residential builders and stuff. It's just the distance. They're like 2 hours away. Why would I want to do that? I mean, that's pretty much their attitude, it seems.
Right, because where the guy's gonna eat, all that stuff is. They factor in all of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's just like.
Mm-hmm. Sure, I will make you guys a smorgasbord.
Because depending on how long the work, they're gonna travel. You know, they're gonna charge a lot because if you got travel time involved too, and
they charge their hour. Yeah, as far as in my experience so far, the people that I've hired, the electrician and the plumber and stuff, they charge their hourly rate for their travel.
Exactly, but see,
so if it's 85, 135,
it's going to be a flat rate because you live far. See, and that's going to be more than 1 day. See, those guys probably there, maybe not more than a day. If your work's going to take at least a week, that's a whole different type of pay scale.
Yeah, I mean some.
Must have got a phone call.
Yeehaw.
What, you got a phone call?
Yeah. Things have been slowing down a little bit. But I think we've hit the bottom. Already bouncing back. It's weird to watch the patterns of the ebb and flow on how people are purchasing things online and all of that.
I have a question.
Okay.
Something that I haven't found an answer to. Someone is saying, explain to me why the constellation Southern Cross can only be seen in Australia and New Zealand.
Explain to me why you can see outside of your window the things that you can see, whatever those things are, but I can't see them.
Maybe because they are too far away from me and maybe
there
close
you go.
to you.
Yeah, there you go. You see what you see from where you're at. If you're assuming that you would be able to see everything at all times, then the problem that you're having there, not you, but whoever's saying this, is they have assumptions. People over and over and over again have these assumptions of what they think things ought to be, but it's because they're building something in their imagination and then attacking the thing that's in their imagination rather than just making observations and determining what is from what they observe. Oh, well, I see this from here and I see this from here, without making some type of overarching assumption.
You know, I had the last few days, I think I had so many debates on Instagram and stuff because people don't know what's behind the flat earth, and I didn't lose one debate till now. Maybe I can't answer every question, but
I expect that of yourself.
I just come in the server and someone debunks this argument. And what would you answer to him to this argument? Like,
well, I would say, I would test his knowledge. I would say, do you know what direction, cardinally speaking, what direction the stars go? I know he's not talking about star rotation, but I would just ask that because it's associated, right? And if he knew what he was talking about, he'd say, well, stars go from the east to the west. I'd be like, well, good job. Okay. And then I would ask him a similar question as what I just asked you. Why can you see what you can see out your window, but I can't see what you see from my window? And it would be, well, that's a stupid question. I'd be like, no, you see what you see from where you're at. Yeah, but if the Earth, and this is what they're doing in their mind, then they go, yeah, but if the Earth were flat, I should be able to see everything all at the same time. Oh, why do you believe that? Well, because if it were flat, you'd be able to see everything all at the same time. Why do you believe that? Is that what we see? Well, no, of course it's not what we see. That's why we know it's a globe. Oh, actually, you're drawing conclusions from your assumptions. Okay, we see what we see, and we need to look at the ground and the surface of Earth to determine whether or not it's flat, not the sky. And it's as simple as that. You don't look at the sky to find out if the ground is what it is. You look at the ground to find out what the ground is. So it's a stupid question in the first place, and it's common. Hundreds, thousands of people have asked that question in here, thousands and thousands of times. It's tedious for those of us that have had this conversation so many times, but the fact of the matter is, using the sky to prove the ground is moronic. They think it's clever. It's the opposite.
And another thanks for the information, because I didn't know this. So another argument that he said is we can fly around the Earth from two sides. Flight routes over the poles are also regularly used.
No, that's not a truth, though. Tell them to show you. Tell them to show you the flight paths near Antarctica or over Antarctica, particularly. And
Wait,
and
look, I have heard something that if you know this, you can have like a program when you can track the flights, and
yeah.
after the you never see flights over Antarctica.
Yeah, but you have to first. You have to believe that those programs are telling you the truth. So you're once again, you're appealing to authority, right? So so now you're. Why would anybody give you the flight patterns? That's crazy. Think about that. Any terrorist could look at that shit and blow one of these motherfuckers up. I mean, think about it. Is that really what you're seeing? How are you going to prove that? You know, you can't.
Exactly.
Yeah. But if you take it at face value and pretend that it's all accurate information, even at that, they're not crossing across Antarctica. That doesn't ever happen. And to suggest that it does is just disingenuous, ignorant, or purposefully lying.
Yes. Yeah, thanks for the information, guys.
Yeah, of course.
So I'm just going to answer this.
Yeah, but that's a crazy one. People say, "Well, you can watch the flight patterns." Now, is that current time? Is that what's going on right now, or is that what is it showing you what they would fly, or are they actually flying that right now? You know, it's just so crazy. The stuff people will believe.
Well, yeah, and what happens is confirmation, right? They see the flight pattern in the app. They're like, "Oh, look, there's a plane," and therefore I know that the app is telling me the truth.
It's just,
and it may be telling the truth from time to time. It may be telling the truth all the time. It's just it would be really hard to prove conclusively that it's telling the truth all of the time.
I don't know how you're gonna do that. I mean,
yeah,
you'd have to have so many resources, so much money in order to prove that that's what's going on.
Yeah.
So the average layman, it's just I don't know. Well, that kid's a kid still. At least he's doing what he's doing.
Yeah, man. Say is doing hard work for a young guy. He's really getting a kick out of debating people and stuff.
You just need to keep him on the earth, though. That's the thing, dude. Keep the conversation about the earth. Don't let it get off track.
Yes. You know? The stars in the sky and stuff is just a distraction. They think it's clever. They think it's proving something. The problem is it isn't, because it's their understanding of the sky is based on a bunch of assumptions in the first place. So you're not really having a fair conversation. You're not having a fair conversation because their beliefs are based on, or their understanding of the sky is based on all sorts of assumptions. So it's really not a fair, objective conversation at all.
Yes, and I have no 6-week holiday, and I'm the first week that I got a flat earther, I had a debate against someone with he had extremely good knowledge, and he countered every one of my arguments with an example. I know I had weak arguments back then, for example, like the Felix Baumgartner jump and stuff, and why do the constellations never change? You know, that's they are weak arguments, and he countered every single one of them.
Mm-hmm.
And
with
after
that one,
that,
the first thing you should have said was, "Why are they using a fisheye lens?" I mean, that would have been your first. That should have been your first rebuttal for that Felix Baumgartner.
yeah, but I didn't. I was like just a starter at this flat Earth stuff, and
well, you shouldn't have been debating. You know,
Yeah, it's like
you
picking a fight.
You gotta choose your battles carefully, dude. Don't get
yeah,
yourself made.
was.
Don't become an embarrassment. That's what you don't want to do.
No, that was actually a really long time ago, and after that, I said I'm gonna get more and more knowledge about flat Earth, and that's what I have got. And after I have like 5 weeks left, and I'm gonna debate this guy again, but with stronger arguments and with my like new knowledge. And if I'm gonna lose this debate, if he's gonna counter every argument with with a logical example, then I think I'm gonna quit but I don't think that's gonna happen because nobody can counter some argument without using theories or calculations.
Well, listen, if you stay on the Earth, you won't have a problem.
Yeah. Measurable, objective. Talking too much about these things that you can't confirm scientifically, like the stars and stuff, is just a distraction that's going to result in well, no, you're not going to be successful talking about
that's
speculation.
So you're still young, so you want to have these things. You want to do that's fine, but with your knowledge now, ground yourself on learning the facts about the Earth. That's where you start your debates at, and leave them there. You know, you learn about the other stuff on your own free time. That's great, but if you're gonna debate people, keep them grounded, man, and figuratively and literally. I mean, because you get off into space, you can make up anything you want, dude. That's all they're doing. If you look, because I pay attention to this stuff all the time. They're just making up stuff every day. Every day there's something new that they find out there. Okay, so they just keep throwing stuff out anywhere they want, man. So you stay on the Earth, bro. That's how you win the argument. Because what they're gonna do is they're gonna try and bring it back to space every time. They won't concede the fight. They'll just divert and go into something else. You know what I'm saying? That's how they do it, man. And then they get angry and then they leave.
Yeah.
Don't fall for their tricks, man. That's what they do, dude. They're the tricksters.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm sorry, I was like gone for 1 second because my mom called me.
It's all good, man.
Yeah, no worries, man. We understand. If you don't have a mom, you got a wife, so it's the same thing.
Sometimes.
When they call you, you better get to moving, or else you're gonna feel that wrath.
That's pretty true. There are ways to learn the patterns and preempt most of that stuff.
Yeah, exactly. You have to first learn, you know. All right,
Yeah.
This guy is talking shit, man. He's saying if you wait.
Yeah, they'll say anything, get under your skin. Remember that.
And he's saying if you descend closer and closer to the water surface on a large lake, for example, Lake Constance, at some point you will no longer be able to see the shore.
Of course. The closer you get to the ground, the less you're going to be able to see.
Yeah.
I'm standing at 5'7". If I get myself on the ground, I can't see what I was seeing at 5'7" from a certain distance. You know what I'm saying? So like, dude, You need to understand the Earth, man. That's what I'm trying. You're off into space with these guys. Get out of there, dude.
Well, he's talking about lakes, but say that's true. Short distance observations. Also, things disappear from the bottom up in short distances. Way too short for curvature to be the cause. That's actually a really important thing. So when they start giving you examples like that, what they don't understand is they're handing you the evidence against their own model. Yeah.
Okay.
So I tell people that short distance observations nullify curvature. Long distance observations falsify curvature. So in short distance observations where we see things getting disappearing from the bottom up, but it's a distance that mathematically curvature could never be the explanation for it, because mathematically there is no curvature or not enough, right? But what we're seeing is obscured by more than what any curvature could possibly be doing. Well, that's short distances nullifying curvature. And then, of course, all the stuff about the long distance. Short distance is just as important, is my point.
Okay. But
basically what that boils down to is there are other factors that cause things to obscure specifically from the bottom up as they go off into the distance. And is that how light works? I don't know. Is that how angular resolution works? Yes, absolutely. That's a factor of it. It's called the diffraction limit. You look into the Rayleigh criterion and stuff like that, and all that stuff plays a role in why we see what we see from where we are. And long story short is we see what we see from where we're at, and curvature doesn't fill in. Curvature is not needed in order to explain why we see what we see. We don't need to add anything at all. Not that
exactly.
At least.
What someone just texted me on Instagram, I would like to have a debate against you.
Yeah.
To be honest, man, I'm having 24.
See, kid, this is what you're not doing. You need to control the debates. All right, if you're going to debate me, this is what we're going to talk about. And this subject only.
Yes.
Yeah. So check this out.
Okay.
Check this out. Feel free to invite them to the server, and you can go down to Livestream 2 and have a moderated debate.
Okay. So you would say better not have this debate against this guy. I don't think I want to, because I'm having debates in the last few days pretty much all the time, and I'm kind of tired. Because you know what? People are texting me to debate. They ask questions like, why does the sun go down? Bro, the stupid question. That's like the stupidest questions. I could demonstrate you that the sun doesn't go down just with a penny, with a coin, and a table. I think you know this experiment, with the table and a coin.
It's a demonstration, not an experiment, but yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
You got it.
These are like the people that are texting me.
Yeah. We are very familiar. We deal with them every day, or almost every day.
Yes, I kind of sometimes, like very often in lobby. There are like some kids joining the server or something. They make fun of everything, and this dinosaur meme and stuff.
Sure.
0 IQ.
They think that they're being funny.
They don't even know what a gyroscope is in the end of the day.
Joke's on them. They'll be bitterly upset when they find out that all their joking and memeing was all for nothing. Bitterly upset.
Oh, this guy's texting me. Okay, let's see what argument he's gonna bring. Probably a weak one. He's saying, "Can you answer me a question, an important question?" He's saying.
Oh yeah.
Let's see. Okay, he's 15, 1 year older than me. Okay, Julius.
But bring him here, bud.
He's saying, how can you recognize if a source is valid or invalid, like a source for information, you know?
You test it. It's oh my gosh, people. How are these questions?
Wait, he's continuing. I'm gonna tell you when he's finished.
You could invite him here if you want.
I'm not on. It's not on Discord right now.
But I understand. Just give him the link. discord.gg/flat earth.
Wait 1 second.
Be like, if you actually think that you have anything to stand on with your argument, then come here.
Okay, wait 1 second. Let me translate this so I can read it to you.
I'm just letting you know. Tell him it's the biggest place on the internet for this conversation.
He say, when I look on the internet, is the Earth a sphere? He says, they say yes, but if you ignore that, then why do you take other sources from the same providers if that is a lie?
Wow. All right, bud.
That's a kind of strange question.
No, it's just really stupid. It's not thought out at all. Like, he doesn't understand how search results work. He doesn't. I don't know. That's when you do a web search, it sends you a result. That result has a source and a citation. So when you it'll be Wikipedia or it'll be something, but whatever it is, it's not the internet. The internet is not a whole thing. It's a collection of.
Can you text me, can you text this like in Livestream voice text, and I'm gonna translate it because it's a little bit hard for me to understand when there are some hard words.
It's pretty much as simple as that.
Okay.
I'm really antsy to get work done. Such a slow day.
Wait.
Facts also shared. Tell him that all the information you can see it for yourself. But yeah, that's good. Good answer, Facts. How do you hang a stringer on the corner? On the corner of two headers. How do you do this? It's a question I have.
He's saying no. So the internet is a. Wait, just 1 second.
Inside. Oh yeah, I guess you could do that too.
Wait, look what he's saying now. It's kind of strange, actually. Wait 1 second. But it is a lot of media and reporters who bring different contributions. How does that work? This is what he's saying now.
It sounds like you're talking to somebody that's not really all there.
I think he's kind of stupid.
Yeah. It sounds really low IQ stuff.
This guy is so strange. He's talking like someone stupid that is trying to talk like someone smart.
Yeah, happens all the time.
Oh, Clay Andersil is back. Wait, what was the so-called radius of the Earth, which they claim? 3959, okay.
Yeah, miles.
Bro, this guy is so annoying. What do you want me to repeat? Facts.
There it is. I found it. That's exactly what I want to do. This is like the first person, but I'm not going to have 4 treads. This I don't know what you should repeat, man.
Because facts is saying this, but I just saw this message. So.
That's the tread pattern that I'm wanting to do. Like, yeah. See, that looks. I think that looks better than the 45-degree cut. It's just. Are you there, Morvis? Do you see what I'm talking about? I know you're a crafty guy. You know how to use tools and stuff. Right? Doesn't that look good? I feel like that looks good.
Hang on, man. I'm adjusting my lathe.
Your previous question that your friend asked. No, it's not my friend. It's some stranger that texted me for a debate.
It doesn't matter who it is. He was just trying to give you.
Yeah, but I don't know what question he means.
He's talking about the internet. He's talking about the internet question that you were talking about, where the dude was talking about how do you trust one source on the internet but not another. He was treating the internet as a single entity. So anyway, Facts wrote something that you could tell him, that you take what
he's talking about gravity now.
Are you listening?
Yes. Sorry, I just for cutting you.
Yeah. Anyway, Facts was just trying to give you another helpful explanation that we test the sources. That's you scrutinize the source. You don't, and you shouldn't treat the internet as a single thing. That's retarded.
He's talking about gravity now. Oh wait, look what he's saying now. I'm gonna because I'm
I
gonna
like
translate
that. Oh, this would, yeah.
Yeah, that's called a herringbone.
Herringbone, thank you. I was calling it feathered, but herringbone, yeah, that makes a lot more sense.
Look, he's saying now a sphere with a massive center of a mass attracts every object on all its surfaces with the same force.
Yeah, just say prove it. Yeah, anyway, just you could again invite him here if he has any guts to have a conversation with people instead of being a keyboard warrior.
He's saying you can't disagree with every science to ever exist.
There is no science to back that statement, though. That's the problem. It's also really tedious for folks like us to be trying to, to have a conversation, telephone game style.
After this message, prove it, he's saying now, it proves that you are not floating somewhere in an empty void without solid matter. What?
Alrighty then.
But what can I say now? I mean,
say join the conversation on Discord.
Okay.
Give him discord.gg/flat earth. Oh. Yeah, what? I wonder what those are called.
Okay, I'm sending him the link now. Hopefully he's going to come inside. If not, then he knows that he's going to get debunked.
How do you? This is this is what I want to know. How do you do that angle?
Wait, he's saying how was the Earth created?
Oh my gosh. Maybe not. Maybe don't invite him.
He's saying better not. I think only someone dumb would ask someone something like this. Actually. He's saying no. He's talking about this Discord now. He's saying if you only talk to people who think the same as you do, you never question anything.
Wow. Just say hypocrite.
What?
Hypocrite.
Can you text this?
Yeah. What language? German?
Yes, but can you just type this in the chat so I can translate it, because it's faster to understand.
Yeah.
Oh, facts. I'm going to ask him this now. What you said?
Heikler.
Wait 1 second. I have to do something now. I have to ask him something.
Heikler. I can't pronounce that right. Aye.
No, I know what you mean.
Can you say it for me? Is it Heukler?
Heuchler.
Heuchler.
Yes, exactly.
Heuchler. Okay. Thank you.
Facts. He's saying I can just let a pen fall. This is how I demonstrate it.
All right. Yeah. Tell him to put two pens next to each other and ask if they move. If he's going to go with the pen, the retarded pen thing, then be consistent. These people are so tedious.
Exactly. He's okay. I think after all people that I have debated a couple of days, he's probably the dumbest. No, the dumbest was this guy yesterday who asked me why does the sun go down and stuff like that.
Yeah.
He says, why would they attract themselves? What he says, why would they?
Oh my gosh! Because you just said you believe in gravity, you retard.
Okay. Oh, yes, I'm gonna ask him this now. Facts.
Man, that's what I'm talking about.
He's so... You know, he saw some arguments in the internet, and he never looked if they already got, like, debunked.
Yeah. For sure.
He's saying, what does this what does the two pens have to do with the topic? What? Man.
Yeah.
I think he's killing my brain cells. Could this be possible?
No, it is not possible. But yes, people can be annoying and so stupid that it feels very
He's saying
pointless to
it
talk to
sings.
them.
In fact, he's saying when you drop a pen in this liquid mercury, then it sinks to the ground.
Yeah, and
Tell that
anvils
to the anvil.
Yeah. Exactly. Anvils float in liquid mercury, so
Because he's saying because
it's not only floating, it is actually impossible to get under the mercury.
Wait, look, because he says it falls down to the ground because its density and therefore its weight is higher.
How old is this kid?
15.
You said you gave him the invite?
Yes, but he don't want to come in. But what could I answer to this? When he said because it's density.
Look in the chat. Look in the chat. Someone just helped you.
Okay. Facts is helping me right now pretty good. Right, I'm going to show them this picture now because he's being so annoying right now. I have to. He's thinking he's the smartest person to ever exist, man. Yeah, I showed him the video, but okay. I'm asking him why does the emboss anvil not sim think? Yes, but he doesn't want to come in the talk. He says, "Yeah, it's I don't know." He just said, "I don't want to come in." Probably because he knows he's he would not win a debate against someone who has more knowledge than him.
I don't think it's so much about winning a debate or anything like that. It's more like he seemed to be unaware about most things in reality. Like he hasn't gone through all the information, so it's just that.
Just once.
But when you're texting people, you never get the time to show them visuals, for example, or actually really talk to them, because you have to do it within like 50 words every time you send a message.
But look, he's saying because the guy in the video put a block in the mercury liquid.
Hey, who are you talking about, Seiya?
If you knew, like, if you just came in, I'm having a debate against someone who believes in gravity, and I show him this video with the anvil, which is not sinking in the, how was it called? Mercury liquid?
Yeah, liquid mercury.
And he's saying because someone put a block in this mercury liquid, or because mercury liquid is more dense.
Okay.
But what about gravity?
Gravity disappears and comes back and comes back and disappears all the time. Gravity's picky, so.
Yeah, he kind of wrecked himself with that statement, I would say.
Yeah, and listen, if he's saying stuff that's like, oh, well, that's fake because there's just a block under the thing and it's a video, well, then do it yourself, bud, or we don't talk, or we just move on, But anyway,
we literally just prove it that density.
Show up.
Just send him in here, man. We can't have a debate with you as middleman. We can't do it.
Yeah, it's so dumb.
But look, he doesn't want to come in.
Well, then
just tell him it's a very civil place. No one is really getting shot.
Tell him if he wants to learn something, he can come here. I don't want to. There's no debate. Earth measures flat. It's like
I feel like a lot of let's just call them rookies could be intimidated if they meet something like QE or Nathan Oakley debates. And they would be discouraged from coming in to a place like this, even though this is the most civil place you can find.
We won't be like
no matter what side you are.
Or Nathan Oakley.
Exactly.
Or Arwen or anybody.
Yeah, I'm just saying that people could be intimidated because of some stuff like that. But if they actually knew the tone in here, like,
Yeah, we'll be nice enough, man. We're not gonna, we just want to help people learn.
But he's talking so much shit.
It's also when you're in text, it's easy for people to just gallop into the next topic instead of staying on one topic and actually realize what he said was wrong.
Yeah, say it. I'm gonna bow out of telling you kind of suggestions here, but just get him in here if he wants a real debate. Don't let him change the subject. Earth measures flat. That's all the advice that I have.
Yeah, good advice.
But he doesn't.
Okay, good stuff. Good grief.
Oh, he went offline. He blocked me.
Don't sweat it, bro.
Oh, he blocked you? That means he won the debate.
That means he won. Yes. Always remember, the best way to win is not to play. That's actually true. I mean, most of the time, the winning move is not playing in the first place.
So I won because he didn't want. I had so much messages that he didn't read, and probably he couldn't counter it, and then he blocked me.
Yeah.
That's not how debate works. You have to react to every argument.
That's why text is the worst debate style there is. Like, it's really just waste of time. The only success I really have gotten while going on text on, for example, Facebook or whatever, is actually just keeping it to the 3 points. They are what are they called? The introduction here from this Discord. Like if you just stick with those 3 subjects, and every time a global wants to go past that, but what about the sun? What about the moon? Blah blah blah. No, let's go back to point 1 because we're not done here. Like you know what I mean? It's like if I show to you something that doesn't add up or falsify the Earth curvature claim, like I mean, then they should not be allowed to jump into what about the moon? What about the sun? They have to realize what they're saying.
That's what globe earthers do. They go away from the topic. You're talking about something else. You're talking about something else, and they say, "Yeah, but what's about with the moon?"
I mean, it happens both ways because sometimes the other guy is just allowing it, and then he is going out on a tangent that is so far away from what you were talking about. Like just practice the 3 points that there is on this Discord, and just stick with that. I feel like that's the best way to either get people in here for a serious discussion or actually get something out of a discussion in text.
Yes, but it's because it's kind of hard because some globe earthers still are not going to get it.
And that's how it is. Then you just have to go. Just continue. Like fuck that. It's just like a salesman, for example. Not that we are selling anything, but like, do you think every single house that he is going to, he's getting a sale? You just have to think about it like that. Like, it doesn't matter if you win this one or you can talk with this one. There will always be a next one you can talk to.
Yes.
Some people are just, for example, hostile about the subject. You cannot discuss with those. There's people who is like ignorant but open-minded enough to listen. That's a good conversation you can take there. Like there is a lot of nuances.
Yeah, but however, thanks for the guys that helped me to win this debate.
I don't think it was a winner or loser there. I think, yeah.
I mean, Glad Flope, Tim, how was Facts, and Gospel Bearer. Thanks for the help. And
yeah, of course.
If someone helped me too.
Met them.
Is there a picture or a video where the sun is under the globe? Because I think there isn't a video about this.
What are you talking about?
In every video or picture of the globe, the sun is never under the globe.
What globe?
Yeah, what?
I mean,
what globe?
I mean, on the faked videos. I mean,
but
you're saying all the composites have a natural up and down look in it, or what? Like Earth down, sun up, or what? But
yeah, there's no such thing as up or down in the globe model anyway, so it's kind of an irrelevant thing to say.
Okay.
In space, there is no up or down according to their model.
Because it's unlimited, they say.
Well, just everything is all directions. There's not like a universal up or down. according to the heliocentric model.
No, because it's infinity, they say, as they claim.
In all directions, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Future. I don't recognize his screen name. But I have a feeling I already know who you are. Who are you, Future? Did you change your screen name? Did I? What happened?
I have a question. Did Flat Earth find an answer to earthquakes? Because every time someone tells me about earthquakes, it's pretty hard to counter them in a debate or something.
Half of the questions you're asking have answers down in the rooms below, if not the vast majority of them.
Okay.
I'll be more specific in a minute. I'm answering another question. Yeah, basically what Vax said, though. Yeah, precisely. But we would never be able to pick up waves from. Nope. A lot of the things that people think are arguments are houses of cards. Just things built upon assumptions. One assumption on top of another, and so on.
Am I not hearing someone, or are you talking to someone which is not in the live stream?
I was talking to you.
Because you said something with waves and.
Yeah, I'm reading the live stream voice text. You know, the text room that you're supposed to pay attention to when you're in the. Anyway, yes, you're being talked to and given information in the voice text. How's life go, Show?
Always good.
Good.
Hey, how are those Georgia Guidestones, huh?
Yeah, what do you think mainstream media is going to do with that situation? You think they're going to ignore it? You think that they're going to chase down the suspect and have a fall man? Do you think that make a big deal out of it? Ignore it? What do you think?
I think it's a lot less of a story than those in this community might make of it, because we're well familiar with it. I'm sure there's other people who are pretty familiar, maybe somewhat familiar with it. But I think I was talking with some people about why there wasn't like more security and more footage and more, time spent investigating it. But you gotta understand, this is kind of a lesser crime in the perspective of crimes, as crimes go. So
sure.
I don't think they, spent too little time investigating it, and I'm not sure that you will hear much at all in the mainstream news about it.
All right, so quick question for you: Have you looked at the footage?
I've heard the description. So I'm confident that I know exactly what it looks like.
Yeah. So, so there was a thing that I found kind of peculiar. If you watch, I was talking about this yesterday. I'll put the link in the chat and the images that I'm referring to. I wouldn't mind hearing your perspective on this. There are no less than 4 frames during the window of time of 4:03 and 33 seconds, where the date appears to change to 7/8 instead of 7/6. I'm using the word appears. The issue is the camera itself disengages and the footage cuts to a new camera view. So here, I'll just go ahead and post what I'm talking about.
Did you see this footage first? Is this something you've collected recently, or is this something that is this the same footage that existed that day?
Same footage, yeah. I mean, and every other post. So this is just from Fox, or not Fox, 11 Alive. But if you click on Fox 5 Atlanta or WYFF News, like they're all using the exact same footage. So it's not like one doctored video. Well, I mean, unless the source material is doctored,
which it could very well be.
Very well could be. But I was just curious what you thought about that. Do you think it just appears to be an 8, but it's not actually an 8? So if you click on the video and watch it, you'll see all 4 frames or 5. They show, except for one frame, it seems to switch all of a sudden. The initial blast where the smoke very quickly goes up in the area where the numbers are in the upper right corner, that very first frame still looks like a 6. But then it very much appears in the frame itself to shift. And what I don't know. It just seems weird. It seems weird. Maybe it isn't. Maybe it's just a
couple off pixels.
Yeah, it could just be
Kosho, are you here?
Yeah, I was just watching the footage. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
No, but I personally, the fact that it occurs when when there's it occurs whenever there's the availability for that kind of thing to be confused. So I would write it off as no editing or anything like that.
And just what about this coincidence or not? Or sorry, is it contrived or is it just a coincidence that the explosion occurs at exactly a 33 second?
I heard somebody else express that as well. And no offense, because I don't think it's funny right now, but I thought it was pretty funny when I heard this person say that. Only because at first I thought they meant that it happened at like 3:33 or something, and then 33 seconds. But 33 seconds is
arbitrary.
Yeah, it can happen. It's going to happen every minute.
It will. That's true. It would happen every. So there's a 1/60th chance that it would. So less than 2%, but greater than 1% chance that it would happen on the 33 second. Yeah.
Well, just like Flat Earth, he's going to write it off as some stupid conspiracy, and that's that. Wipe his hands of it and go on.
No, I figured it'd take a crack at it. I was interested to hear.
I understand not all of it was blown up. Some of it is left.
No, they destroyed it. They bulldozed the rest of it.
Yeah, and they're going to pulverize it and blah, blah, blah. So, yeah. They already pulverized it. I'm sure it's already being recycled concrete.
There's some kind of hatch that's there, though?
Yeah, the time capsule that people
are
curious about, yeah.
Guys, what do you think about in the video, why is there a blue flash and then the street lamp that's behind the stones is like glowing up extremely as if there's electromagnetic discharge or charge, whatever, happening in the air?
I don't know what that is, but the only thing I take from this, I'll let you guys, after I say this real quick, the only thing I take from it is that there's a reason we only see less than 10 seconds of footage, and that's it. You got multiple angles of cameras filming 24 hours a day, and you mean to tell me the only thing we get to see is just some rocks blowing up? You're fucking kidding me. So, there. That's my stance.
Yeah, again, I don't believe it's an explosion, because otherwise I would want to see the camera footage of them planting any bombs. And on the other hand, you know how difficult it is to plant something and let it explode remotely without being caught doing so. And I personally
that's
think
what I'm saying. Like you'd have to turn all the cameras off, right, and then set the shit up, and then turn the cameras back on, so that you didn't see who set it up or how. Literally, all we get is like this is what we get. Okay, so like someone commits a murder, right, with a gun, and it's being filmed the whole time. Okay, but instead of us getting all of the filming, all of everything, all we get is the one camera that was zoomed in to the barrel of the gun and the part of the person that got shot. That's it. We can barely make out what kind of gun. We have no idea who's holding it. All we can see is the bullet hitting the person. That's it.
Yeah, I personally think it's either a lightning strike or second Project Bluebeam.
No, come on. Don't start going down that road, because that makes us sound crazy.
No, it doesn't sound crazy.
Does. Yes, it does.
Look at the video. You see it. Look at the video. You see
it doesn't matter. You can think whatever you want. Did you just say lightning strike, bro? Come on.
Look at the video.
There's the lightning, bro.
Yeah, listen.
Look at the video.
I know Clay understands. Listen, Clay. I gotta let you know.
Yeah.
Especially Americans, they're just gonna pick it apart and say, "Oh, you fucking think it's aliens and derpa schmerpa herpa." Like these people will do anything to pick flat earthers apart instead of pick our arguments apart. Does that make sense?
They can pick me apart because I watched the video, and the video shows a blue flash and the light in the background lighting up extremely bright.
What does that mean? What is that empirical evidence of?
That means either it was a lightning strike,
or some other electromagnetic weapon that I don't know of. From that stuff don't look like an explosion, my man. Look at the real.
Who cares? Listen, were you there?
No, but I see the video.
Who cares? You don't know what that means. A blue flash. You
Yeah,
really
then-
think that that's going to tell you how it happened and what it was?
Yes.
Okay, well then that's where you fall down. And anybody
No,
you
I
talk
don't
to
think
about
so.
this is going to say that's
I don't
completely
think so.
unfalsifiable.
I think they
dude.
want us. I think they want us to believe the narrative that someone planted a bomb and wanted to be destroyed after all these years, and
Here's
I
the
don't
thing.
believe that narrative.
Who cares?
I want to know
I
why do you think that?
Yeah, go ahead, Clay. Go ahead, guys.
No, I mean I'm honestly curious because I mean the explanation you said about the lightning and the directed energy weapon. This is actually the argument I've heard from everyone else as well. As far as their theories go.
So look
but
at.
I was curious when they expressed this because from my perspective, to me it seems a person with a motivation would be somebody who has the same sentiments about these stones as a lot of you do. So somebody who thinks of these stones as kind of an evil instruction or something like that. Same thing with the graffiti that was on there before. It's like people are very unhappy with what the message is. I think it's that kind of person who did it. But I'm curious why you think somebody set it up to make it look like that.
Wait, Kosho, you think that they're gonna throw conspiracy theorists under the bus now with this one? Is that what you think?
I personally think that it was a conspiracy theorist.
How the fuck
I don't
do
know.
you think that?
Because I'm trying to think of who would have the motivation to do this, and that's what comes up.
But you're
Yep.
here's what we're doing, guys. We're doing why would they lie? It's pointless.
I can highly recommend looking at videos of lightning strikes hitting a road or anything else made out of concrete, and then look at the video again. Okay, just look at other videos where lightning strikes destroys a whole street and does a huge hole into
And
the
then
street.
what? And then you decide on something, and then what do you do?
Then you can see that it's not an explosion, but any dynamite or whatever you can use.
How do you know that?
Because you can look at other.
It's a
video
rhetorical question, man. You can't know it. You can't. That's the thing. Like anybody saying, "Oh, it's got to be this or it's got to be that."
Yeah,
no,
I know
it doesn't
you're
have
kinda
to
the
be
guy that-
anything. There's no.
I know,
it could be nothing.
I know
Listen.
you're kind of the guy that dismisses everything because you can't even trust camera footage and whatnot, blah blah. I know
That's true. Yeah, I'm not going to dismiss it. I'm going to say, what are you going to do if you think you find the truth? What are you going to do with that?
I can highly recommend watching some other videos.
Then what? Then what?
That show.
Then
that
what?
show,
You're not listening,
then-
Clay. You're not listening. It's a simple question. After all of that, then what?
Then you know it's not what the narrative tells you. That's all.
So what? Then what?
Nothing.
There you go.
Wow.
It's just
Amazing.
interesting that light. It's just interesting that a lightning strike might have destroyed something. That
How is
many
it
people-
interesting? How is it interesting? What do you conclude from that?
Oh my god, a lightning strike. I still can't believe he's even suggested that.
Yeah, I've seen other people suggest it too. Then what? What's the conclusion? What do you derive from that information if that's the case?
I don't know. Maybe a miracle that something like this gets destroyed.
Okay.
Who knows?
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing about miracles.
Yeah.
Most people don't believe in them.
I know.
Vast majority, I would argue, really don't actually believe in them. And when you provide evidence of miracles, does that change people's mind? When that evidence is very questionable?
No, people need to change their own mind by looking.
So, like the toaster, this is like seeing the face of Mary, or the face of Jesus in the toast and selling it on eBay for hundreds of thousands of dollars. This is what that's like. Oh, it's a miracle. It's like
not really.
The fact of the matter is, the historical miracles that we have history of are far more plausible and valid based on how they were how they were recorded and all the information behind them than this sort of thing where somebody basically says, I see light, therefore. There's no eyewitnesses except for the person that was there, allegedly. The person that was driving away in the car, the person that was running around the property where they have the footage of this person running around, allegedly. That would be a potential eyewitness. But apart from that, it's all just speculation and silliness. And gosh, what a waste of time.
Let me just say this. I'm glad that they are destroyed. That's all. I'm glad that this...
Yeah, I think it's a nothing burger.
Yeah, I think I'm just glad that this disgusting monument by Freemasons are destroyed.
Yeah. Destroy the evidence. Destroy the evidence. That's always a great method.
What would be the conclusion of the evidence? That it was a lightning strike, and that's the reason why they need to destroy it?
That's not what I'm saying. The fact that it's gone isn't necessarily a good thing. They were meaningless. They were powerless. They were just a message. The message came from a messenger. The messenger may or may not have power, but the message itself is powerless. Doesn't that make sense?
It is powerless, yes.
The stones themselves are worthless, powerless, of no power.
Yes.
So it's more about who's behind the message than the message itself. It's like, oh, we're gonna ban the phrase New World Order. Yay, problem solved. Yay, we banned the phrase New World Order. Yay, victory. No. So it's not about the message. This is such a nothing burger of an event, and yet another distraction.
Isn't everything at the end of the day a distraction?
No, sometimes justice is carried out. Sometimes people are brought to justice that need to be brought to justice, and those are, I would argue, are victories. The people that need to be brought to justice, that are brought to justice, I would consider those small victories.
But
absolutely.
Since you and me know the outcome of everything at the end of
then you don't need to take solace in nonsense things. You can take solace in your faith.
Yeah, you're right. I know.
Okay.
But I just want, to underline, then maybe we can also say nothing really matters that much that is happening, regardless of what, even being in here and talking to other people.
Everybody values different ways of spending their time and things to take interest in. Right. I'm making the argument that this by far is not a thing of conspiratorial significance.
All right, I can agree on that.
The person that put this together might not even be living at this point. Maybe, it wasn't that long ago, right? But they might not. If they were, let's say, 60 years old, then they're dead. If they were 40, they may still be alive. How old was the person that constructed that? And that's So anyway, I think it's a big nothing burger. Yeah. Okay. So would you agree then, Kosho, based on that statement, that also it would be an extreme act of vandalism to destroy all of the different monuments and statues over the past several years?
Yeah.
All right. Cool. Glad we can agree on that.
I mean, yeah, it is. It means vandalism.
Yeah. It's pretty objective.
I think that's why the investigation didn't last very long, is because I was saying this to the other people I was talking to about it, but technically, if somebody, puts fireworks in a mailbox, blows up a mailbox, it's a much more serious crime than this.
Yeah, because it's protected under federal law. Yeah, just by default, the mailbox is it would be a felony. You could go to federal prison for for playing a little silly prank like that.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's just vandalism, basically. But but I said the charge would be more serious. And I think
Correct.
that when there's a very light charge, they're not going to spend a lot of time investigating it.
Yeah, but wouldn't you say that there are other instances of grave effect and collateral damage that they also spent next to no time investigating? In particular, the Vegas shooting would be a clear example that I can think of.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not entirely sure how robust that investigation was, but yeah, I mean, certainly there's examples where you would think that there would be a bigger investigation, but the truth is, I think people always assume that the police and the government are going to investigate just about anything, but
sure,
that's not true at all.
No, there needs to be a motivation for the
nothing.
Yeah. But for instance, trespassing, disturbing the peace, trespassing, and what other kinds of charges? So think of the event that happened a year and a half ago. That there's people that are still being investigated. Not everybody. There are people that were in that building that were investigated by the FBI and released, and they've been no longer bothered by the FBI. I know one of those people personally. He's a news guy. He does the news on independent news on YouTube, but there's other people that are still being terrorized. For disorderly conduct, trespassing, and what other actual crimes can they be reasonably accused of? Loitering?
Well, no, but you remember that Chicago 7 back in the 60s, that trial?
I don't know that one.
Yeah. They made a movie about it recently as well, but there was a giant riot, political. There was a few political protests and gatherings. I think it was right after the election, or maybe right before. Either way, and actually, it ended up turning into two pretty violent riots, and they blamed it on 7 people specifically because they were kind of leaders of different political group or like a political, not that they were politicians, but they were activists or whatever.
Yeah.
And actually it came out that half the people in the riots were actually police and FBI agents. but regardless, the way that they framed the trial was, inciting a riot. And that kind of thing. So inciting a riot, insurrection, that's one of the words that comes up with this January 6th thing. Anything that you can...
inciting a riot, I forgot of that as a charge. Is insurrection a word that you can be prosecuted with? Is that a legal term?
I believe so.
Oh, maybe it is.
I think they were supposed. I think something like that would be put against the leader, or I think they were talking about putting that.
Yeah, here it is.
Giving that to Trump.
Wow. 18 U.S. Code 2383, rebellion or insurrection. Whoever incites, sets on foot, assists, or engages in any rebellion or insurrection against the authority of the United States or the laws thereof, or gives aid or comfort thereto. Wow. Gives aid or comfort thereto, shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 10 years or both, and shall be incapable of holding any office under the United States. And this is from 1948, June 25th, 1948. There it is.
So yeah, I don't know how they, what anybody plans to do, but that's something they usually like to use as a weapon against, whoever they want to pin this whole thing on. But gather a group of them together and then, charge them with something like that.
Yeah, don't comfort people. Apparently, I wonder what is the legal criteria for comforting?
Probably,
I mean,
some sort of something that you can blame them for or accuse them of what do you call that? Like being an accessory or whatever.
like if I were to go to one of the guys that did this thing and I were to like, oh, you're guilty. You could go to prison for 10 years now. You said, oh.
That's a good question though too, because like if somebody got injured, for instance, and you were just there kind of helping injured people, and you happen to help one of the people who charged with it.
I mean, the law can sometimes be awkward, and that's why we need good judges.
This law, you know, is against the First and Second Amendment, so it's unconstitutional.
That's not entirely true though.
The authority of the United States or the laws. Well, yeah, because what you're referring to how the Second Amendment is designed to
protect the First. And if you are not able to help those morally, like in moral support of a insurrection, if that is able to be penalized, then you cannot protect it with your Second Amendment, because that would be partaking in
isn't
the
this
insurrection.
Isn't this why people suggest that the Constitution is obsolete?
Yeah, probably, but those are the guys that are afraid of it being used in practice.
No, I think in this context, if somebody's being accused of, you know, being an enemy of the state, you know, rebelling against the state, being an enemy of the state, which is kind of what an insurrection is a claim of, or like they're accusing them of basically, and you're somebody who's engaging in aiding or in any kind of way supporting them in that act. You know what I mean? Like, I guess it's kind of a gray area thing, but
were the 3% were those?
What do you mean?
Doing an insurrection?
3%. What do you mean?
You got your 3%ers in the U.S.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
Say what?
Either.
I don't get it.
I think the independence struggle started with 3% of armed militia.
Okay.
Those 3% started an insurrection against the British.
Sure, yeah. But you understand also that same thing with the Civil War. From either side of the conflict, the other side is the enemy, and also is the the one that you would give these criminal charges to, like insurrection, rebellion, whatever. Whereas if you win the conflict, then it's justified, and if you don't win the conflict, then you're going to be, claim to be insurrecting and rebelling and all this type of stuff, treasonous. So
it is who wins in the end that makes up the definition of what happened.
Sure.
So, the Constitution clearly states that you have the right to do that in the First and Second Amendment.
But you can see why they would place you or view you as an enemy, an enemy of the state, just as the people that you're aiding.
Yeah, correct. But the politicians should not be in bed with the judges. That's why you have a Supreme Court. And only the Supreme Court should deal with these matters, because they are outside of the political system. Any local court, any federal court is in bed.
Yeah, that'd be interesting to see them, because what they just did with Roe v. Wade. Actually, I read their opinion when they were arguing, like the Supreme Court's, opinion or whatever, and it actually made a lot of sense, because all they were doing was claiming that there wasn't really justifiable protection in the Constitution from that, so they don't feel like it's fair. They don't feel like it's in their jurisdiction to give it that protection. So yeah, you might see something like that if someone got charged for aiding an insurrecting person or something like that. They could probably argue that, and the Supreme Court might find it unconstitutional. I wonder if anyone's been charged with something like that since the 40s.
They don't have to be charged because they are labeled terrorists and can be held without court proceedings, without bail, without anything. Thanks to Mr. Bush.
Well, that's not true.
If they can write down at the arrest possible terrorist, then everything goes out of the window for that person. Just a black hole. And that's not just in the US, by the way. That happens in the whole world.
Actually, I believe that has to happen outside of the US for us, because when we do behave that way, even to American citizens, but not inside the US.
Oh, I've seen footage of people being dragged away in cars in the US, and people that, did not return or were not registered as arrested. It happens in the US, and probably get airlifted to Guantanamo or somewhere else. The moment that the US got the Patriot Act pushed through, you basically wiped out your, protection.
And so, what do you guys? What are your, I guess, like what are some assumptions that you guys think about the Georgia Guidestone thing? Like, as far as who is the actual culprit, because something that
of the demolition or
the explosion.
Oh, the explosion. Well, it doesn't matter who did it. It's a media stunt. Because now every conspiracy theorist is talking about it. It's just a media stunt.
If it was a media stunt, then that kind of infers or implies that it's it was intentionally done by somebody who can influence the media, right? Or has motivation.
Yeah, but it's for both sides. A lot of conspiracy theorists take this as a win. So, it doesn't matter who did it in the end. They are gone. People are not being able to see the monument that people erected with idiot guidelines, because now it's gone. People cannot see the stupidity of that monument anymore. And people cannot see that that monument actually was a flat earth proof, because it had a kind of solar clock in it, which showed that the sun moves around the earth and not vice versa.
And it had that viewing hole for
yes.
was the excuse. That was the motivation I kept hearing when I was talking to other people about it. Was they were basically just saying that was the motivation, was because it was such a good evidence. That you could have the Polaris there for 40 years and it still be there all day, all night. That's why they had to destroy it.
People want to destroy because they want to destroy things, because it's sensational. People do not want to see, like, let's say the people who put it there could have done it themselves just to gain more publicity, and maybe it's a signal to, let's say, the elites, the people in the in crowd, for, oh, hey, this is the sign, we're gonna kick this off right now. Or it could be the conspiracy theorists, or a conspiracy theorist who did it because he was upset about the message that it had.
Guys, it's a smoke show. It's a fucking smoke show. Yeah. Smoke and mirrors. Come on.
And the media just runs with it, and no one is listening to what's happening in the world with Putin that's trying to escalate the war, or the West trying to escalate the war.
That's all a fucking smoke show too. Stop caring about it.
No, the point is, every other subject within the conspiracy world is now referring to the Guidestones.
That's fine. Whatever.
Then what's the real what's everybody not focusing on that they should be?
Their lives, dude. Their own fucking lives. Like, this is absolutely ridiculous that we are even giving this time. Seriously, we're smarter and better than that, dude. We don't have to fucking feed this dragon.
Law that's going through in California to stop all the trucks. That's something you should focus on.
Okay, sure, yeah, but let's focus on something we can control. Can you control anything other than the things in your life that you have purview over? Yes or no?
More love for each another.
That's fine. Do that. Love one another. But Guidestones have nothing to do with that at all.
Yeah.
Hey, I wanted to see those Guidestones.
Well, go and look up what they said.
I know that. I wanted to go there to see for myself.
Well, it's good that you don't go there, because they did some blood magic there, and they probably did some crazy fucking rituals that you don't want to be anywhere near.
No, if you are afraid of blood magic, that's on you.
I'm not afraid of it, bro. But their intention when they did that was to depopulate at the very least, okay? Not cool.
Yeah, that's the same why they bring out internet.
What?
Internet is just the same.
Sure.
Don't think the tool that you use now is a tool of good.
Everything's good and bad. Everything.
Actually, I kind of liked the Georgia Guidestones. I just
Jesus Christ, why are you giving it attention?
Yeah, I figured it would be one of the things that would outlive everything else. It's like Mount Rushmore.
Well, it's exactly, that's how they get you. Oh, it's surprising they blew up one of their own effigies. Oh no, what does it mean? It's got to mean something. Derpa derpa smurpa herpa furpa.
I don't think it means anything.
There you go. It doesn't mean anything.
Somebody did it because they wanted, just like the people who graffitied it and stuff like that.
No, don't come to a conclusion though, especially on a live stream. We don't know who did it. We don't know why. That is literally the end of the story.
I guess. I mean, like I said, I feel like it's a safe assumption that it was just like the people who were graffitiing it.
A safe assumption. Is that why you still believe in the globe? Because it's just a safe assumption.
Yeah, it's
wow. Yeah, never mind then. I've said my piece, and you've obviated yourself as a fucking retard.
No, a retard comes to any conclusion, but a conclusion that seems the most likely is not retarded. if it seems more.
But if it seems most likely to somebody with cognitive deficiencies such as yours, then it is kind of retarded.
Hey,
sure,
quick question.
But then how could I be blamed for coming to that conclusion? If I came to that conclusion,
see what's happening? We're already going down the rabbit hole. Stop talking about this. That's last I'll say. Stop talking about it. Otherwise, you're just giving the beast attention, and you know it. So stop it.
There is no fucking beast, man.
You know what I mean? You're giving this attention. They want that from you. They don't want you to fucking focus on even that the Earth measures flat. They want you to say, "Gosh, who blew up the Guidestones and what's the implications?" and derp a smurp. You're wasting time talking about it.
Did you listen to what I said about the Guidestones? That they were a proof for flat Earth?
No, they weren't. They have nothing to do with flat Earth. Oh, okay, but now they're destroyed, so there's no even reason to talk about it. Now someone will be like, "Oh, well, you don't know that's exactly what it said. You could just be doctoring that information." It's over, guys. Just stop talking about it. Ugh.
I gotta.
Hello.
I gotta admit, what I mean, even that's not really that much of a serious thing, or necessary to think about. But I think sometimes we tend to forget how what kind of let's say smart people they have regarding influencing our minds. I mean, the whole devices that we use these days, all this flooding of information that goes into our consciousness, so to say, in our mind, is so huge, so enormous, that they can literally, like, if you're a person that is not aware of much things that you're being fed to, either through whatever information that device it might be or source, you can really be programmed in whatever way or shape, form. I mean, it could even program fake woke people, I mean, that's actually, I think that's what they do, they also they create whatever kind of person they want. I mean, as long as we are so highly addicted to this stream of constant information, we can never be sure of that anything that we actually get is 100% good for evolving in our thinking as a person. Not saying evolving in a term of evolution or what other crap, but I think sometimes the best thing we can actually do is just enjoy the things we see, nature, clinking out of all this internet stuff and so forth, and maybe just relax, and I mean, at the end of the day, what does it matter? I mean, I gotta admit, it's also my problem sometimes. I think if we think too much about these people, even acknowledge them as being something elite or extremely smart, superior, or they can control the next whatnot, I think we actually do what they want us to do, right? Like, I think as a metaphor, what Glad Flope said, like feeding the beast, so to say, even though it actually never had any power.
If you want to stop feeding the beast, then vote with your money. Buy consciously. Do not buy stupid things. Do not get your, TV or your streaming service or whatever. Buy something that is useful, something that can, broaden your mind and help someone else, rather than consume and buy the trinkets that they want you to buy. Buy honest food. Don't buy cheap. Buy honest food from honest sellers. And then you have to pay more. So what? But that's the issue. People want more for less.
Right.
And then they fall into that trap.
We want more, and spend less time and energy and effort and so forth. Because, we have been I mean, not trained, but we trained ourselves to be that way, through the society that we have been born into, right? That everything needs to be fast information, fast food, fast, quick and easy, happiness and whatnot, even though if we think about a good apple tree, for example, everything that wants to bear good fruit, it needs a lot of time and effort,
Yeah, it's kind of like the globe. A lot of people will support the globe, like Osho, and the many others out there. But the moment they would say, okay, you know what? I'm going to dedicate this year just by doing long distance observations, comparing every observation I do in different weather, in different time, and compare it to the globe model geometry, then he can come to a conclusion. But as long as he buys into, or the Globers buy into NASA and TV and the easy assumption, the low effort knowledge or fantasy, and I mean low effort because you don't do anything, then you end up with cheap shit. Conflicting stories. It doesn't work out. That's why they are, already busy with throwing out Einstein because it doesn't work out with, a lot of calculations and observations they do now. And it's a constant stream of cheap things because they use it from the assumption, not a measured value, but an assumption value. It's the cheap way. I don't have to do it again. I don't have to reinvent the wheel. They are lazy in their heads and they will be lazy in their minds and their bodies because, the internet is a great tool. Everything comes to me. No, you have to go outside. You have to do things. If you want to help someone, you cannot help someone drowning while sitting behind your computer. No, you actually have to be there in the water with someone to prevent them from drowning.
Yeah, exactly. But at the end of the day, I think for me personally, it always comes down to that Bible verse I like, vanity or vanity. Everything is vanity. Everything that man does at the end of the day, putting it into the face of death at a certain point, everything we collect or do or create is indeed vanity in the face of death. So for me, it just makes a lot of sense when it says do not collect any treasures here on earth, but up in heaven, right? Where no one can steal it. Or where it can't be destroyed by moths and whatnot. As sad as it might sound, but on the other hand, it's actually nice because then okay, I'm just gonna completely surrender my life and just let him do everything,
Yeah,
and then it actually, and out of this, the paradox is then it gets purpose for some reason.
But on the other hand, I collect books because they got information.
Right.
A lot of those books are no longer in print, have been scrubbed from libraries, and are unavailable to people. If I collect them, and when I die, they go to my family, that information is still preserved, and people have a choice to read it or not. They have a choice to destroy it or not.
Right.
But for now, I have that. I treasure that because not because the material, but the information. that's in there that can help someone else or myself when I need to.
Right.
Excuse me.
You can all,
Sorry,
but
dude.
then
Are
you
you
can all,
from? Is that dude from Holland? Are you from Holland? You sound
Yeah.
like. Have you heard of the Orlinda book?
The what?
The Orlinda book found in Holland.
Yeah.
It's a great book. I'd highly recommend it.
Yeah, it's about Doggerland.
Yeah. Have you heard of it? You know the Frisian people then? Frisian.
Yeah, I would count myself as a Frisian.
Right. So, do you think you hail from the Scythian tribe then, or is that something? Do you know what the Scythian tribe is?
I wouldn't go into that. I am just a mixture of a lot of things. I was born in West Friesland, so
Look like?
they make me a Frisian.
What do you look like?
Check my profile picture.
Is that what you look like?
Yeah, that's me.
You look like a legend, dude. How tall are you? How tall are you?
5'7".
5'7". Oh my god. What happened? These people I'm thinking of were like 6'5". They were small. In fact, I think Dutch is the tallest people, aren't they?
Yeah, but I got a lot of Asian blood in me.
Oh right. Oh, okay. And this other guy, you German? Clay Under the Seal.
Yeah.
Have you looked into the Goths? The Goths were legendary people.
What?
Goths.
Goth?
Yes. Before we
I
knew
don't
it as
know.
Germany.
What can you maybe describe what that is? Maybe I've heard of that, but not the specific. So, I have problems with remembering names and stuff.
Well, I'd highly recommend a channel on, YouTube, I suppose. ThemTube.
Yeah, what
I'd
it's about?
I'd highly recommend anybody go to somebody called Asher Logos. Asher Logos. He's brilliant, and he goes through all the Orlinda book, and he does a brilliant narration, and it's like put to pictures, and it's absolutely fantastic, and you really learn.
Can you send that to me maybe, because I'm on my phone and I have some.
I'd watch it on Odyssey because I don't know if I'm allowed to actually send people.
Yeah, if
to
you can
Odyssey from
personally send
YouTube.
me, if you can personally send me something about that, but describe me first. Like, what is it about? What?
Oh,
is
it's
it like?
fantastic! It's fantastic. What do you look like anyway? Have you got blue eyes? Have you got blonde hair? Because for a while I was obsessed with blue eyes and blonde hair.
I have blue eyes, and yeah. When I was a kid, I had very bright blonde hair. Now it's more like a brownish blonde. In the sun, it still looks blonde, but it's not that extremely blonde. It's just like brown blonde, if that makes sense, like golden bronze, something like that.
Yeah, you've got to watch this dude, man, because he's like, he makes you realize that Hollywood has told us this story about who the Goths were, and it's not like that at all. They were legendary. They were fucking ass whoopers. And nobody could beat them in battle. Nobody. Only another army that had mercenaries who were also Goths even stood a chance against them. But of course, Hollywood portrays them as this, raggedy.
Could they resist a lot of pain?
Well, I imagine it were all about honor. Just as the Orlinda book points out, it were all about honor.
Because
the exact opposite of Rome.
For some reason, I never broke a thing in my life, but I had so many accidents where should I have broken something on my body, and I also have a huge pain resistance.
Well, I don't know about that. I don't know anything about that, but I'm just going to post this thing. Hopefully, I'm a bit of a technophobe, so hopefully this will work.
Andy, I posted something in Livestream voice text channel. Is that the channel you pointed to?
That's where I've just posted. Anyway, it's a link to Odyssey, and it says, "Look there, look, Asher Logos in the title." It's fantastic. Just look at the stuff about the Goths, especially if you're German. Any Germans I meet, I'm like, you've got to look into Goths because they were legends. And, most Germans don't know anything about that stuff, and I certainly didn't. But again, I mean, you've got to take it with a pinch of salt but what I like about it is what we know about them was written by their enemies, which says an awful lot to me because, well, we know how it is now. History is a bunch. It's just a story agreed upon. It's just a bunch of lies. So the fact that their enemies talked about these people in such a way that they're all about honor, and it's like, oh, it makes you sort of your hair stand up on back of your neck, like just what we've divulged into from what these people were, because they went everywhere. The Goths, they went to New Zealand, they went to India, they went to South Africa, obviously. They literally went to every continent. They went to Scotland, because the tartan that they use in Scotland, you've seen with tartan, the material from the kilts and shit like that, that's derived from the Goths. So, yeah, you got to watch this dude, man. He's really done his homework. I think he thinks the world's a ball. Don't hold that against him. But yeah, I'm gonna leave him a comment years ago, well, probably about 2019 or something, saying, "You've missed the biggest lie of all." But whatever. He's done his own work in this arena, going back to the Greeks and the Romans and all that, and it's so fascinating and gives you, because I don't know if anybody's interested.
The thing is, there's so much that has happened on this plane already. In the past, that it's actually impossible for us who are born into this. It's almost like as if you're born onto a piece of puzzle. Okay, especially in this deceptive time that we live in today, where everything has been manipulated, especially even the shape of the very thing you're living on. So you're like a guy that has been born into that one little puzzle around thousands of other historical events and puzzles, and you can do whatever you want, you can do whatever you want, but you will never be able to completely get a full picture, collecting all the little pieces of puzzles to really see for yourself what all the things that happened on this plane. You know what I mean? If that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean,
sorry,
right,
but
go on.
I don't even think that these groups that we call elite or superior or royal or whatnot, that they know everything. You know what I mean? Like,
oh, they know a lot more than us, though, don't they?
Yes, maybe, yeah.
But the thing is, I didn't take some sacred oath to a brotherhood, so I can come here and say whatever the fuck I want. Well, kind of, almost.
Right. You cannot say that word. You cannot say that word.
There's a lot of things I can't say thanks to YouTube, but yeah, I can say pretty much anything and not have to look over my shoulder, because I didn't sign any sacred oath like these people did. So,
right.
And as I say, it's a privilege to come here and speak and just.
All right.
I mean,
exactly.
in some ways, I have to come here just to talk to other people who can't, because I'm preaching to choir with most things here.
Let's get to what's really important, guys. We're talking about tough situations, right? So I'm being goofy. I apologize preemptively, but so I have a mixed beans mix: pinto, black beans, white, navy, and kidney. Something along those lines. It's like 5 different beans. Definitely pinto. Definitely kidney. Definitely black beans. And there's a white bean in there, like a small white bean. I can't remember its name. Is it navy? Maybe navy. Whatever the case.
Soaking beans, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. So 72 hours. I've never done it this long before, but there was this old lady on YouTube. She was like, "Yeah, you got to do this. Check it out. The water will bubble. It will get foamy. It will get bubbly foamy. If you have a mud room or some kind of extra room or basement or somewhere in your house that you can kind of stink up or has good ventilation or something, that's probably best. But like on day 3, it's really getting wild. But the fact of the matter is, over and over again, I'd do a 2-day soak or a 36-hour soak, and lo and behold, you cook it for 8 hours, you cook it for 12 hours, and still, you still got some hardness in the beans. And I did a 72-hour soak, and I did a 24-hour. Well, I did 12 hours on high and 12 hours on low in a crock pot. That's what I did as far as the cooking goes, and they're perfect. They're perfect. I'm just excited, and seeing as how the whole world's going to go up in flames, I figured I'd give you some of this wisdom for when we're all eating beans and rice for survival. So you're welcome.
Thanks for
Right.
that.
Hey, thank you, man.
Meanwhile, Earth's radius is falsified. Everybody.
Yeah.
Hey, and another thing I can highly recommend for everyone, especially when you have some free land around you and just woods in general and so forth. Get a book about weeds, like free growing weeds. Like I don't know if that's the right correct English term, but there's a lot of
herbs.
Plants that herbs. There's a lot of plants just widely growing that we don't know of that you can actually eat. So we don't need to starve. Even winter, you can still find things that you should just eat. But we have never have really learned anything about that. That everything is there that provides us food, at least for staying alive. Not saying that you can gain a lot of weight from eating these greens, but it will keep you going.
Well, anyway, I just wanted to throw that out there for everybody. A little goofy, but yeah. Some vegetables are prolific too. Go ahead, Modest.
It's good to share food tips, because food is the essential thing that keeps you thinking straight.
Yeah,
exactly.
Well, the spaghetti squash, you can just let one go, like 6 months, 9 months, maybe even a year. Just set it aside in your basement or something, and then cut it open. You'll see a ton of, like, hundreds, maybe 200 or 300, 400 sprouts, and you could literally grow. Well, you don't need to even plant all that much, because each plant proliferates. Like, you could just plant one sprout and it'll give you a bunch of spaghetti squash. But from one spaghetti squash, you could get hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, if not even thousands, of spaghetti squash just from one. And so there's a lot of foods like that it's really really amazing. I took one onion, store-bought onion, organic onion, and planted it to let it sprout, and then planted it, let it go to seed, and I got almost 200 seeds off of this one onion. I'm just like, I mean, imagine that you spend $1.70 or so, $1 to $2, and there you have technically, $150 to $200.
Right.
If you think about it that way. And I don't have the time, I don't have the space, I don't. Well, try to try to find a way.
And also, if you practiced it, like small scale, you can go full guerrilla gardening if you don't have the space yourself.
Yeah, guerrilla garden. See, that's some stuff right there that's really cool. The guy 123 Home Free on YouTube, he does guerrilla grazing with his sheep. Dude's living the sweet life as a homeless guy. You got to check him out sometime.
I'm just going to recommend what I recommended the other day, which is sauerkraut. That's what everybody should be eating, sauerkraut. Fermented foods in general, you should be eating.
Oh yeah, fermented foods are very good. Oh, sorry for interrupting.
It said that the Germans lived on the ones that were sent to the gulags lived on nothing but sauerkraut, and that is testament because we weren't designed to live on one thing. I mean, eggs would probably be my choice because they contain a bit of everything. Avocado is a sort of that way too, but sauerkraut is what I always recommend to everybody because I think that with wheat is pretty bad for everybody. Our modern wheat. And I think back in day, so let's just say 70s or 80s, we used to have milk, real milk, and cheese, and that bacteria ate the wheat. And now it's all pasteurized, so that we don't get that good, microbiome. So you need that fermented cabbage.
When I remember the basement of my grandma, for example, every time I visit her, and I was in the basement sometimes, she had like 3 huge shelves with everything from her garden being put into, glasses, and you could eat that stuff like up to 3-4 years or whatnot, and that's what Germans actually did back in the days where you had no refrigerator or something.
It's before freezers and stuff like that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Makes
and that stuff
sense.
is actually very healthy, like fermented vegetables and so forth. It actually preserves a lot of essential things, if not making certain type of foods like sauerkraut, for example, even better than eating the raw kraut.
Yeah, so that's what I'll always recommend. And that's made with salt rather than, vinegar, which is how you pickle a thing. So I forget sometimes because I just start talking and I realize some people aren't on that level yet, and you have to go backwards a long way to sort of start from the beginning. And it annoys me a little bit because I forget, and then I think, oh no, they don't know what I'm talking about.
And
sorry, everybody.
Speaking of scientific method and all that kind of lingo, vinegar is the effect, not the cause.
Well, I'll leave all that scientific nerd shit to you guys. I mean, QE seems to have got that down. So I'm more interested in why we do the things we do. I like the psychology behind it, but the nerdy shit, the maths in particular, that's my weak point. I understand that it's a language.
Yeah, I'm just saying that vinegar is what is the result of a ferment, not the cause.
Oh, I got it. I got it. It's very good. Very good. I can appreciate it from afar, but I can't really join in and say, what's the cause and effect? Because I've just lost the. But I appreciate it. I like the fact that QE gave me a foundation to say, science is the investigation into the physical and natural world in order to discover a cause and an effect. That's enough for me. I like psychology. I've always been interested in it. So, I studied Jung, I studied Bernays, I studied the Buddha, the very first psychologist. I like to know why we do the things we do. So I can join in on that part of the conversation.
I just find it interesting that, that there are certain things that our ancestors might have done 100 years back that are actually pretty smart, and not a bad thing to do. For example, food preservation. But so many other little neat things that, that I come along that I haven't heard of or forgot that my grandma used to do and so forth that are good to know, especially when we might have a problem with energy or whatnot. I mean, I'm not saying that that's not artificial, but I guess there's just some old things which is a good thing to to go back to as a technique for whatever reason it might be, to just know how it works, right? I mean, some people these days don't even know how to plant a seed and harvest food. You know what I mean? So
yeah, I'd be one of them.
Oh, okay.
I'm botany as well. Is another weakness of mine, and I'm very lazy. I have an idea, like celestial navigation. I have a good idea of how it works, but if I was ever in that situation, I'd be completely fucked. Perfect.
Yeah.
I understand I need 2 straight lines, and some circles are equal altitude. Beyond that, I'm like, what do I do? No, I'd be screwed. But I have an basic idea.
That's where I also, by the way, like where communion comes in as human beings, because if you look at small villages still as of today in certain countries, you just have this sense of the farmer doing the farming stuff, and he has a lot of knowledge about that. Then there's the guy who has maybe a lot of stuff with a lot of knowledge with building or being very technical. Can help other people in the village. Then there's maybe the woman that, or the man, but mostly woman, that maybe can create great clothing, and so for this balance of. And I'm not saying that someone could do all the things, maybe you can all learn all of that, but I think this great balance of knowledge is really something that you don't see often anymore, actually more like in remote villages or countries that are not yet having the infrastructure of the what is the right term, let's say, of our society. I don't think that anyone in here in the voice in the chat is living in a remote village where you still have that kind of balance that I'm talking about.
Another recommendation is CBD oil. Big time. CBD oil. A wonderful thing. It'll help you sleep. It'll get you relaxed. It won't get you stoned in anyway, so you don't have to worry about that, unless it's got the high THC content, obviously. But CBD oil, I only seem to come in here and just recommend things. And that's fine. But CBD oil is a great thing. And I think that's probably been, I don't know. There's all that stuff about cannabis being banned all those years ago. I don't know. There's certain things where I think, I don't know. It just seems to me that, that was banned for a good reason. And certain other things, because it's so essential for us. So hemp oil is good as well. But if you can get the full spectrum, that's why I'm jealous of you Americans. Any Americans listening now, you can get the full spectrum CBD, the good stuff, and you will feel better, I assure you.
The thing is, I think there's so much in nature, especially when you look into the wild flowers that you can eat and so forth. There's so many things that are beneficial that we're just because we have not looked into it, not really aware of, but that we can actually go back to every time as we like. That's actually what I'm going to do the rest of this year. I'm really gonna focus my knowledge, focus on gaining much more knowledge about just the forests around here. Not here. I mean, this is a whole different flora, but in Germany. And just
whereabouts do you live in Germany then? Because I love Germany. It's on my bucket. I ain't got many things I want to do, but one of my things I've always wanted to do is like eat bratwurst in Bavaria, or you know what I mean, stuff like that. Just silly things that it's like, well, that's nothing, but it's very achievable. Is my point. It's not difficult, is it? Sauerkraut and sausages.
I would
in
highly
Germany.
recommend. I would highly recommend the best the best sausage I ever ate in my life was actually in Bavaria, in a Brauhaus, in a Münchner Brauhaus, the original Brauhaus. And you get like it's a white sausage with like there's a mustard, the sweet sour mustard, and it's like it melt like it's pork and it melted in my mouth and so forth. I'm not eating. I don't eat flesh anymore, but when I used to, that stuff.
That's probably because you refer to it as flesh.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it is what it is, right? I'm not, I don't condemn anyone who eats meat.
Oh,
I think meat is a
listen,
great thing.
I admire that. That's great. I mean, I was pescatarian, I guess, for a few years, and
yeah, I'm a
I don't
pescatarian.
yeah,
I eat
I don't eat much red meat, to be honest, but I do.
Hmm?
I don't know. I go with wind on that one a little bit, like where wind blows. Sometimes I can go months and months, and let's put it this way: I'm always impressed and I'm always happy when I've got a meal without any meat. If there's no meat,
Hmm?
really enjoy it. I go, wow, that's like a bonus. So
Hmm?
yeah, I get it. I appreciate. I admire that. And vegans, holy shit, how these
No, I
people
can't.
without eggs?
I tried.
That's nuts.
Yeah, no, I tried doing vegan for like few days. The only thing that was on my mind all day was food. What would I eat at the end of the day? And what it just annoyed me so much, and I can't get over the nice Italian things like Parmesan cheese and mozzarella and pizza with cheese and whatnot. Cheese especially. So no, there's just these things that are too nice.
I got a question.
Also,
what's the?
fish.
Oh no, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh no, sorry. Go on. I'm sorry.
I was just going to ask a question. What's the difference between eating meat and eating plants?
A step.
What's that?
Like
I said a step.
A step?
Yeah, a step. Yeah, he's right.
Yeah, so you go from eating plants to eating the thing that eats plants. Did you know that plants eat dead animals? Did you know that?
Yeah, I guess so.
So what's wrong with eating animals?
I'll tell you
Nothing.
what's wrong with it. If you eat meat every meal and you eat a lot, and bloody hell, I've seen them portions you have in America. They are fucking ridiculous. Get the portion size down.
That's an opinion. Anyway, keep going.
No, that's a fact.
No, that's your opinion. Keep going.
Let's not go into the vegan.
Wait one second.
I just want to know the difference between eating meat and eating anything else.
I'm not going to get on the moral side of it. I'm just telling you, if you eat
you
meat,
better not.
If you eat meat every meal, and a lot of it, it will putrefy in tubes and it will block them up. I assure you of that.
Okay, so why hasn't that happened to me yet?
Because you're probably very young, my
I'm 40
friend.
years old, and I've eaten a shitload of meat, and I only have gut problems when I don't take care of my gut otherwise.
We eat lots of vegetables with it.
Yeah, I eat lots of vegetables too. Fruits, vegetables, meats, anything.
The vegetables push the meat through. So
Okay.
keep doing that.
It's called fiber.
Sure. But what's the difference? What's the real difference between eating meat and eating the things that eat the meat when the meat dies?
Oh, listen, I'm not going to fucking start with moral stuff with you.
It's not morals. I'm asking what the difference is.
No, I'm telling you, I eat plenty of meat, so I'm.
I know. I can tell. So listen. Listen, I want to know the difference.
Yeah, the difference is Gospel already said, it's just one more step. You just eat the thing that ate the plants. You know what I mean?
So there is no difference then.
Well, here's an interesting thing from a logical. Hold on.
Oh, sorry.
Is an interesting thing that logic, I think, can answer some of these questions. So, like, what do mushrooms do, for instance? What do? They have little mycelium that stretch out all over the place, and they supposedly transport nutrients from one place to the next, and mycelium networks supposedly
we are more like mushrooms than anything else, apparently. That's a really good thing to bring up.
I'm not making that argument.
No, but I'm just saying we're more like mushrooms than plants. That's
Anyway.
Wow.
Yeah, go ahead.
What I'm trying to say is that there's this interesting thing about the function of a mushroom and what it can do that we might not necessarily be. So let me give you an example. If you just eat dirt, it usually doesn't work out very well for you in the long term. But it just so happens that the things that are in dirt happen to be in other places in different quantities and proportions that are good, that otherwise eating dirt wouldn't be the solution. You can't just skip the step. It needs to be in its proper place. So
don't go knocking dirt.
He's saying there's tons of vitamins and minerals in dirt, but you need the right ratio for your body to be able to assimilate it.
Yeah, that's my point. So it just so happens that there are really efficient processors. Okay, using that term in a broad sense, not like a technological sense, but like in a literal, they process. Like there's different creatures. I'm including plant life as a type of creature because it's root creation, whatever. There's different things that process other things that that apparently make things better than in their source or origin.
Exactly. So that's a great statement.
It's a matter
with
of logic,
processing.
is all I'm trying to say.
Right. But the interesting thing is in nature, if you look at our processing facility in our body, which is the digestive system and the length of it, if you compare the length of your digestive system as a human being, which is a very complex digestive system, right? It takes a lot of time for the body to take in everything that it needs from the food that you are digesting. If you compare that to carnal animals, that eat flesh on a daily basis, they have very, very short digestive systems that are actually capable of even eating a rotten meat, actually things that would kill us essentially if you eat enough of it.
That's
because
true.
because of that short digestive system. Some animals can even eat their own poop and so forth, like
dogs eat
pigs,
cat
for
poop.
example.
Okay, listen. My question still remains. What is the difference? Why do people choose not to eat meat and think that it makes any difference? Why do they do that?
For me personally, I had some. I had always had some my digestive system felt a little bit overloaded when I ate meat, and when I stopped doing that, it just felt a little bit lighter, and that's the only reason I do it. I don't really care about this whole drama about killing things.
Exactly.
It
This
happens
is what I was
anyway.
just going to say. I was just going to
It
say,
happens
look, on
anyway.
this,
There will always be people who wants meat and so forth. So I don't really care about the tons of animals and the water and blah blah blah. It's just about me at the end of the day, like everyone else. It's always about us. That certain things
on
in
this
our life.
surface level, we're all different, aren't we? I mean,
Yeah.
on the
Yes.
surface level, and some people seem to thrive without meat, and good luck to them. That's what I say.
You know what?
And
I think Gospel nailed it. I don't think there's any difference other than what Gospel said. There's different ratios of nutrients that we all need in different things, but there's really no other difference.
No, I was listening to this vegan having this ridiculous debate the other day on Made by Jim Bob's channel.
All right, guys. All right. This shit I don't like. All right. This is the same shit with Globers and flat earthers. You guys fucking attack vegans and vegetarians, thinking you're somehow no more than
It's
they
not
do.
an attack, bro.
I just said I admire them.
No attack.
Listen to what you just said. Listen to what you just said. Why do they think meat is not?
Yeah, I'm asking a question based on the fact that
Do your
there's no
research
difference.
on it, bro. Do your research on it. There is
What do you mean, do your research? That doesn't
do your
help.
research on it. I'm a vegan,
No, that's
bro.
just
Do your
words.
research
Yeah,
on
that's
it.
why you're emotional.
You're researching on it. That's all I'm saying. In the
Done
subject,
plenty of
do your
research.
research on it. Don't attack it.
And what makes you think I haven't?
I know you haven't, because if you did, you wouldn't be talking so stupid. I'm serious. It's ridiculous.
See, I already did the research. That's why I'm asking the question, bro.
Bro, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. You don't. I'm a vegan.
I'm a vegan. That doesn't mean that it's the correct decision. It just means that it's something you're doing. It doesn't mean it's the correct decision. Oh, I'm a
We
vegan.
shouldn't be talking about this at all, because we should talk about the good things of food. We should talk about the good things of food and not the things that divide the different eaters.
I just want to know what's the difference.
Let people eat what they think is good for them and what tastes good to them.
That was my point.
There is no reason into dietary
Chill out, man. Let me get
better
some words in here.
and worse.
Damn. One is better for your system, one is not. So just look it up and find out why. That's all you got to do. Stop attacking. I'm tired of people attacking vegans and vegetarians. It's annoying. Fucking
Take it personally, would you? I'm just asking a question what the difference is.
You literally came in on me saying...
Always on this Discord that this problem arises. Every fucking time. It's just annoying.
Yeah,
dude, I just said people are vegans and thrive.
Just real quick point. The point is that first of all, Modest Monkey is a mod. Pun in the first part of his screen name. I think that's on purpose. Maybe it's pretty punny in my opinion. But his point was to he made it very clearly. I'm just reiterating his point. He made a very good point. It shouldn't be a topic in the first place. Okay, we veered off the road a bit, right? But for the sake of propriety, guys, Modest Monkey's point was a good point.
Definitely.
Like, this is called internet etiquette. And when you know that there's contentious topics, you try to use strategy and
a little bit of tact,
and all. Yeah. And so just what Modest Monkey said, I'm just, yay for what Modest Monkey said. It was spot on. I agree.
Yeah, we shouldn't make each I think it's important that the same way as, let's say as me as a pescatarian respect someone who likes a lot of meat or likes meat in general or whatnot, should not bash each other about it. It's really not.
I'm not bashing anybody. I still haven't gotten the fucking answer. All I want to know is what's the difference.
No, I'm not talking.
But
I'm not talking about you. I'm just saying in general. Not
the best answer I got was look it up. That's ridiculous.
Yeah,
That's ridiculous. Really? So what do we tell Globers?
So let's not get emotional. That's all I'm gonna say. Not get too much emotional.
I can send you all the information. You're gonna look at it? I doubt it, because you're gonna act like a Glober in this situation. You fucking people are all the same sometimes, man. It's ridiculous. Talking about I have an open mind. Yeah, right. You close it to other things.
Everyone is the way they are. Trust me, I had a lot of discussion about this topic. There's much you can present to people about this, but it's really up to them to actually accept.
But it's the same thing with the Glober, dude. It's the same.
Yeah, I mean, I just find it weird, coincidentally, that if you look at the structure of a human being and its digestive system, and you compare it to other only vegetable eating animals, for example, that they all have a very long digestive system that takes a long time to eat stuff, and also compare their mouth and their teeth and so forth. And then you're
missing
and even that comparison doesn't work. That comparison doesn't work because you don't have multiple stomachs.
Let me talk. You're missing the
You don't have multiple stomachs. You only have one.
You're cutting out, Prod. Your mic is cutting out.
It's because he's not paying attention. They're eating the grass straight from the ground. They have to grind it. So that's why they have 4 stomachs. We're not supposed to eat grass, dude. There are certain things we are supposed to eat. Okay? If this is why people don't understand the Bible. No, I don't believe in the Bible, but it tells you what to eat and what not to eat. Why you could and why you couldn't. Okay? If you don't want to agree with that, then do your own thing. But don't bash something you don't know about.
I'm not bashing anyone. I'm not bashing anyone. I want vegetarians, vegans, meat eaters, whatever eaters. I want them all to enjoy their food. And I want a discussion about taste or, tips about how to enhance your enjoyment of food. I don't want to infight about I have this diet, I have that diet, and why is this better, why is that better? I don't give a shit. I want people to have a normal conversation about what they think is good for them, and you don't have to worry about what is good for another, because food is a personal choice. Keep it that way. And keep your food politics out of it. That's, if I would go food politics, I would slam all of you out of the ring. I've worked 10 years in the food industry. I know shit about food that most of you don't even understand, because it's more chemical than you would ever imagine.
Yeah, so thing is, it's just such a complex topic in a certain way. What is just important is that the same as with Flat Earth, we should put emotions out of it, and just that. I mean, even if we know we talk to someone who has a complete separate diet, whatnot. I'm not saying it should be a banned conversation where you cannot objectively talk about why this diet and that is better, but we should not put our emotions into it. If someone who eats meat is happy with eating meat, then he can eat meat. If someone else doesn't want to have anything with animals, then he doesn't want to have anything with animals. If someone wants to eat just vegetables and fish and so
Segue. Witsit. 10 to the 35 meters? What is that? That's like trillions and trillions and trillions of miles, right?
Well, it says negative 35.
No, that's just... Oh, what? That's beyond atomic.
What?
Yeah, basically all the quote is saying it doesn't work on the quantum scale.
If he's really serious about 10 to the negative 35, that's referring to a size infinitely smaller than atoms.
Yeah, it's just quantum. It's the quantum comment.
Yo, dude, Wizzy, I just want to say hello.
Stupid stuff.
I watched the tour, man. I loved it. I absolutely love that tour, dude. And you've got balls like fucking watermelons. Every time I watched it, I thought, is this the one where he gets attacked? Yeah, usually was. So, dude, awesome. And well done for getting arrested for freedom of speech in front of the founding fathers, no less, with so-called Americans cheering in the background. I mean, that's fucking ridiculous.
Thank you, bro.
But amazing, dude. Amazing.
And to the negative.
Yeah, these people, I don't understand that in America, I tested that in Germany, but in America, people tend to freak out about cameras a lot for some reason. I watch these auditing stuff and so forth, and also on Witsit stream. Why are these people so annoyed about you filming and also maybe spreading information? What is the deal with it? I mean, I just don't get it. I mean, you could have been talking about the blue sky or whatnot. People wouldn't care, but for some reason, just because you talked about this controversial topic, they didn't want to hear that at all. Like, I think that I can't remember correctly, but there was like this one guy in the background, right? That was it multiple people. Anyways, it was just a weird and odd situation of people just applauding for someone for his rights to be violated, and especially in a country like you guys have, where people are proud of being of having free speech and so forth. So weird things.
25 orders of magnitude.
Yeah. So, like, if you look at this picture, this is what like quantum says an electron looks like. And so you see the little dots all around the interior circle.
Sure.
They say that the electron is in all those places at the same time.
Yeah. I get
the same electron. Yeah, which just goes to show you that obviously what they call electrons is wrong. But now this is what's interesting. So the reason that quantum, like the most layman way to explain why quantum and relativity can't coexist, is because according to relativity, each one of these little dots would have to bend and warp spacetime. So does the electron bend and warp spacetime, or does it not? Does it do it everywhere? Does it only do it where you measure? Because the quantum says, well, this electron is in all these places at the same time, but you can never know the radius of any single electron until you choose to measure it. So you see the problem, right? Because that would have, a ton of issues trying to map out curvature of space-time relative to that electron. So like the fundamental, electric, what they call particle, debunks relativity.
Would they not argue that it has a cumulative effect? And that's how they measure it, is based on the cumulative effect rather than the individual effect?
Each individual physical mass would warp space-time. It's just a conundrum. There's no answer. They don't have an answer. Admittedly, there's no answer. That's why they're trying to come up with quantum gravity as the unifying theory of everything.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The bosonic system has replaced the Einsteinian system that replaced the Newtonian system. So the bosonic is the newest and greatest.
But actually, quantum is more experimentally valid than relativity or the universal scale ever could be. Like, it's pseudoscience because they make up what it is, but we do see the actual effects. We can physically manipulate and isolate the actual effects. So it's like eons ahead of relativity. It's funny, of course, relativity, to do the math, you have to break the quote-unquote universe into infinitesimals that are treated flat. And then you just calculate a overall curve rate with the presupposition of the bending of space-time. So it's identical to what they do with the globe. It's literally identical. You measure treating the surface flat in small portions. You assume it's curved. You calculate that scale. So that's why relativity can't explain things like black holes, like a singularity, because of the amount of curvature in one infinitesimally small area. Like, you can't even do that because you don't have a flat on it. So it's just very funny. I've been looking into all this stuff. It's just
where are you going to find all these quotes? What, like, different places, or is there like how are you finding all these quotes?
A lot of the quotes come from the principle.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of them come from there. And then I just I don't know, I've just been researching different comments about geocentrism versus heliocentrism, or using keywords like the neo-Tychonic system or the Ptolemaic versus Copernican. Yeah, and then control F.
Sure.
Yeah. And I found a letter from Einstein to Ernst Mach, and it's so damning, bro. But they basically hid the letter. Like, Google censored the letter. I had to use DuckDuckGo. Still can't find an English translation. All I could find was a German, like a copy of it in German, written in cursive.
Well, you got multiple people that were ready and willing to help. Did you see their messages?
I did talk to someone about it. Yeah, I don't know who all was willing to. But
so Clay speaks German. The young guy Saya, he's a German speaker. We've got a handful of Germans.
Word. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I know what it says, but just before I present it, I just want it really definitive, because it's so damning, bro. Like, the modern glober will have to throw Einstein under the bus and say he's just wrong. But because when you show them that they say or you can't prove the Earth's in motion, they try to say, well, he's talking about revolution, not rotation. So I dug and found point blank statements about the rotation, and they're very, very damning. So, in summary, according to relativity, you can't prove that the Earth is spinning. All you can do is show a relationship that exists between the Earth and the sky, and there's a sidereal rotation, which, everyone knows that. Flat earthers know that as well. We just know the sky moves, So it's just funny because relativity says you could never prove it, but they try to say that's not true and that they have proven. And they talk about the pendulum and the gyros and weight distribution measurements, and that's pretty much all they have. But anyway, I just find it pretty funny because the Machian principle is effectively it requires matter to extend any type of motion to another body, and the idea being like if you had a hollowed sphere, if you will, and you had something in the center of it, if that sphere was moving, whatever was in the center of it would be affected by the external motion as well. And you can like demonstrate that, right? You can prove it. So there's like a drift over top of the earth that's tied with the sky. And they just hijack that and say the earth is spinning. And then in Michael Sengel, they showed within 98% over and over that you can measure that sidereal motion through the ether. And it's kind of swept under the rug because he used the same methodology he used in Michelson Morley, which detected no orbit. And so if there's no orbital motion, but there's sidereal rotation between the Earth and the sky, then there's only one option, which is that the sky is moving, right? Like that the Earth is the absolute frame. It's pretty interesting stuff. And then, like, of course, relativity, people have to say, well, everything's relative. But ironically, he had to have something absolute to compare everything to relatively. And so he chose light because it's pretty unfalsifiable. So he just said that light's absolute frame of reference and has a constant speed. That way you can compare everything to that relatively. So I don't know. It's just really wild. When you really look into it, bro, it's so obvious and clear to see. And I just think that there's not very many sources that break it down in real simple terms so where people can actually understand the story and how we got here. That's going to wake up the honest person. I know a lot of flat earthers, they were like, whoa, Operation High Jump, you know? I think that the actual historical timeline of events is what wakes up honest people. So.
It's one fake smart guy staying on the shoulders of another dwarf. You know how they say standing on the shoulders of giants?
Yeah.
It's the opposite. The opposite of that. It's all that man behind the curtain, Wizard of Oz type metaphor.
Yeah. I mean, Einstein couldn't even come up with anything, so he didn't come up with any of it. And every time he had a problem, he had to wait for someone else to mathematically fix it. And also the funny part is that it's not even agreed on how to work out his equations to this day. It's actually disagreed upon. So it's like, it was just mathematical necessity. And then hopefully we can try to figure it out, how to make it work, the equation. So it's like, it's just so misrepresented. I don't know. It's really kind of crazy. Like the math is not agreed upon on how to even get the answers, but to actually work it out. And then, of course, it doesn't tell you what gravity is. It just claims to describe what it does. So, I don't know. It's pretty crazy, man. It's just very metaphysical nonsense. It's pretty wild. But the truth is, most people don't understand it, and the Glovers don't understand it, so they'll just call you stupid. I think the greatest trick ever is you can say something really stupid, and the person that you say it to won't understand it, and therefore it can be conflated into profoundness. It's like, oh, that must be so profound that I couldn't understand it.
Yeah.
or maybe it's just retarded.
What's it? What if with the universe and, gravity in the larger scale, they make the assumption of, let's say, the globe and the solar or the heliocentric model. And that's where they go wrong, because they constantly have to adjust. In the quantum and, let's say, particle physics, isn't it the assumption of the atomic model that leads them into never-ending calculations? Because they have to assume a starting point. For, let's say, the globe, it's the spherical Earth and the radius. And for the atomic model, it's the trifecta of electrons, protons, and neutrons.
Mm-hmm.
And if they would step aside from those assumptions and look again at what it really is by, measuring and actual observation, maybe they would find out. But they don't, because they don't want to find out, because then the work stops.
And it's actually really all interconnected. So, like, atomic theory is based on materialism. So the idea that in a vacuum there's nothing there other than space and time. That's the framework for atomism. So
is a false word for emptiness. Vacuum just means no gas pressure.
Yeah,
so
of course.
It would be a container filled with neutrons, electrons, and protons, where the protons and the neutrons would still be connected, and the electrons would be floating free.
Yeah,
that would be a vacuum.
None.
Sort of. You can prove that there's electromagnetic fluctuations in a vacuum, and there's vacuum energy. But my point is that the reason that we got atomism in the first place is from materialism. Atomism comes from thousands of years ago, actually, like Neoplatonic take on things, but it's all about materialism, the idea that there's nothing beyond the material world. So it's kind of interconnected, ironically, but it still doesn't work. And so we have like quantum field theory is basically see, that's the funny part, is the ether actually is accepted on a mainstream scale. It's just not called that. So ironically, everyone can throw a fit all they want to, but you have to have a medium to sustain proper.
Is everybody having connection issues?
Yeah, he cut out on the last sentence.
Yeah, it's not just him. It is also fraud. Cutting in and out.
For me, it's fine.
I'm using the finger press shit, so that's why.
Oh, that'll do it. Yeah, I got you.
Is no one saying anything, or is it my connection?
No, we had a moment of silence. A moment of silence for the globe.
Anyways, guys, thanks for the conversation. I'm gonna head out and eat something. See you later.
Have a nice dinner.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Oh boy.
You know what I find funny is that you have a lot of globers that say, yeah, but how do you explain earthquakes? And then they start talking about tectonic plates. And plates are flat. Otherwise, it would be upturned tectonic bowls.
Tectonic bowls.
The amount of mental gymnastics. Like if there were Olympics, globers should definitely participate in that. They would be great at mental gymnastics.
Yeah. It seems to be a natural skill.
I can think of one person that would win the mental gymnastics prize, and everyone knows his name. You all know his name, right?
There may be more than one, but you can.
Starts with an M.
There are a few I can call that are all close.
But yes, Platter said it. Yeah. And that was. I made myself a nice lunch. Too bad my fun story about my lunch turned into a little drama. It's too bad. Anyway,
well, regardless, I'm gonna try it.
Bro, the foam blew my mind. I was just like, oh, that's weird. That's weird. I'm gonna expect that is gonna change how my experience is after I eat the stuff. And I'll let you know tomorrow. Or not tomorrow, probably Monday. No, I'm just playing.
Does it produce a lot of gas?
In the bowl, I had a big old stainless steel bowl that I was doing the soak in, and yeah, I mean it's a lot of foam. And then there's this whole thing about aquafaba, and that's a whole other thing with working with beans. But grain, I can't remember if this grain person is under the impression that Earth is a ball. Can you remind me, Grain? I know you were here yesterday.
Yeah, it's a listening pass.
Oh, I did that. I think Grain was one of the. Here. Well, I'll unmute you. You should be able to say something. Grain. Does listening pass allow people to type in the live stream voice text?
I don't know.
I feel like it should. Oh well. Figured I'd ask. I'm probably the one that gave him the listening pass because Seb probably said something like he didn't have a mic. Everybody likes to say, I'm just here to listen. I don't have a mic. I'm just here to listen. I don't have a mic.
Yeah, or the other one. I don't want to voice verified because I'm mute.
Oh, wow.
I meet more mutes in this Discord than I ever met in my life.
Sure, yeah. Of course. Yeah, I might have only ever met one. Yeah, Platter. That's why I was saying 72-hour soak. I really think it's going to make a world of difference. Ridiculous. Text. Tony, you've been around more than once. Why do you still just have VC verified? Tony V. I guess your silence explains it. There you go. Alrighty.
It's a sad thing that Kosho doesn't actually fight for the globe anymore.
Oh, does he not? Is he like disinterested now?
Yeah, you know, I think, when talking about the guidestones, I think I put in the flat Earth. Kind of like maybe I could trigger him.
Yeah.
And he didn't. And it used to be, at least 2 years ago, he would go on about it.
Oh, I remember.
Now he's here just, for small talk.
Oh, I know. Yeah, the last last few times I've seen him, he sounds so defeated. Maybe it's an act. I don't know.
I think they're waiting for Elon Musk to bring some new evidence.
This'll show him more
something like
and
that.
cartoons.
Maybe they make a Tesla drive around on the moon, something like that.
The first Martian Tesla. Guy I listen to on the radio keeps on talking about artificial intelligence that exists, that you can input commands, custom commands, and it will take what you tell it and output basically any graphical representation of what you desire. So, like if you say, I want a goat, I want an orange goat riding a unicycle, playing the trumpet. It within seconds it'll give you an image of exactly what you just asked for. If that is a thing to any reasonable degree, then it stands to reason that they will have the means to easily convince anyone of nearly anything they want to.
I kind of missed what you said because I got an app from someone who sent me the link I posted.
Yeah. I was just talking about artificial intelligence and the scope that it apparently has could enable them to do just about anything they want in regards to convincing people, because they could be like, oh, step right up here and you can tell the Mars Tesla what you wanted to do. Here, just tell it, okay, I'd like you to drive forward, take a right-hand turn, take a left-hand turn, and then take a right-hand turn and another right-hand turn. All right, well, here it goes. Look at it go. And it does exactly what he says. And you're like, oh, I'm convinced that thing's on Mars and it can do anything we want it. Oh, look at that. That's amazing.
You want to see some sick burnouts and some donuts.
Oh, no. I would ask, go to the nearest fuel station.
No, it's a Tesla.
It has to recharge.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's going to be a special Tesla that can use the sun.
They would start driving towards the sun.
So, They'll always have some kind of excuse.
Oh, Tesla, would you mind do a parallel parking between two other vehicles? And then it would drive to the guys, you know.
The cameraman?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's thinking. What was going through those guys' minds when they were sitting there? It is such a mystery.
Well, I can tell you, they were all military test pilots with great careers prior the moon mission.
Uh-huh.
And there was a war going on, which they trained for all their lives to fight in, and they weren't allowed to fly.
Okay.
They were stuck in a stage.
That's good. Thanks for sharing that. I didn't really realize that aspect of what could have been going on in their minds. Just disappointment, not just about what they had just done, but about their lives in general. They're relegated to a new story.
Yeah, they at least for Armstrong, he was part of the X-15 crew, and he did like really experimental stuff.
Huh.
And then he's relegated to become a puppet.
Yeah.
That would make you slump down.
It would. Yeah, that's honest. So they're really, and that's the thing about body language. It's hard to hide.
Yeah, and like the article says the moon brought us together in '69, but there was a war going on. It was like the moon didn't help anything with the anti-war or the war itself.
True.
It was just another distraction of what was going on with the war.
Mm.
I think the part that brought us together would be it brought people together into the next distraction.
Mm-hmm.
And these guys are probably sitting there like, oh damn, I lost that friend in Operation Linebacker while I was doing a stage show. Damn, fuck me. That's what I read in those faces.
Mm-hmm. What is Operation Linebacker?
And that was a horrible bombing campaign over Vietnam, trying to bomb the Ho Chi Minh Trail.
Okay.
And the part of it was, large carpet bombing with B-52s.
Mm-hmm.
And there were a lot of more localized fighter bombers doing excursions, all coordinated in one big U.S. Air Force effort. And these guys probably knew a lot of pilots in there.
Yep. Makes sense.
And while that was going on, they were doing the whole moon thing. Like, you know, it's, yeah, you're kind of defeated because that's not what you trained for initially.
Oh boy. I think I've seen that article before.
Man, I think they did that in the 90s. And now they're doing it again?
You talking about the interviewing religious leaders to find out what would happen with the alien thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they do that every 10 years.
Yeah. Do you think it has any correlation to the whole 1990, 91 or 92 Agenda 21 meeting?
I think it has to do more with how to create a one world religion.
Yeah.
Than anything else. Like, how can we merge the spiritual and, you know, the space stories into one?
Yeah.
I think that is also the purpose of science fiction movies.
Seems possible.
You know, like it's easier to invent something that people believe in than presenting that you have been fooling them all along.
You got old Mark Twain.
Yeah, but in this case, you know, they started with the globe and then the heliocentric and then, you know, the whole space stuff. They cannot, like, pull back cold turkey. So they have to invent a new thing which people will believe in and have faith in, which might bring some sour news, but it is replaced by the new thing. So from aliens, you go to the Antichrist or the new Messiah, which they then can control the narrative of because they created it.
Yeah. I'm getting this one. Huh. Ba-doo.
Yes, old dude, that is exactly what they're gonna do. VR, augmented reality.
Yep. Yeah, I've been thinking the same thing.
Give you the sensation through the suit and take your mind away.
The Island, bro. That movie, the Scarlett Johansson and other guy.
Ewan.
Yeah, Ewan McGregor. That movie was like.
The Island, that was freaking awesome. That was an awesome movie, dude.
Yeah, it was a good movie, but the fact of the matter is, I think it provides a blueprint of exactly how they would, maybe not the organ harvesting, although yeah, maybe, but more about how they can trick people into giving them a dream. And
Well, here's the beauty about that movie. It was Hollywood. It was glamorized. It was fantastical, right? So you didn't even think that something like that could be real because the movie was done by Michael Bay. So it was if you watch it again, compared to Transformers, the first one, it's literally scene for scene, the action scene.
yeah, how was it exactly like it?
Sorry, I broke out. It's scene for scene. The action scenes are exactly the same, almost exactly the same. It's extremely fascinating when I watched it. When I was like, holy crap, this looks like Transformers, because I went back and watched it again because it was on, and I'd seen it first because I went to the theaters and watched The Island because Scarlett Johansson was freaking smoking hot in that movie. Holy cow! So I had to see it, but after it went to video and all that, I watched Transformers and I watched that a bunch of times. But then I watched The Island again. I want to say maybe a year or two ago. I was like, dang, this movie is almost exactly like Transformers. Just no Transformers. But dude, yeah, the underlying tone of that movie though was to really not to. It was the glamour. It was really about the action and all of that. That's what they really wanted you to focus on. But if you pay attention to the underlying theme of it, that whole growing organs from your clone and then using them, because basically it's either sick people or people who think they're gonna be sick eventually, and just kill the clone and take the part. I mean that's pretty crazy, dude. That's a crazy idea.
Kind of sounds like Battle Angel Alita, where the people in.
Well, that was different because there was somebody going around doing that.
Yeah, but you had the upper class in the clouds that harvested from the people down below in the junk. I don't mean the let's say the action movie, but the old.
Yeah, I saw the anime. No, I know that. That was one of my favorite animes of all time. Was Battle Angel Alita. The anime is awesome. That movie is kind of lame, but the anime, dude, the anime was badass. I mean, and they even actually is a comic book about it too, even before the anime, which I didn't know.
Yeah, I got a few episodes of the comic, and I had the old anime movie, but that has kind of like the same story. People trying to escape the harvesting.
Yeah, because they were harvesting. Yeah, they were harvesting. You're right. Because now that I'm thinking about it, because but they had like an arena for fighting and stuff like that, and they would harvest certain parts or whatever. So it was kind of weird.
I've got both.
Yeah, but that anime was awesome. That was sick anime. And it wasn't even that much action. It was just the story and just the way they pulled it off. It was pretty good. Well, like I said, that movie Elysium is a ripoff of that anime. That was with what's his name? Matt Damon.
You said Matt Damon?
Yeah, Matt Damon.
Matt Damon.
Oh my gosh! Look at This is so funny. I'm just looking through my old external. Well, it's internal now, but it used to be on an external hard drive back in the day. But yeah, I got those movies while I was in college. I got the AVI file. I got .movs. I've got AVI. I've got MP4. Back in the early 2000s when Kazaa and BearShare and all those things were going on.
Just about to say LimeWire, Glad.
Yeah, LimeWire. Did you just call me? Oh, Glad. You gotta see.
LimeWire, Torrent is one.
LimeWire was a thing too. Yeah.
LimeWire was like the backbone of a lot of other kind of those type of sites.
Oh yeah, because I was huge.
Yeah, like I had one bad experience where I just pulled in a horrible virus, and I was like, "Oh, I'm done ripping."
Oh yeah. The Rickroll was a thing way before Rickroll became a thing, where people would be like, they'd make special files that people would really want to download, but it wasn't what they thought it was. Trojan. That's why they call it a Trojan horse. That is why they call it that. Well, that's not why, but you get it.
Yeah, I remember a friend of mine, he got a dedicated computer just to pull out torrents. Like he was downloading non-stop all his university years.
Lucky Dancer. Have we talked before, Lucky Dancer? Is this really just the day of people not wanting to talk? Is this what's going on all day long? Or I'll even unmute AF. AF, say something. Can't unmute right now. Yeah, that's the same story for everybody all day long. It's amazing. Just amazing.
Secrets.
AF? All right, I'll put you back on mute then. Fine. Pathetic.
All right, keep your secrets.
Man, I really like those movies, but they should have cast anybody besides Elijah Wood. He plays that role so awkwardly. It's just awkward, constantly awkward. I don't know if I've ever seen a more awkward movie character.
You talking about the what's
Frodo.
that trilogy?
Oh, yeah. Elijah Wood in Lord of the Rings. I kid you not. I think that the guy Billy Bob Thornton in Sling Blade is less awkward than Frodo. That's my personal opinion. It's just, I really like the movies, but if I could change anything, it would be casting somebody besides Elijah Wood.
I think it's sad that they used young guys to play the hobbits, even though, Elijah had to play someone who was in his 50s.
Okay. So I listened to The Hobbit, but I never read through the books. So you're saying that they were older?
Yeah, basically, Frodo would be around 50 plus. Merry and Pippin. Pippin would be the youngest.
Mm-hmm.
At I think 19, and then Mary and Sam would be mid 30s.
Huh. Yeah. Yeah. Sean Astin, he's a good actor. I like that guy. Pretty good in the other stuff that he's been in. He did the movie Harrison Bergeron. It's not a very popular movie.
I don't know. I don't remember him from any other movie other than Lord of the Rings, but I don't watch that many movies.
Harrison, it's right here, 1995. Here's the movie. Archive.org. If you ever want to watch it, there it is. There's a handful of other interesting movies on there too.
The Goonies with Sean Astin.
Oh yeah, that would be a big one that he was in.
Guys, let's not pick on Greta too much. If you were born in that family and put on stage, you would do the same fucking thing.
How dare you?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was trying to say.
Well, she's born in a family of film stars and actors, so yeah, keep it in the family.
Yeah, I just find it sad that, when she was put on stage, like, did she have a choice? She was just told to play this act. And
Well, I agree with you on that front, but at this point, wouldn't you say she's proven herself that there's a lot of people that get thrown out there as kids, in the public eye, and then they kind of disappear.
Yeah. At this point, I haven't seen much of her in the media, but
she's still doing the thing. Yeah, she's having rallies, like 3 and 4 and maybe even 5 people at a time are showing up at her rallies. It's she's really getting out there and speaking her mind, and she's gathering entire crowds of possibly. I mean, it's plausible that double digits groups of people have surrounded her at one point in time.
That is a frightening prospect.
Yeah, I'm not joking though. She really has. I'm not joking on both sides. She really is getting out there with a megaphone, acting like she's talking to a huge group of people on the things that she's passionate about, and there really are like single digit people, and they'll take a close up image, and then there'll be other people that are like, yeah, I was there. There was like 7 people there.
Yeah, I couldn't avoid it. The cops didn't want me to leave.
It's yeah, but whatever. I think that she's proven herself in her loyalties and interest at this point. So, free game as far as criticism goes. No victim. No victim. She's not a victim anymore.
Dang, man, you said 3 or 4 people.
Look it up. Look it up. Oh man. Shit. I mean, I've outdone her with my live streams. Just saying.
Right.
Oh, we outdone her just with the Discord right now.
Oh yeah. Well, that's a fact.
Maybe you should try to go on Discord.
Yeah.
Up her numbers.
I really love this GIF. It's so great. Oh. I think it'd be fun to ask. I think it'd be fun to ask a Glober to be like, can you calculate how fast that ant is traveling?
Yeah, you know, kind of the same speed as the guy at that clip with the guide stones. Maybe maybe it's the same one.
Yeah.
I don't think his legs are going fast enough. I think that's CGI. Gospel. What are you pulling on this?
You talking about the ant here?
Yeah, somebody get
Yeah.
that ant a pilot's license for the military. He's going faster than any other plane, man. Fuck a Mach 10. Look at that.
He's circumnavigating the entire circumference of Earth 3 RPM.
Yeah, I mean,
no. I'm sorry, RPS.
Right. 3 RPM.
3 RPS. That is I don't know, times 60, so 180.
It's the ant that ate Amelia Earhart.
Probably.
I think they employed this ant at CERN.
It's the CERN ant. As that was coming out of my mouth, I was really hopeful that CERN ant was going to be like something that sounded like something else. It disappointed me, though. It didn't happen.
He does 8 leg taps per rotation with his front leg.
Mm.
And he walks on water. That's also something Globers really need to learn, because he's actually doing what the Globers say. Go walk in a straight line and you end up at the same place.
I can do the math here. 10,800. So what is it? 1,060 miles? Is that what they say? No. Never mind. Forget that. Times 24,901 times 24,900. I'll tell you how many miles an hour. 268,930,800 miles an hour. That's how fast the ant is traveling. basically 269 million miles an hour.
69.
He's been going about 30 days since I've been watching him.
Yep, seems legit there. Seems legit.
Pretty much. I just scientifically calculated exactly how fast this ant is traveling, and therefore...
It's true. It has to be. It's science.
Yeah.
Yes, science!
He's in a jet stream.
That's what it is. So, what? He basically half the speed of light.
Just be happy that he didn't break the speed of light. Otherwise, we would have a problem with the globers.
It would probably completely break Discord if there was, if it was just 7 rotations per second. That's all it would take, and you could probably break the space-time continuum and reality itself just by making a GIF of an ant running across the world 7 rotations per second. That's all it takes.
I'm fast as fuck, boy!
And, I have to agree that, it is a really good, picture, movie, video, because you can see the stars are, just like Hubble telescope stars. If you zoom in
one pixel that they extrapolate into some entire thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. That is so disappointing. I don't know. I don't understand how anybody can be like a super fanatic in the NASA stuff, like super NASA fanboy, and find that out and not go, oh, I guess never mind then. But no, they like double down and they're like, oh my gosh, it's so amazing. I'm so glad they put this artwork together. Oh, it's so great. Right? I don't know. It's just.
Well, it's kind of like slot machines, I guess. They designed slot machines for lights and colors that would excite your brains in a certain way that it would be addictive.
Okay. Yeah, there you go. Well, here
I think the artists at NASA, with all the funding they have, I think they also have some really good psychologists and marketing people that help them create those incredible, beautiful images that you just become addicted.
So I've got a friend that has a telescope, and he shares his images, and he shares his process. He shares the color correction that he performs, all the different things. He shows his source image and then what he did to it, and or a group of images that he puts together, like in an overlay. I get it. Like, there's stuff up there that's really beautiful. I'm not saying that there's not stuff up there that's beautiful, but the vast majority of what we're shown is artificial, and that's really sad.
Yeah, like I think if you would qualify it as art, it would make more sense. But it is the narrative that goes with it that poisons the well. Because there's a whole backstory to it, which could also be a form of art, but people just take it as science, even though it's admitted not to be.
Well, say spectroscopy allows them to discern what elements, and therefore, here, look.
Yeah, I do it on 2 pixels, and I can determine every chemical that comes, is reflecting light. That's really stretching the imagination, at least for me.
I hear you.
What I've noticed, something that I've been expressing for a little while now, is that they're not able to separate the observation that we see from the narrative that they're provided. So that's why they're always asking us, well, why don't you believe in X, Y, or Z thing that happens to be in outer space? So, well said, Ivo.
Yeah. New folks in the server. Isn't that always true? What you talking about, Willis? Who are you referring to, Glatt? Oh, Kung. Oh, Kung.